It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation.
Electoral District of Ottawa West Nepean by resignation effective Monday, March 16, 2015. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Permanent des députés, resuming debate at the reading of Bill S-219, Journey to Freedom Day Act, in the name of Mr. Adler.
There are 6 minutes left for the honourable member for Thornhill to finish his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it is an honour to rise today and speak in strong support of the Journey to Freedom Act, Bill S-219, which is, Mr. Speaker, an important piece of legislation that comes to us from the other place. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as we approach the 40th anniversary of the effective end of the Vietnam War, one might reflect on the broader events that took place across Indochina 40 years ago this month. There was at that time, Mr. Speaker, an ominous shadow falling across the entire region, and the U.S. Congress had decided after great agonizing to end funding of both the governments of Cambodia and of South Vietnam, and to withdraw all further remaining U.S. military support, military advisors. In this month, in March, barely 30 days before that fateful day of April 30th, the Khmer Rouge forces had effectively surrounded Phnom Penh, the Cambodian capital, and the American ambassador, Ambassador Dean, had begun making preparations for the final pullout of embassy and American and third country nationals, which took place on April the 12th, and which led to the eventual Cambodian genocide, the brutal murder of more than 2 million Cambodians, and a dark 5 years in that Southeast Asian country. Barely 3 weeks later, the United States ambassador in Saigon, Ambassador Martin, decided that it was time in that country to end the American presence, and the musical strains of White Christmas were heard on April the 29th, and on Armed Forces Radio in Saigon, a voice said, "It is 110 degrees in Saigon and rising." This was the signal to all Americans, to all third country nationals, to all Vietnamese who had worked in various ways for the United States over the previous 3 decades, to assemble at evacuation points and to leave the country. As a journalist who was there, who had evacuated from Phnom Penh on April the 12th with the American ambassador, and again left Saigon on April 29th, 30th, with again from the U.S. Embassy in Saigon, I must say my memory is saturated with images of the vast movement of humanity. More than 7,000 people were rescued from Saigon on that final day, in addition to some 50,000 which had been lifted out by fixed-wing aircraft in the weeks ahead. But the greater tragedy, Mr. Speaker, lay ahead. Not the 2 million plus deaths of the Cambodian genocide, but hundreds of thousands, millions of Vietnamese who had when the country was partitioned in 1954 under the Geneva Accord, Vietnamese who had fled the northern regime looking for a better life in the south, and many of these people had no option but to leave Vietnam. They didn't have an aircraft, they didn't have helicopter support, they didn't have connections with the departing Americans, and so they fled by all manner of marine watercraft. When Saigon did fall on April 30th and the North Vietnamese tanks burst through the gate to the presidential palace in Saigon, barely a few blocks from the American ambassador's embassy, the beginning of an exodus of more than 1.5 million people began. They set sail for the South China Sea in hopes that neighboring countries would take them in. Many countries, unfortunately, turned them away, forcing them even farther from their homeland to seek refuge in the United Kingdom, in France, in Australia, in the United States. And as we know, and as we celebrate in the Journey to Freedom Act, which is before this House today, Mr. Speaker, 60,000 made their way to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that Canadians from all walks of life stepped up to the challenge then, offering whatever help they could to the long-suffering Vietnamese boat people. Approximately 34,000 were sponsored by Canadian families, by churches and by synagogue groups and other community organizations, while 26,000 were accepted into the country under a government sponsorship plan. In 1986, Canada was honored with the Nansen Medal, which is the refugee equivalent of the Nobel Prize given by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in recognition of major efforts on behalf of refugees. This was the first, Mr. Speaker, and still the only time the Nansen Medal has ever been presented to the entire population of a country. So I will conclude my remarks now, Mr. Speaker, and in the hopes that colleagues will support Bill S-219 and the Journey to Freedom Act. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-le-Prairie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure and an honour for me to rise today to speak to Bill S-219. I will be supporting this bill at second reading so that it can go to committee. But at the outset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the reason why I'm so proud of rising today is that my colleague for Bois-Marcel-Barry and I are the only two elected officials of Vietnamese descent in this Parliament. And for us, remembering what our parents went through, what our families and our ancestors went through is something that's very important. And having an opportunity to speak to it today in this House is a true privilege. It shows not only the importance that we place in our origins, but also the doors that Canada opened for us by accepting us and also by electing my colleague and I. So it's with great pride, a great deal of gratitude that I rise today. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-219 is multi-pronged. It is a simple bill. I'll read through what it deals with. The first clause deals with the name with respect to the Journey to Freedom Day. It also says that April 30th will be designated as a Journey to Freedom Day, and the third clause, which states that for greater certainty, the Journey to Freedom Day is not a legal holiday nor a non-judicial day.
What we have before us is a very short one, simple one. Again, I said it in French. I think it's important that I'll also say it in English. There's three articles of it. And the main one, which says, throughout Canada, in each and every year, the 30th day of April shall be known as Journey to Freedom Day. And we specify at the end, for greater certainty, Journey to Freedom Day is not a legal holiday or a non-juridical day. Alors, Monsieur le Président, le 30 avril, pourquoi est-ce qu'on parle du 30 avril?
Why April 30th, Mr. Speaker? Well, we know that April 30th has many different significations for people. For many, when we look at people who had to flee their homeland, my parents were lucky, in fact. They were here on Canada on April 30th, 1975. They met here, they settled here. I had the good fortune of being born here, but many people had to flee their country that day. We know through the movies and the reports we've seen on the Vietnam War, that it's something that truly marked an entire generation, not only Vietnamese people, but the entire world. And everyone knows about this war that ravaged generations of the day and future generations. And even today, Vietnam lags behind in its development because it has to overcome the damage inflicted upon it during the Vietnam War. Mr. Speaker, we must also remember something else that's very important. April 30th for me is a day of commemoration. Now, as you know, in Canada, throughout the world, April 30th is a day when people come together. In Montreal, for example, since I was first elected, I've gone every year, and it's a day for me to reflect back and commemorate my culture, my roots, the sacrifices made by many Vietnamese people. My colleague, the member for Beauharnois-Salaberry, has spoken, and I would like her to invite Canadians to listen to her speech where she talked about her personal experience, what her parents went through. And this issue and date had an important impact on people. It also signified or meant the end of the war, the end of a war that we all know was devastating and had a huge impact on the country. For many people, it's also a day when people have to leave their country. Many commemorations have taken place on April 30th for the boat people. And I think that for people who have not yet seen it, I would like to invite you to watch the documentary on that. It shows, in fact, just how much of an impact war has on people, the sacrifices people had to make to leave their country and to seek out a better life. And today we can see that because the new generations, like mine, future generations, are benefiting and will continue to benefit. Now, people had to learn to live in a new society. Now, of course, many will remember that Vietnam was a French colony, but many people didn't speak French. So when they arrived in Canada, they had to adapt, learn a new language. And I think that as elected officials, we can see that. And I'm very proud to be able to say that I am very well integrated into Canadian society. And we can see that through many other Vietnamese people in the community we're very proud of, who have made breakthroughs as doctors through employment. Now, I'm generalizing, of course, but there are writers, for example, writers very well known in Quebec and throughout the world, who've made very important contributions. Now, with respect to this bill, I read through it. It's a very simple bill. And unfortunately, it doesn't add anything else, and that's unfortunate. We could have used this opportunity to attempt to resolve some existing problems. And I'll get back to that a little later, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to say a few words now about the process in the other place. There was a lack of debate, a lack of transparency. Some people were listened to, others were not. And I hope that at the House of Commons Committee there will be more openness and we can have a broader debate, because I think that it's important to have that debate. Now, as I explained, Mr. Speaker, I've received approximately 300 emails on this bill. It's a divisive bill, unfortunately. It's time now to have a united community, but unfortunately, this bill is the subject of criticism on many fronts. Some say that this bill doesn't go far enough. Others criticize the current government. Some say that it doesn't do what it should and that it will have a detrimental impact on future negotiations with the government of Vietnam, for example, when business people deal with the government of Vietnam. Now, it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that time wasn't taken, because this now, of course, I will remind you, is a conservative bill that came from the other place. It's unfortunate that they didn't take the time to bring Canadians and Vietnamese people who are here today, be it the children of the boat people, people who lived through the Exodus, why these people weren't brought together. Now, I'm proud of the NDP's position. We talk about human rights. Mr. Speaker, it's time now to take action. I have said that I deplore this bill.
A friend of mine, Glenn Hua, has created Generation Legacy, which was, and last year they raised thousands of dollars in order to invest in the Boat People Museum in Ottawa. So it was a way for all the communities to get together behind a project that was unifying, that was really looking at what our heritage is as Vietnamese as Canadian of Vietnamese origins, or even Vietnamese people who came here. But it was a way for us to get together, and it was different generations coming together. And unfortunately, with this bill, we don't feel this. We feel it's a divisive. As I said, I receive hundreds of emails, some of them supporting the bill, some of them denouncing the bill. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that needs to be done in order to help people in Vietnam, and I think we could have done a better job. Nous devons, lorsque c'est le temps de...
When it comes time to negotiate with Vietnam, as it is for the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, we need to push human rights, and the government, unfortunately, is not moving in that direction. However, I do understand the importance of commemorating what occurred, the exodus of people who had to leave, and that's why I will be supporting this bill at this stage. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, as the Liberal critic for Canadian heritage, allow me to tell this House that I offer full support for Bill S-19, an act respecting a national day of commemoration of the exodus of Vietnamese refugees and their acceptance in Canada after the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War. I'd also like to say why it's important to urge the government to allow a comprehensive and in-depth study of this bill at committee. All points of view must be expressed freely, contrary to what happened in the Senate. Bill S-219 would designate April 13th as a Journey to Freedom Day and would also commemorate Vietnamese refugees and their exodus from Canada. This day would not be a legal holiday or any other type of holiday. It would simply be an opportunity to celebrate the exceptional opportunity Canada has in having this community of Vietnamese origin, which is so dynamic. As the Liberal leader and the member for Papineau says on many occasions, or has said on many occasions, Canada's diversity is one of its strengths, and the people, Canadians of Vietnamese origin, are an expression of this.
Many Canadians of Vietnamese origin have said that they will look at this day from another point of view, as an opportunity to thank Canada for opening them with welcoming them with open arms, and for giving them the chance to have a new life. Here's yet another example of Vietnamese generosity and modesty. If Canada says that they want to celebrate them for everything that they've brought to Canada, they respond that they rather want to celebrate everything that Canada has given to them. But after all, these are two sides of the same coin. Canada owes much to its Vietnamese community, and the Vietnamese community wants to thank Canada. So let's celebrate together.
Would commemorate a major historic event. On January 1st, 1975, some 1,500 persons of Vietnamese ancestry were living in Canada, mostly in Quebec. Following the 1979 to 1982 boat people crisis, some 59,000 Vietnamese refugees entered Canada. According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Canada is, after the United States, the country that welcomed the largest number of Vietnamese refugees from 1975 to 1996. In 1986, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees awarded the Nansen Refugee Award to the people of Canada for the major and sustained contribution of the people of Canada to the cause of refugees. Canadians were the first and the only people to have been honored collectively with this award. La Journée du Parcours
Journey to Freedom Day reminds us that Canada has been a safe haven for tens of thousands of Vietnamese refugees, and that Canada must remain a safe haven. The Vietnam War created millions of victims, and it was the scene for unimaginable atrocities committed by all sides. As our country, although our country did not participate, it could not have but felt concerned by what happened to the victims. And in Canada, it has always been important to whether in Canada, though there are those who have said that we should not have to deal with what happened in a conflict that was not our conflict, but Canada has often taken part in peace efforts. Canada has listened to its heart and has welcomed not only refugees from Vietnam, but also refugees from Cambodia and from Laos, saving many lives and transforming broken dreams into new hopes. This cannot be forgotten. We can't forget the horrors of Exodus, those who died, the unnamed atrocities lived through by the boat people, these refugees of the sea, nor the devotion of Canadian families, religious groups, and communities who welcomed, clothed, housed these refugees. We can't forget what the Canadian governments at the time did, or the settlement efforts of new arrivals to Canada, who in just a few months had to learn French, English, new cultures, new customs. And we cannot forget the great benefit that Canada has had thanks to these immigrants and their children and the following generations. This is what we cannot forget, and this is what we must celebrate together. Not thinking only about the sacrifices of yesterday, but also about the promise of tomorrow, and about the possibilities that exist for Canada in the future, a stronger Canada made stronger by its Vietnamese community. And so that, to me, is the meaning of this commemoration. And this is why I support this bill. The goal is to bring everyone together, not to exclude anyone. The goal is also to strengthen ties between Canada and Vietnam, to strengthen our cultural, commercial, and scientific exchanges.
Multiculturalism and to all the elements of Canadian life and society. The proposed new National Day would also celebrate the Canadian families, charities, religious groups, and non-governmental organizations who sponsored tens of thousands of Vietnamese refugees and assisted them in their resettlement and adjustment to their new country.
However, there are Vietnamese Canadians who have called us and written to us, Canadian parliamentarians, to say that they don't like the date chosen for this commemoration, April 30th. Others don't like the title. Others worry that this commemoration is an interpretation of history that makes them uncomfortable. And I would reply to that members of the Vietnamese community need to talk about it. This commemoration should not be a source of division. Quite the contrary, it must symbolize union and the incredible symbiosis of Canadian and Vietnamese identities. And that is why I believe that the committee that will study this bill must take the time to listen to all points of view. In the meantime, it's important that Vietnamese Canadians speak amongst themselves to reconcile their points of view.
That it is the government responsibility to invite an inclusive and comprehensive list of witnesses and experts to discuss this bill at committee to ensure a thorough discussion on the title, date, content, and implications of the Act. Quant à nous,
As for us, Canadian parliamentarians, we need to make sure it is well understood that our intention with this bill is not to give an official, unanimous version of the history of our country. We can't even do that when we're talking just about Canada. We don't want to side with one side over another, particularly given that this was a long and terrible war in which our country did not participate. No, we simply want to have the opportunity to celebrate the Vietnamese community that enriches Canada and to have a better idea of where we came from so that we know where we want to go together in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in the debate on S219 today, the Journey to Freedom Day bill. I very much believe that this is a very important piece of legislation regarding a period in history that was a great tragedy for the people of Vietnam. However, it also serves as a recognition of an event in which all Canadians should be proud. On April 30th, 1975, when Saigon fell to the North Vietnamese Army, it set off a mass exodus of people, many of whom had only one means of...
War on terror! War on freedom! War on freedom! War on freedom! War on freedom!
The House will suspend for one moment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, carrying right on, Mr. Speaker. Wow, okay. On April 30th, 1979, when Saigon fell to the North Vietnamese Army, it did set off a massive exodus of people, many of whom had only one means of escape: on the water. And it was the beginning of a journey that would be fraught with peril and tragedy for millions. In the first few years that followed, a few thousand made their escape from the communist regime, but by 1978 and 1979, these Vietnamese refugees were fleeing from their homeland by the tens of thousands. They arrived in a number of neighboring countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Their plight created a massive humanitarian crisis across Southeast Asia, as many refugees left in overcrowded boats that were, in many cases, unfit to withstand the harsh conditions of the stormy seas. More than 250,000 perished. Some died from illness, some were victims of pirates and kidnappers. It was, by all accounts, a nightmare for all involved. An influx of so many refugees to those countries was more than they could handle. The boat people, as they became known at the time, were sometimes turned away. If they were allowed to land, they were not allowed to integrate into those countries, which led to the creation of several squalid refugee camps. This vast humanitarian crisis required action on a global scale, and the world responded. So, Mr. Speaker, with the aid of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, government officials in each country began the process of resettling the refugees in a number of developed countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Australia, the United States, and, of course, Canada. Canada played a significant role in aiding tens of thousands of refugees after the fall of Saigon. During the humanitarian disaster that followed, Canadians rallied to offer whatever assistance they could. We ultimately brought more than 60,000 Vietnamese refugees here to settle and build new lives across our great country. It is estimated that 34,000 were sponsored by Canadian families, Canadian charities, religious groups, and non-governmental organizations, while another 26,000, Mr. Speaker, were assisted by the Canadian government. The arrival and resettlement of the Vietnamese refugees in Canada is a shining example of how Canadians responded to a global calamity. Canada's compassionate response included families, church groups, and community organizations who took the refugees into their homes, helped them find a place to live, to find employment, and get their kids into school. This exemplary moment in Canada's history of humanitarian protection was a contributing factor to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees awarding its Nansen Refugee Award to the people of Canada in 1986, and it was the first and only time that this prestigious medal was awarded to an entire nation. Canada was forever changed and enhanced by the events following the fall of Saigon and the exodus of the Vietnamese refugees, not just demographically and culturally. In addition to the development of a strong and vital Vietnamese Canadian communities thriving in many cities across Canada, the Government of Canada enshrined its private partnerships of refugees programs in a fundamental part of Canada's refugee and humanitarian resettlement program. The community and church groups that sponsor refugees to come to Canada continue their compassionate work today to the betterment of Canada, refugees, and their families from around the world. Mr. Speaker, this bill would designate April 30th as Journey to Freedom Day in Canada, and it would honor our Vietnamese Canadian population by showing our support to a community which has flourished in this country, economically, culturally, and socially. The Vietnamese community in Canada have demonstrated their loyalty and their love of Canada. We are building on a tradition of commemoration well established in communities of displaced Vietnamese people from across the globe. It would also be a significant day for all Canadians, many of whom united in the mid to late 1970s in the face of a humanitarian catastrophe to welcome more than 60,000 Vietnamese refugees to a new land, a place to call home. It was an inspiring time as the Government of Canada and the people of Canada exhibited their humanitarian spirit to the world. All Canadians deserve a day to remember, to show their considerable efforts and to show the world that we are a caring and a compassionate nation. Journey to Freedom Day would not be a legal holiday nor a judicial day, but a day that would solemnly acknowledge the events of that dark time in history with respect to the sorrows of those refugees who were lost to illness, malfeasance, or the cruelty of the turbulent sea. It would also be a day with a deep sense of hope for those who became Canadians and a strong sense of pride, Mr. Speaker, for those who helped make that happen. And as it happens, Mr. Speaker, it would also serve as a fitting way to begin Asian Heritage Month, which begins the following day on May the 1st. With the passage of this bill, April 30th would be a special day of commemoration for the Vietnamese Canadian community, followed directly by a full month of reflection and celebration of the contributions of all Canadians of Asian heritage. Canada values its relationship with the country of Vietnam, grounded in mutual respect and partnership. We look forward to building on this very key relationship into the future. We owe it to those who have become Vietnamese Canadians, however, to also acknowledge their true journey to freedom, Mr. Speaker. Today, there are more than 220,000 Vietnamese Canadians who have integrated into and enhanced this country, who contribute to our growth and prosperity as vibrant members of Canadian society. The bonds that they have forged here have been deep and enduring, and Canadians are rightfully proud of our role in their journey to freedom, which began almost 40 years ago. Mr. Speaker, I strongly encourage all members to join me in supporting Bill S-219. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to start by saying that this bill has been introduced in the Senate, a place which is already undemocratic, a place where there is no elected officials, where there's no real accountability. So that's where I'm going to start my speech from, Mr. Speaker, because this bill comes from a place where there is no accountability for the work that's being done, and specifically what happened in the committee, where it was a very biased process. I want to talk, I guess I should start by giving a little bit of a background of the bill. This bill, in the short title, is that this act may be cited as a Journey to Freedom Day Act, and it really is to establish April 30th as Journey to Freedom Day to commemorate the capture of Saigon by North Vietnamese forces on April 30th, 1975, which ended the Vietnam War and ensuing the emigration of South Vietnamese refugees to Canada, the overall background. And I know I started right away by speaking of what happened in the Senate, and it's because there were people who had requested to make appearances and be witnesses and make testimonials in front of the Senate committee, but were rejected, refused. The ambassador from Vietnam was refused. Anybody who wished to voice dissent, anybody who wished to voice not support for this bill, we're not allowed to speak at the Senate committee, and that's just it's just very biased and unfair process and an undemocratic process. Mr. Speaker, the NDP proudly recognizes the important contributions of Canadians of Vietnamese heritage and the community here in Canada, and which includes the people who came to this country as refugees, and there have been tens of thousands more who came as economic migrants. As a responsible official opposition, Mr. Speaker, we want to be sure that any legislation and any legislative attempt to recognize the contributions of Vietnamese Canadians to Canadian cultural heritage will actually unite Canadians of all heritage, unite the Vietnamese Canadians in this country, but also make sure that all members of the community are included. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, we seek to include as many opinions as possible when this bill does come to committee and ensure that it's an inclusive process. And as the deputy spokesperson for the New Democrats on Canadian Heritage and as a member of the Heritage Committee, I look forward to ensuring that all voices and all opinions are actually heard at the committee stage when the bill comes to us. I want to mention that when this bill was studied, and there's a strong base of support for it, and there's also voices of dissent, and we need to make sure that as responsible legislators we are hearing both sides of the story, or all sides of any story. There's a quote by Mr. Can Lee, who's a former Secretary General of Vietnamese Canadian Federation, and he said, "By approving this bill, Parliament will assure newcomers and future generations of their place in this country, and will prove that Canada's inclusiveness is the foundation of its strength and prosperity." Great. It's great that we heard positive comments about the bill, and there were many more during the Senate hearings that did occur. But, Mr. Speaker, there were absolutely no voices that were heard that spoke against this bill. And from what I'm learning, there are quite a few, because my office has been inundated with emails and phone calls, and I've met with members of the Vietnamese community in Toronto who are not in support of this bill, and are very hurt that their voices are they're not being allowed to use their voice, because they had requested to appear before the Senate committee and were refused. Were not allowed to speak in front of the Senate committee, and there was a brief that was sent in to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in hopes that it would come before the committee, that I was given by a member of the community in Toronto. And they point out that the bill offends and marginalizes most of the people it purports to honor by assuming that they would join former Saigon military officers in commemorating the fall of Saigon on April 30th. The majority of Vietnamese Canadians will never join that commemoration. This is what I'm reading directly from a brief that I was given. And so that clearly shows that there's a divide in the community. And as responsible legislators, we need to make sure that all voices are heard, and that did not happen in the Senate. And I really do hope that we will be able to get to the committee phase and ensure that all voices are heard. The second main point that they identify in this brief is that the bill exploits the boat people and the Canadians who helped them by using them to justify having a national day to commemorate the fall of Saigon military regime, a divisive, partisan political event that most of them will not participate in. Once again, they're outlining that there is a divide and that they don't want a bill that is commemorating the fall of a regime or commemorating something that only part of the community here wants to commemorate or be part of. It's important that we hear all voices, and that has not happened in the Senate committee. Mr. Speaker, if I seem a little repetitive, it's because I'm purposely repeating the fact that the Senate was extremely biased and did not allow all voices to be heard. The third main point that they outline in this brief is that the bill slights Canadian forces by falsely claiming that they were involved in the Vietnam War. The bill does not give credit to Canadian forces for carrying nearly all of the refugees from Asian camps to Canada. And I tend to agree a little bit with that because Canada was not involved in the war. Canada actually didn't have a participatory role in the war, yet Canada was the country that was a safe haven. Our forces went and helped people to remove them from the camps when they fled Vietnam and went to other countries, and that's not being recognized in this bill. And what I'm hearing from members of my community is that it's divisive. Why can't we move forward in a way that we can actually have something that we can all, as Vietnamese Canadians, as Canadians of Vietnamese origin, can actually all come together around and make sure that it's inclusive for everyone rather than just a small group of the people who live in Canada now from Vietnam, or even many people who were born in Canada, who are Canadians, who are Canadian-born Canadians and not naturalized Canadians, but we're all Canadians, and they're saying we want to all be included. Further in the brief, it's a pretty long brief, and I'm not going to read all of it to you, Mr. Speaker, but further in the brief, they mentioned that the problem is that there were waves of refugees or waves of migrants who came to Canada from Vietnam. And the first wave were people who were of the Saigon regime, people who were working for the government, the Saigon regime at the time, who fled after the end of the war, which was April 30th. So that April 30th date is tied very closely with the war. And many people are affected by the war. Whenever a war happens, many people are affected. I know from personal experience, I was born in a war zone and know the personal experience, lived experience of being in a war. So no matter how you spin it, life is impacted severely by a war. And what I'm hearing is that people don't want this day of commemoration to be about the war, at the end of the war. They want it to be about showing their gratitude to Canada. And that gratitude date is not April 30th, 1975, which was the end of the war, but they're saying, why don't we adopt July 27th, 1979? Because that was the first date that refugees were brought into Canada by the Canadian forces. So why can't we even consider that option? And I wish I had more time to go more into it. Mr. Speaker, I've had petitions sent to my office of this one I'm holding has more than 222 signatures from people all across the country who are saying that the process was severely biased and that it's seriously flawed because it was undemocratically put forward. There was no transparency in the bill. They're suggesting that another date, July 27th or any time in July, be set aside as the date, because that would help the community come together and not be further divided. The community wants to stand together to commemorate and to show their gratitude for Canada. And this bill, it says it's about giving gratitude, but really it's called the Journey to Freedom Day Act or bill. Which journey to freedom does this bill actually talk about? That's the real question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honored to take part in this debate on Bill S-219. And actually, Mr. Speaker, before I read my notes, I would like to comment on some issues that were raised by previous speaker, I don't think there's a full understanding that she has on issues surrounding that journey to freedom. You know, I would speak on more of a personal note, because I come from the country, and I came to Canada. I came from the communist country, from the communist regime. And many people that came before me were escaping, were trying to escape the regime that they didn't want to live in. The same thing happened with those poor boat people. They were escaping. They didn't want to live in a regime, in a communist regime, and face oppressions. Mr. Speaker, 250,000 people died trying to escape from the communist regime in unsafe boats. Doesn't this speak for itself? I mean, I don't know who needs an explanation. The comment that was made that the ambassador of Vietnam wasn't invited. Well, Mr. Speaker, ambassador of Vietnam represents the current government of Vietnam. It is not the democratic government. Let's make it very clear. Therefore, I would not be surprised that the ambassador of Vietnam would not be in support of this bill and creating a day to commemorate those brave people that were trying to escape and face and find safe haven here, like many others did. Mr. Speaker, after the war, Canada opened arms for a lot of people that came from Polish territories, people that took a journey, terrible journey. They were sent by Russians to Siberia. Many of them died, hundreds of thousands. Nobody will ever know the number. They joined the army. They fought alongside Canadians. And after the war, they had no country to go back to. They came to Canada. Many of them came. Generations in the 80s were able to leave the communist Poland. They were stranded in refugee camps across Europe and other countries in the world. They found a safe refuge here. And we can repeat and repeat the stories of many groups from many places in the world. Canada has been always strong in supporting those that are oppressed, those that are denied basic human and democratic rights. And this is what this bill is about. Let's not confuse anybody. This is not a bill to divide communities. We have to fully understand who is a part of a community and who is not. Mr. Speaker, on April 30th, Canada's Vietnamese community commemorates the end of Vietnam War, a day that this legislation would recognize as a journey to Freedom Day. It was on this day in 1975 that the fall of Saigon led to the exodus of over 840,000 Vietnamese citizens. They were prepared to take great risks, and many were even prepared to die rather than suffer at the hands of the communist regime. Many of those who fled the brutal regime had to resort to extreme measures. They fled on crowded, unseaworthy boats in hopes of escaping to their freedom. Tragically, many of the Vietnamese boat people didn't survive the perilous journey. More than 250,000 of them drowned, starved, or were attacked by pirates. Miraculously, more than 60,000 of Vietnamese refugees did succeed in making their way here to Canada. Canadians welcomed refugees with open arms and even invited them to stay with them in their homes. More than half of the refugees were privately sponsored by generous individuals and groups of Canadians from all walks of life. Thanks to the overwhelming generosity and support of Canadians, entire refugee families were able to resettle here and build a new and peaceful life. The resettlement of such a large number of refugees in such a short amount of time was a tremendous achievement, and Canada's humanitarian efforts and compassion were recognized internationally. In response to these efforts, in 1986, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees awarded Canadian people with Nansen Medal which is the refugee equivalent, is equivalent of the Nobel Prize. This is the only time an entire country has been recognized with this honor, and for this, we should be all proud. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-219 aims to designate April 30th as Journey to Freedom Day. Not only would it commemorate the perilous journey 40 years ago of Vietnamese refugees to Canada, it will also pay tribute to an incredible humanitarian role played by thousands of Canadians, community and church groups, who opened up their hearts and found ways to welcome Vietnamese refugees here in our great country. As April 30th is already recognized by our Vietnamese community, it is appropriate to designate this day as a national day of remembrance. It would serve to commemorate the lives lost and the suffering experienced by those during the Exodus. It would also mark their arrival to freedom and the gratitude of the Vietnamese people to the Canadians for their generosity. Mr. Speaker, it is a Canadian tradition to commemorate tragic lessons in history so that they are never repeated. We believe we must not ignore the past, and this includes those shameful parts of our own country's history. Indeed, perhaps it is the memory of one of our own darkest moments that contributed to such an outpouring of generosity from Canadians towards the Vietnamese refugees. It is with great shame that Canadians recall the tragic decision to turn away the MS St. Louis in 1939. The outcome of that disturbing decision should not be forgotten. After being turned away by Cuba, the United States, and finally by Canada, the ship was forced to return to Europe, where almost 1/3 of its passengers ultimately perished in Holocaust. To memorize and educate Canadians about the MS St. Louis incident, a powerful memorial is now located at Pier 21 in Halifax, where the ship should have landed. On this day, we would mark a tragic period in history, but we would also commemorate a very important part of our country's proud humanitarian tradition. The outpouring of support from Canadian people during this time underscores our country's commitment to providing protection to the world's most vulnerable. It would also serve to remind all Canadians of how fortunate we are to live in one of the most free and democratic countries in the world, that we are proud to stand up for our values, our freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. It should also be noted that this period in Canadian history is one that is not as well known among younger Canadians today. Unlike the First and Second World Wars and Korean War and Cold War, the Canadian connection to Vietnam War is often overlooked. I know, Mr. Speaker, you're showing me to conclude. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would say that the resettlement of Vietnamese refugees it's a very important part in our Canadian history. And that is why so many Canadians have voiced their support for this bill and are enthusiastic about the National Day of Commemoration. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. It's a great bill, and we all, as Canadians, will be proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate with his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I'm humbled to be speaking after my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville, who spoke from the heart of his personal experience under living under the regime of a communist government, and who knows from what he speaks. So I'm very honored to be speaking after him. You know, Speaker, this year marks the 40th anniversary of the fall of Saigon. when the forces from the north invaded, breaking the Paris agreements negotiated 1973, invaded the south, and took over South Vietnam with the fall of Saigon on April 30th, 1975. Speaker, we put forward this bill originating in the other place, and I am so honored to be the co-sponsor of this bill in this House, because it serves three purposes. Number one, it marks April 30th as a day of commemoration of the fall of Saigon, when the communist forces of the North invaded the South and took over the country. Number one. Number two, Speaker, this bill serves as a celebration of who we are as Canadians. We took in some 60,000 boat people, refugees, who under extreme circumstances made their way to Canada. We made them Canadian citizens, and they are now proud Canadians. And that is the story of Canada, Speaker. Canada is made up of people from all over the world. We're all immigrants. We're all from some other place. And we come here because we come for hope and opportunity. That's what Canada represents to so many people around the world. And, Speaker, people come here to escape persecution. They escape hatred, and they come here for a better life, yes, for themselves, but more importantly for their children, so they can realize all of their dreams. That is why this bill is so important. And third, Speaker, this bill serves an educational, a pedagogical purpose, so that Canadians, whether you're Vietnamese, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Polish, it doesn't matter, but we should all know the history of each other. And April 30th is a significant day for the Vietnamese people, but it is also a significant day because it marked a time when freedom ended for a group of people around the world. And our young people need to know that. They need to know that living in Canada bears certain responsibility, because we live in such a great country, because we live in a democracy as we do, that we have responsibility. We have a responsibility to remember all of the past atrocities that occurred around the world, from the Holocaust to the Holodomor to the Armenian genocide. These are all important facts of global history, but yes, Canadian history. So, Speaker, that is why it is so important that all members of this House support Bill S-219. Yes, because April 30th is a significant day in global history. But more important, the symbolic nature of this bill stands tall, that we as Canadians remember and we do not forget. And that is why we must in this House, when the time comes to show our support, to all stand in unanimity to support the Journey to Freedom Day Act, Bill S-219. So I ask all members to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Adler, seconded by Ms. Ambler, moved that Bill S-219, an act respecting a national day of commemoration of the exodus of Vietnamese refugees and their acceptance in Canada after the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed. All those in favour will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 25th, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. Refuse du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi S7, loi sur la tolérance zéro face aux pratiques.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship, I believe, has 5 minutes remaining in this address. The Honourable Parliament, is that correct? Or, pardon me, 2
minutes.
Order. One moment, please. Could the Chair clarify? Does he have 2 minutes remaining, or questions and comments? It's my understanding that the time for the speech has expired and that we are at questions and comments at this point. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's with a great sense of purpose that I'm participating today in this debate on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. And I'm supporting this legislation because I believe that men and women are equal, and our government believes that men and women are equal. And passing this bill is critical to ensuring that immigrant girls and women have the same chances to position themselves for success in Canada as men and boys. Now, Canada has opened its doors to many people who've left their home countries to come here for a better life. Many have come for the rich opportunities, and many have fled persecution in search of safety and security. We want to ensure that they can live here in safety and security. We want them to know that they can live freely because Canada upholds the enduring principles of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Those apply equally to men and women. And we can't just talk the talk. We have to walk the walk. And this bill is an example of that today. We can see, even in this House, that immigrant women are making great contributions to Canada. And I think of my fellow colleagues who are immigrant women, MPs from Vancouver South, Richmond, Fleetwood Port Kells, just to name a few, who were born elsewhere. And they've been elected to Parliament, and they work every day toward a better Canada. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, we all owe it to immigrant girls and women to ensure that they are not hampered from making great contributions to Canada by discriminatory cultural practices, barbaric cultural practices like early and forced marriage, like polygamy, and yes, so-called honor killings that have no place in this country. Indeed, we have zero tolerance for such practices in Canada, and this bill sends that strong message. To that end, the Government of Canada is taking concrete steps. Already, our government is providing women who are newcomers to Canada with a whole range of services and programs to help them build their skills so they can enter the workforce and get great jobs here. And I've had the opportunity to participate in the graduations from some of these programs. And, you know, I have to tell you that it truly is inspiring. They have such vim and vigor and, you know, desire to get out and make a contribution. Two great organizations in my community that are doing this work, among many, are Calgary Immigrant Women's Association and Immigrant Services Calgary. And they do things like co-op programs for professional women, job retraining, and mentorship. But shockingly, the groups that work with many of our immigrant women and girls also report that when they have left countries where barbaric practices are common, they find themselves subjected to those here. In the most recent speech from the throne, our Conservative government committed to ensuring that barbaric cultural practices do not occur here on Canadian soil. The Government of Canada, the people of Canada, will not tolerate barbaric cultural practices that hold women back. And that's the bottom line. It's up to us to ensure that immigrant women and girls are not being subjugated through isolation and violence. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill codifies that in law. It says that practices like early and forced marriage, like polygamy and honor-based violence will not be tolerated. Women and girls seeking a better life for themselves here in Canada should never be subject to living in constant fear under threat of violence or death simply for living their lives, for choosing whom they wish to marry, for seeking out better opportunities for themselves. These practices are antithetical to the fundamental Canadian values of freedom and gender equality in which I firmly believe. According to Justice Canada, reports from criminal court cases, from the media, and also from refugee decisions, there were at least a dozen killings from 1999 to 2009 committed in the name of so-called honor. These are premeditated killings, Mr. Speaker, killings of girls and women, murders by family members. I'm haunted by a case in my own hometown of Calgary in March 1991 when 20-year-old Kulvinder Dulé was gunned down with her husband and a friend in a parking lot outside the mall by her family, by a family member. And Ontario was rocked in 2009 when 4 strong, vivacious women, the Shafias, were murdered by their own family in Kingston. We are prosecuting such crimes under our current laws, but we know that immigrant and newcomer women and girls face additional barriers when it comes to protecting themselves and seeking assistance compared to women who are born here in Canada. There were a reported 219 cases of forced marriage alone from 2010 to 2012 just in Ontario, and all of those individuals reported being victims of violence. These practices have a very negative effect on families and on societies at large, in addition to the communities in which they occur. Mr. Speaker, Bill S7 is the latest example of this government taking strong action to protect women and girls. Our government has also recently updated Canada's Citizenship Guide. It's called Discover Canada, and the Newcomers Orientation Guide called Welcome to Canada, to clearly state to people coming to Canada and people that want to be citizens, Canada's openness and generosity does not extend to harmful cultural practices like forced marriage or gender-based family violence. And this is a great step, Mr. Speaker, and I've talked with our immigration minister recently about expanding the scope of the distribution of these to all of our embassies worldwide. But our efforts don't stop there. The Status of Women, a committee on which I'm privileged to sit, has also invested $2.8 million for community-based projects that address harmful cultural practices. Justice Canada and the Status of Women co-chair an interdepartmental working group on early and forced marriage, on honor-based violence, and on female genital mutilation. Since 2009, Justice Canada has been busy holding workshops. They've held 6 workshops, specific sector workshops with police, crowns, victim services, child protection officials, and shelter workers to build capacity with the people who work with these issues on the front lines. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, we do know that more needs to be done to protect girls and women in our immigration system. That's why Bill S7 is so necessary. I should say that to ensure the effectiveness of the measures in this bill, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration went and consulted with immigration advocates and others in this field for many months across the country to formulate the policies that would stop violence and abuse. And they told us barbaric practices do still occur on Canadian soil and we need to act. And they made very important recommendations and advice that was included in this bill. That led us here to where we are today. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act would, 1, send a clear and unambiguous message to Canadians and newcomers that such practices are verboten. They would strengthen our laws to protect Canadians and newcomers from these harmful practices. For example, by ensuring that people know that it is a crime to participate in these barbaric cultural practices. And we would remove the defense of provocation in the case of so-called honor killings. We would declare that the practices of some cultures are not consistent with Canadian laws, this is 3, and that Canadians will not tolerate cultural practices that deprive individuals, girls and women, of their human rights. To repeat, this bill will support women and girls who have come to Canada for a better life. It will make it clear that under no circumstances do Canadians accept or allow the propagation or enactment of barbaric cultural practices that target women. Aruna Pap, who is a victim of early and forced marriage, says this about Bill S7. The government's Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act recognizes the plight of these women. In presenting this bill, the Government of Canada, in effect, says, as a Canadian citizen, you too deserve a life free of violence and coercion. For this I am grateful. For this I too am grateful, Mr. Speaker. This bill needs to become law to prevent more young victims like Aruna Pap. Mr. Speaker, I implore the opposition who refuse to stand up for those victims, who say action is not needed with such a small problem, to support this bill, to think of Aruna Pap, of Lee Marsh, of the 4 members of the Shafaya family, of all the victims of these barbaric practices. Mr. Speaker, I know both opposition parties say that they are in favor of women's rights. Yet both parties voted against Bill S2 to give Aboriginal women long denied matrimonial property rights last year. That's a game changer for them. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my honourable colleagues, and especially those members of the opposition who sit with me on the Status of Women Committee, to lead their colleagues and stand up for women and girls. Vote for Bill S7. Stand up for victims of violence and abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague's speech. In the introduction, she established the fundamental principle of equality between men and women, a principle that we support very clearly. My question for her, when I look at Bill S7, which appears to contain many views that call on dealing with the fact of what they would do once an event has occurred. So in Bill S7, I'd like her to tell me what measures there are that talk about prevention, support, or education that would prevent what we want to criminalize from happening in the first place.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much for that question, and I take the member at his word, and I hope that he will show that he does stand, and his party does stand for the equality of women by supporting this bill. And what this bill does in the prevention angle, and that is one of the most important aspects of this bill, is sending a message to immigrant men and to other people in the community at large that these practices, barbaric cultural practices that are sometimes practiced in the countries from which our immigrants come, that they will not be tolerated in Canada. That will be in the criminal code. It will be clearly defined. They will know that the defense of provocation, which is often used in other places as a way of justifying the horrific act of killing your daughters because you disagree with whom they wish to go out or wish to marry, that this is not acceptable in Canada. And that is exactly the message that Immigrant Services Calgary, the Calgary Immigrant Women's Association are telling me these people need to hear. They need to hear it in Canada, and they need to hear it before they come to Canada so that they're aware that they cannot continue these practices in this country on Canadian soil. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank and congratulate my colleague for that excellent speech regarding Bill S7. It's a very important piece of legislation because it seeks to protect the most vulnerable, these young girls that in many cases have absolutely no choice. I wonder if I could ask the member the following question through you, Mr. Speaker, and quite simply it's this. When we have children that are born and raised here in this country and at a very young age find themselves having to deal with a situation where they're being forced into a marriage in another country, quite often during a summer break from high school, their parents force them to go overseas to marry someone that has been promised to someone else at the date of the birth of the child. I wonder if the member can tell us what she hears in her communities about the impact on these young ladies who feel powerless today in being able to speak out so that these kinds of things do not happen. Bill S7 clearly puts the measures in place that will prevent such atrocious acts from happening in families in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I really feel grateful when I have colleagues that will stand up for young women like my fellow colleague who's asking me this question today, and I think it's critical that we have the support of men for these sorts of bills. And in the case of forced marriages, and I'm sure all of us in this House have actually know of cases or have heard of cases close to them where we know of someone who has been coerced or is fearful of being coerced into a forced marriage. This bill will make it a crime to take a young girl out of the country for the purposes of a forced marriage. It'll give the opportunity to have passports revoked in some instances, and it will show those young girls, because their friends will tell them, other people will tell them, did you know that that's not allowed in Canada? That's illegal in Canada. They can't make you do that in Canada. My own niece told me she had an example of someone in her university class who told her that this was a situation that she was being placed in. Fortunately, I don't think it happened, Mr. Speaker, but it is something that is happening. 219 cases in Ontario alone between 2010 and 2012, and those are just the ones we know about. We must act, and thank you for that question to my honourable member colleague.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if we should be counting in months or days, but as of May 2nd, I will have been here for 4 years in this House, and each time I rise, I acknowledge that it's a great privilege for me to speak. The problem, however, is that today it's not only a question of privilege, but an opportunity or a chance, in fact, to speak, because we are nearing the 100th time the government has imposed time allocation. So in this House, where apart from this procedure, we're debating a bill that originated in the Senate, not the House, it's under time allocation, and that will limit me to 10 minutes. 10 minutes to speak to an issue as important as the one we are dealing with here today. Now, I know that I'm taking 1 minute of my 10 to speak about these procedural vices, and I'm taking away from the 10-minute period I have for my speech. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important to send a very clear message out that the place for debate on these issues is this House, and that each member should have an opportunity to speak to these important issues and the time they need to express their views, which is less and less the case. Now, having said that, let's get to the heart of matters. But again, before I express the criticism I have with respect to S7, I would like to insist or express very clearly the fact that we are totally opposed to polygamy, forced marriage, and underage marriage. These practices are very deeply contradictory to the values that we share in Canada and Quebec. We condemn this violence experienced by women by refusing to associate with these practices, with specific cultural groups. And for everyone monitoring the debate, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that this bill is something that has a short title to putting an end to barbaric cultural practices. The short title of the bill shows again their poor performance and their misunderstanding of cultural realities.
By claiming that cultural groups hold a monopoly on this violence, the Conservatives are doing something they do very often. They're creating division, and they're stimulating a witch hunt. Along with playing on racial prejudice, Bill S7 at best reproduces provisions that already exist in the criminal code, and at its worst would lead to aggravating unintended consequences that would hurt women and children who are the victims of violence. Let me talk about some of those. This government has a long tradition of poor legislative measures. For example, let's look at the measures put in place in March 2012 to crack down on fraudulent marriage. Those measures require a sponsored person to live 2 years with their sponsor. If the sponsored person fails to fulfill that obligation, they can face criminal charges and risk being deported from Canada. And it's this fear of being deported that reduces these sponsored persons to silence when they're faced with family violence or other kinds of discrimination. The result is that women who are sponsored and abused must stay silent and are excluded from society. Similarly, Motion M505, which was tabled by a Conservative member, purported to attack forced marriage by tightening legislation on marriages by proxy or distant marriages. Once again, the Conservatives completely missed their target, and it was refugees who largely use proxy marriage. By wanting to fight this practice and wanting to fight forced marriage, the Conservatives have instead been preventing family reunification for refugees. Bill S7 shows, once again, that the Conservatives seem to be happy with this title of being poor legislators. Bill S7 would prevent conditional permanent residents from being protected from expulsion if their spouse is a polygamist. This bill would criminalize the participation of minors in forced marriage. That could seriously hurt their future, as they would have a criminal record for the rest of their lives. So this bill is counterproductive. Instead of dealing with problems at the source, the Conservatives are concentrating their efforts on a bill with a sensationalist title that is designed quite simply to win votes. By trying to mark points with their electoral base, this government is putting in place, instead of trying to mark political points with their base, the government should be putting in place a consultation process for all so that we can truly fight the question of violence against women. Despite the recommendation of experts and groups that consulted at the Senate committee, the minister has decided to ignore what they've said and ignore their warnings on the unfortunate effects of Bill S7. The minister has chosen to move ahead with small p politics by ignoring the opinions of experts and community groups. The Conservatives here are showing a very unfortunate level of superficiality. This bill would modify the Civil Marriage Act to include the idea of consent that is free and enlightened. However, this is simply something that already exists in the Civil Code in Quebec and in the common law in the other provinces. And there are major gaps in this bill. Often, sponsors are more familiar with the ins and outs of the immigration system than the immigrants that they are sponsoring. By taking away from sponsored immigrants a process that would give them information on the basic rules for immigration, this bill abandons these people and creates a great risk of social and economic inclusion. Once again, the ideas of education, awareness, and support services are left behind for purely electoralist reasons from this government. The NDP's approach is much clearer. As I mentioned, the approach that the minister is trying to put in place here is reductive and is punitive. The NDP, on the other hand, has an approach based on raising awareness, on prevention, and on offering services to improve the integration of immigrants to Canada. First of all, we are proposing an amendment to this bill under which the victims of forced marriage and early marriage would be exonerated from conditional permanent residency. This exoneration would protect vulnerable women from violence or abuse committed by their sponsors. This conditional permanent residency forces the sponsored person to live under the same roof as the sponsor for 2 years. And if the sponsor is violent or abusive, it is essential that we get rid of this requirement of spending 2 years under the same roof. At the same time, we're calling on the government to introduce in this bill a provision that would guarantee an offer of service of prevention and aid services to the victims of forced and early marriage. I know that my time is running out quickly, Mr. Speaker, so I will conclude by saying that for all of these reasons, and those that I didn't have time to enumerate, unfortunately, I will oppose this bill at second reading. That having been said, I reiterate our total condemnation of forced marriages, polygamy, and early marriage. However, this bill creates more problems than it solves. And here, once again, this is a triple failure from the Conservatives. A legislative failure because S7 has a number of undesirable effects that will lead to increased exclusion of women and children who immigrate to Canada. And there's a lack of consultation and a failure of the Conservatives' approach to fight violence against women by refusing to put in place our national action plan to fight the violence against all women in Canada. I will end there, Mr. Speaker, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
I just wanted to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that there was a fairly glaring omission in the member opposite's speech today in that he neglected to mention honor killings. He did say that he was opposed to polygamy, forced marriage, and underage marriage, even though he's voting against them, which to me is unconscionable, Mr. Speaker, but makes no mention of being against forced marriage, against honor killings. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely serious thing. Girls and women being killed by their family members under the guise of them having dishonored them for somehow deciding that they want to date someone or marry someone. And I believe that the honourable member should be asked about that, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to ask, does he really believe that he should be withholding, denying support for women and girls who are facing these kind of barbaric practices under the guise that he somehow doesn't like them being called cultural practices, which, Mr. Speaker, I should point out the United Nations calls them.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and it gives me the opportunity to get a little bit more into the subjects that I didn't have time to talk about, and I didn't have time to talk about them because we're under time allocation, and I only had 10 minutes for my speech. It's clear that I am totally against honor crimes, but the defense that I'm making of our point of view notes that Bill S7, as proposed by the Conservatives, like many of the bills that have come from this government, gives an image that they're tough on crime. But at the same time, what's the reality? Well, they say that after the crime is committed, they're going to act strongly. What I think this bill should contain, and what we have called for many times, are measures to prevent these crimes, and that the people who are the targets of this kind of crime have the means, both financial and the knowledge resources that they need to be able to become Canadian citizens as quickly as possible, aware of all measures that are available to them.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I understood my colleague's speech, this is a bill that is punitive. There's nothing preventative in it. There's no help for those who might be considered victims. It covers points that are already covered by other laws, and it risks, for example, deporting people from Canada who have done nothing wrong. So what is the goal of this bill? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that my colleague understands this bill the same as I do. The goal, if there is one, well, seems to be very clear. It's trying to win votes based on fear, to win the support of the Conservative base, and, well, I see that, no, there's nothing in Bill S7 that talks about prevention or support. And every time we ask the question to our friends from across the way, well, it's clear that the answers are all the same as the bill. They don't seem to see the need, or they don't seem to be open to amendments that would improve this bill. And every time they come up with the same black and white rhetoric, positive, negative, for, against. And that's unfortunate because the reality is much more nuanced rather than that. And that's something we never see in Conservative bills.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to participate in the second reading debate of Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. I'm sure everyone in this House agrees that all people in Canada have the right to be free from violence and to reach their full potential. It is a sad reality, however, that there are people in Canada, principally women and girls, who are subjected to a forced or early marriage. Prior to or within these marriages, these victims experience various forms of violence, and because of these marriages, they are hindered in their ability to fully and successfully participate in our free and democratic society. I would like to take this opportunity to focus my remarks today on the specific issues of early and forced marriage. An early marriage is a marriage that takes place before one or both individuals involved have reached the minimum legal age of marriage. International studies have shown that a girl married at an early age can face domestic servitude as well as sexual and domestic violence. Girls are predominantly the victims of child marriage, increasing the risk of violence and creating a significant barrier to achieving gender equality, as they are regularly forced to disrupt or abandon their education. A forced marriage is considered to be a marriage which takes place without the free and enlightened consent of one or both individuals involved. As with early marriages, forced marriage are predominantly perpetrated by the victim's own family members. The consequences of a forced marriage are numerous, including repeated sexual violence and possible physical assault and domestic servitude. We have seen tragic cases in Canada and around the world where individuals who have refused to enter into a marriage against their will or who have left a forced marriage have been brutally assaulted, even murdered by their family members. Our government takes the safety and well-being of Canadians, and particularly children, very seriously, and is firmly committed to protecting vulnerable Canadians from all types of violence and to holding perpetrators accountable for their acts. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act proposes important legislative measures to better prevent Canadians from being victimized by early or forced marriage. Changes to the Civil Marriage Act would set a new national minimum age for marriage at 16 years, formally entrenched in federal law the existing requirements that each party to a marriage enter into and with their free and enlightened consent, and that any previous marriage must be officially dissolved before a new marriage is entered into. There is currently no national minimum age below which a marriage is legally invalid. Under the Constitution, setting the absolute minimum age for marriage is a matter of federal jurisdiction. Yet, apart from federal legislation that sets a minimum age of 16 years for marriages in Quebec, the minimum age elsewhere in Canada is set out in the common law or court decisions. Remarkably, this old common law sets the minimum age at 14 for boys and 12 for girls. It is time we modernize and set in legislation an absolute national minimum age of 16 for marriages in Canada. Many have questions why this bill proposed the absolute minimum age of 16 as opposed to 18 years. The short answer is that there can be exceptional circumstances where a mature minor wishes to marry and has already engaged in a significant commitment with their partner, for instance, where they have a child in common. This approach is also consistent with the majority of like-minded countries that also have 16 as an absolute minimum age for marriage and 18 as the free age for marriage without any additional requirements for consent. Between age 16 and the age of majority, either 18 or 19, depending on the jurisdiction, the Provincial and Territorial Marriage Acts provides additional safeguards to help protect young people from marriages that are not in their best interest. Bill S7 proposes an amendment to the Criminal Code so that it would be criminal offense for anyone solemnizing a marriage, whether they have legal authority to do so or not, who does so knowing that one of the parties being married is under the age of 16 years or is marrying against their will. Mr. Speaker, This is a pretty strong deterrent, and it sends a clear message that solemnizing these marriages is not only illegal under the civil law, but is also a crime. To complement the underage marriage offences, Bill S7 also amends the provision of the Criminal Code that set out the minimum age for sexual activity. As you will recall, in 2008, this government increased the minimum age of consent to sexual activities from 14 to 16 years, with exception for those who are in close in age and where the parties were married. Because there was no national minimum age of marriage at the time, the exception for married couples was retained. I am proud to say that Bill S7 will change that. Once this legislation is in force, it will be illegal to marry a person under the age of 16, which corresponds to the age of consent for sexual activity. There will no longer be a need for an exception where the victim is below the age of 16 and married to the accused. This bill would also amend the Criminal Code to make clear that anyone who actively participates in a marriage ceremony with full knowledge that one or both of the participants is under the age of 16 or is marrying against their will may be criminally liable. This will not apply to a person who is merely present at the ceremony, even if they know that the party of the marriage does not consent. In order to trigger the criminal offense, the individual must play an active role in ensuring that the ceremony takes place while knowing that it involves a child under the age of 16 or a person who is being forced to marry against their will. Moreover, there have been cases of Canadian children being taken abroad to be married at an early age and forced into marriage. This is simply unacceptable. This bill would make it a crime for anyone to remove a child, ordinary resident in Canada, from the country with the intent that the child be subjected to an underage or forced marriage abroad. Finally, this bill would introduce a new peace bond in the Criminal Code, which would be available where there are reasonable grounds to fear that an underage or forced marriage will occur. The new peace bond would permit a court to impose conditions precluding the defendant from making arrangements related to the marriage of a potential victim, requiring him/her to surrender travel documents and preventing him/her from leaving the country with a potential victim. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration traveled across Canada, conducting roundtables with various cultural communities, and participants told him that early and forced marriage is still a harsh reality in this country. While the opposition refused to support this legislation, our government is taking a stand and making it clear. Forced marriage, honor-based violence, or any other form or harmful cultural practices are unacceptable and will be not tolerated in Canada. In closing, this bill will provide individuals, communities, and criminal justice system authorities with the tools that are needed to tackle these issues. I encourage all members of the House to support Bill S7. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Baudois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to the speech given by my colleague, and it goes without saying that the concerns expressed about violence against women and girls are definitely concerns that we share. At the same time, there's something else that's concerning. If you look at the title of this bill, so without saying that these practices are acceptable, if you look at the language that's used, we're very concerned. And this was something that was brought up in the other place during the study there. And yes, we want to do everything that we can as legislators to protect women and girls and stop violence against women. But when we use terms like barbaric in the title of the bill, does the member not feel that this is a slippery slope and a way of deforming debate instead of dealing with the crux of an issue as important as this?
Member for Pickering Scarborough East.
I would like to thank the member for the question. It is an interesting question. You know, we are not hiding behind the words. I just want to reiterate that the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act demonstrates that Canada's openness and generosity does not extend to early and forced marriage, polygamy, or other types of barbaric cultural practices. Canada will not tolerate any type of violence against women or girls, including spousal abuse, violence in the name of so-called honor or other, mostly gender-based violence. Those found guilty of these crimes are severely punished under the Canada's criminal law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Pickering Uxbridge or Pickering Scarborough East for his speech on against barbaric practices, and in particular focusing on marriages of forced marriages, and in particular, I know I wanted to thank the member for his support of my private member's bill, which disallowed a form of forced marriages, that being telephone, fax, internet, and proxy marriages for the purposes of immigration, and asking the government to change those regulations, again, so that newcomers to Canada and new Canadians would understand clearly that this kind of behavior, these kind of practices would not be tolerated. And so I wanted to ask the member if he could comment on the opposition's, in some cases, for example, the Liberal leader has stated that the use of the term barbaric in particular is not warranted when talking about these kinds of some of these practices. I'd like to know what the member from Pickering Scarborough East thinks about that, and in particular the government's efforts to acknowledge that these are in fact practices that are barbaric. Should we be doing this, and why is it so important for the government to do so?
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much for my colleague from Mississauga East. I would like to tell one thing. We are here in a great country, in a democratic country, and we enjoy our freedoms and our liberties. Unfortunately, there are some actions which are not in line with our history, our culture, and our democracy, which build in a very difficult way, but we are living in this beautiful country. So what is very important, it is to don't hide behind the words barbaric, and they are barbarics, of course they are barbarics in our concept. We should look forward, and we should reenact, we should develop the legislation, legislation which is outdated. We need to implement it. We are evolving. In future, we are not going back in the past. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill S7, the Senate bill to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. It's commonly called the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. So before starting to talk about the content of this bill, I would first like to talk briefly about the title, which was criticized quite harshly during the debate in the Senate by people who work on the front lines, who try to help people who might be affected. The short title is, as I mentioned, Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices, and this reinforces prejudices against certain cultural and ethnic groups and sets them apart from other parts of society. We know that this particular issue is problematic and we need to tackle it, but we need to make sure not to divide people because it does not help these minority groups. This is very problematic language, and it creates fear and prejudice against certain groups. The issue is a very serious one. polygamy, forced marriage, underage marriage are certainly scourges that we have to work to eliminate. Women who are in these situations have to be helped, and Canada needs to take action. But this bill, in our view, is not the answer to violence against women. We should not take this cultural approach. In fact, the bill might even worsen the problems that exist when it comes to forced marriage. It could further endanger women who are in these situations of forced or underage marriage. The government is fear-mongering with this bill, and the bill does not deal with the issues that it purports to, that is, forced marriage and underage marriage. We have analyzed the bill, and it is our view that it could have very serious consequences by penalizing the victims of polygamy, by separating families, and doing harm to women. So this does not help those who are in the situations that are mentioned in the bill. The government says it wants to help women, but in fact, the Conservatives are doing nothing to provide services that women need in the community. Across Canada, there are groups that help women, and they are seriously underfunded. I discussed the situation with a group in Montreal, the Southeast Women's Association, that works with women, with families, and, Mr. Speaker, they do a great deal of work with very few resources. So what do the people on the front lines say that we need? Well, they would call on the government to provide for safe, affordable housing to start with. And this would help the families and women concerned. They also need resources to provide psychological help for families. As you can understand, Mr. Speaker, people in these situations can often be traumatized, and so this kind of help would be very useful. The groups that work in the community also know that women are traumatized by having to deal with the legal system, and therefore, if we provided the help that was needed in the communities, this would help women. But there is nothing in this bill that would strengthen those resources. The bill may also have very negative consequences. This government has a habit of bringing in legislation without consulting the communities concerned and without looking at the effects on women. I want to talk about a few legislative measures that the government has already brought in where they did not consult people across Canada. For example, in March 2012, the Conservatives introduced new measures to crack down on marriage fraud, including a requirement for a sponsored spouse to live with their sponsor for 2 years or face deportation and possible criminal charges. Now, the government was criticized because there were negative consequences. The bill left women vulnerable to abuse since women are reluctant to report abuse if they fear losing their permanent residency. This is a negative consequence, therefore, for women, because women are afraid to report any abuse. the Conservative member for Mississauga South, who spoke in the House today, introduced a bill, or a motion rather, in April 2014, Motion 505, which purported to attack forced marriages by banning marriage by proxy, by telephone, or by fax from qualifying for spousal sponsorship. There may have been a good intention behind the legislation, but though we need to take steps to deal with forced marriage, this measure was criticized because it focused its energies in the wrong direction. Often, refugees are the ones who are involved in distance marriages, and the measure does nothing to really help family reunification. In fact, it limits it rather than dealing with forced marriage. So those are measures that have negative repercussions for women and put them in a more difficult situation. I would like now to speak a little about what we would have liked to have seen in this bill that would really support women who are victims of abuse or in forced marriages. We would have liked to see a conditional permanent residency provide to these victims. We have heard from witnesses that have said that this would be helpful. It came out very clearly that the conditional permanent residency that was introduced by the Conservatives in October 2012 made residency conditional on living together. And this residency would be revoked if women did not live with their sponsor for 2 years. So that was the bill that was introduced by my colleague. We need to allow wives and children of an individual who is deported to remain in Canada. So we would like them to be able to stay in Canada because they have settled there. We want to be able to protect victims. That should be our priority. This bill doesn't take into account the realities that victims face and the fact that they are afraid to report abuse. It is a punitive bill, and this is why we oppose Bill S7.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, I would like to thank her for her speech. She raised a point, and I raised a question about this to a colleague who spoke from the other side a little earlier. The government says that they want to have zero tolerance for these acts. Well, of course, everyone, as my colleague said, is against violence against women and wants to deal with the issue. But the question that the Conservative members can't seem to answer is why they've used such terms in the bill's title rather than deal concretely with this problem. Why not take real steps, deal with the problem, consult the cultural communities, and deal with everyone equally rather than deal with exceptions as this bill does and target certain groups? Does she not feel that this is a problematic approach? The Honourable Member. Yes, indeed. The very title of the bill shows that the government wants to use this bill for political purposes. It targets certain cultural communities. We know that the problem can arise in every segment of Canadian society. The government has no credibility when it comes to violence against women. They should set up a national inquiry to look into the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. They refuse to do this, and they have done little to help women across Canada. So this is a bill that the government will not amend, and they're not taking into account the real issues.
Okay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to speak during the debate on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer a bit of context. 5 years ago, the Government of Canada introduced a new citizenship guide called Discover Canada, which is used by prospective new Canadians to learn about Canadian citizenship and to prepare for their mandatory citizenship test. Since its introduction, the guide has proven to be popular not only with newcomers to Canada, but with many Canadians interested in learning about the rights and responsibilities that come with being a citizen of our great country. One of the important points made explicit to all readers of Discover Canada is that men and women are equal under Canadian law, and the guide states that, quote, Canada's openness and generosity do not extend to barbaric cultural practices that tolerate spousal abuse, honor killings, female genital mutilation, or other gender-based violence, end quote. Although the equality of men and women is not only the law, but a fundamental Canadian value, unfortunately, violence against women and girls continue to affect tens of thousands of Canadians each year, and barbaric cultural practices still exist as a reality for many Canadian women. The effects on victims are devastating and far-reaching and impact our children, homes, and communities. Mr. Speaker, in its most recent speech from the throne, the Prime Minister unambiguously committed to take concrete steps to prevent and eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls in Canada. Bill S7 is exactly such a step, and its passage would meet the throne's speech commitment by helping to ensure that barbaric cultural practices, including underage and forced marriage, do not occur on Canadian soil. If and when implemented, the measures in this bill would improve protection and support for vulnerable immigrants, especially women and girls, and indeed for all Canadians in a number of different ways. They would render permanent and temporary residents inadmissible for practicing polygamy in Canada. They would strengthen Canadian marriage law by establishing a new national minimum age for marriage of 16 years old, and by codifying the existing legal requirements for free and enlightened consent for marriage and for ending an existing marriage prior to entering another one. They would criminalize certain conduct related to underage and forced marriages ceremony, including the act of removing a child from Canada for the purpose of such marriages. They would help protect potential victims of underage or forced marriages by creating a new specific court order peace bond where there are grounds to fear someone would commit an offense in this area. And they would ensure that the defense of provocation would not apply in so-called honor killings and many spousal homicides. Mr. Speaker, all of these proposed amendments are practical and effective measures that would strengthen the protection of vulnerable individuals in Canada, and that would help address the problems stemming from harmful cultural practices. In my remaining time, I would like to elaborate on some of these measures. I will start with those that address the practice of polygamy. While it is against the law in Canada to practice polygamy or to enter into polygamous union, and that ban has been upheld as constitutional, this is not the case everywhere in the world. Indeed, some newcomers to Canada come from countries where polygamy is legal and culturally acceptable. So to complement existing criminal law and prevent polygamy on Canadian soil within the immigration context, Bill S7 would create a new inadmissibility in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act for anyone practicing polygamy in Canada. This would enhance existing immigration tools to render both temporary and permanent residents inadmissible for practicing polygamy in Canada, and regardless as to whether there is a criminal conviction or misrepresentation. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn my attention to measures in Bill 7 that would address the problem of early and forced marriage by amending the Civil Marriage Act. It may surprise some to know that Canada has no national minimum age for marriage. Only in federal law applicable for Quebec is the minimum age set at 16 years old. In other parts of Canada, common law applies and sets the minimum age as 14 for boys and 12 for girls, although historically it went as low as age 7. Bill 7 would set a national minimum age of 16 years old for marriage, which would make it clear the underage marriage is unacceptable in Canada and will not be tolerated. Other amendments to Civil Marriage Act proposed in Bill S7 would codify the requirement that those getting married give their free and enlightened consent to the marriage, and also codify the requirement for the dissolution of any previous marriage. Bill S7 would also help prevent forced or underage marriage by amending the criminal code to criminalize actions that are deliberately taken for the purpose of helping such marriages occur, and to create a new peace bond that would give courts the power to impose specific conditions on an individual when there are reasonable grounds to fear that a forced marriage or a marriage under the age of 16 will otherwise occur. Finally, measures in Bill S7 would also amend the criminal code to address honor killings, as well as other spousal homicides, so that lawful conduct by a victim can no longer be legally considered as provocation that reduces the seriousness of the murder. This will not only prevent the defense of provocation from being raised in cases of honor killings, but will also bring our criminal law in line with Canadian values, which hold people responsible for their murderous rage even where they were verbally insulted or otherwise had their feelings hurt by some lawful conduct of the victim before the killing. Mr. Speaker, the opposition to this bill is unfounded. The NDP member for Parkdale High Park suggested that the government give more resources to frontline agencies. Is the member opposite even aware that since 2006, under this government, settlement funding has been tripled from below 200,000 million to almost $600 million? In fact, on the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, we heard from these settlement organizations where they asked that we give them more tools to help with so-called honor-based violence. It is clear while the NDP refuses to take any actions, our government is taking steps to ensure that so-called honor-based violence does not continue on Canadian soil. The Liberal Party refuses to even admit that these practices are barbaric. The leader of the Liberal Party believed that the term was too harsh. Here is another example, Mr. Speaker, of the Liberal Party not standing up for what is right. As usual, they refuse to stand up for victims. Mr. Speaker, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act is an important piece of legislation that sends a clear message to individuals coming to this country that harmful and violent traditions are unacceptable in Canada, and I hope all honourable members will support this bill at second reading. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this bill,
there are women and children who could be sent back to their country of origin. So if they're happy here in Canada, I assume they wouldn't want to be returned with their spouse or father to the country of origin. Are the Conservatives, or can the member tell us whether the Conservatives are prepared to amend the bill to protect those people so that they aren't victims aren't removed?
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone knows, that the NDP refuses to take any action, and since we came in the government, some 30 bills, 30 or so bills have been passed, and I wonder if the member has supported any of those bills. The bills that addresses the issues to deal with the criminals and give the victims the rights they deserve. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, that we are very clear on this side that we will not tolerate any spousal abuse and so-called honor killing or other gender-based violence in our Canadian society, and it is very clear that polygamy is not allowed or should not be or must not be, I would say, allowed on Canadian soil, and that's the bill is all about, whether it is polygamy or honor killing or spousal abuse. And we on this side strongly believe that spousal abuse should not be allowed and there should be consequences.
Questions and commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, that doesn't answer my question at all. Secondly, does he not think, because we're talking about women and polygamous marriages, that those women, if they're being told they would be sent back to their country of origin, wouldn't say or talk about what's happening? They won't dare talk or speak out against their husbands, so it would serve no purpose to have legislation like this, because women who are afraid of being sent back to their country of origin wouldn't say that there is a criminal act being carried out here.
Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member is referring to those spouses who are sponsored and are still under the conditional permanent residence. And our government, Mr. Speaker, has taken action to protect vulnerable Canadians, particularly women and girls, from early and forced marriages and other harmful cultural practices. And I will remind the member that through the information for sponsored spouses and partners, we advise immigrant women that those who are subject to conditional PR and who are victims of abuse or neglect do not have to remain in an abusive situation. And this kind of brochure created by CIC also informed them how to contact CIC and others and where they can help find. Thank you. Find help.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment, and just in regards to issues that the department is ultimately responsible for, that one of the big issues that I have found consistently has been the issue of just the processing times of marriages. And when we talk about different types of arranged marriages, that it is important that we can recognize that to a certain degree there is certain arranged marriages that do occur today that are in fact quite acceptable by modern standards. And I wonder if you might want to provide some comment on that.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what this bill has to do with arranged marriage and other marriages, but I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, that of course the Liberal Party, they do not want to talk about protecting the women and the girls or who are either forced to be married under age and or are forced to live in polygamous relations. So here on this side, that it's very different. And by the way, the Liberal Party leader, as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal leader, he refuses to admit that these practices are barbaric. As I said, the Liberal leader believes that the term is too harsh. But this is another example, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party does not stand for what is right, and as usual, they refuse to stand up for the victims.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for BC Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that standing ovation that I just received. In preparing for this brief speech, I wasn't exactly sure how I wanted to begin, but after reading my background notes, I'm kind of left to wonder why this piece of legislation has even been introduced. It's becoming evident to me that this government, this Conservative government, really isn't interested in making Canada a better place in which to live. In fact, sometimes I think it's the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We have seen a number of pieces of legislation introduced with sensational titles such as this one, Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, that play to the emotions but often lack in substance. We've seen this with various so-called tough-on-crime bills introduced in the past years in spite of the fact that our crime rate is falling. In the U.S., which has an alarmingly high rate of incarceration, there are discussions now to reject this punitive and primitive approach that's not working, and that other measures are needed to ensure that those found guilty can return safely and become productive members of society. In other words, that's the approach that we have always had in this country, at least until very recently, Mr. Speaker. So a lot of what is presented by this government is meant to, I would say, to increase the fear amongst Canadians of problems that may not even really exist. Let's look at C-51, for example, a bill that gives sweeping powers to this government to infringe upon our rights and freedoms. You know, thousands of Canadians took to the streets last Saturday to protest against the draconian measures of this bill. And the sad truth is that we already have adequate measures to protect us from terrorist threats or under this existing legislation that we have. So I believe, and I'll venture to say that a lot of these bills, I think, are just a simple waste of time. It could be, rather than, concentrating on crime and fear, perhaps we could realistically tackle issues that are facing us, such as climate change, poverty, the lack of affordable housing, the erosion of our healthcare system, the thousands of working poor that we have in this country. Monsieur le Président, les spécialistes.
Mr. Speaker, experts at the Senate Standing Committee on Human Rights have explained how criminalization alone does not resolve the problem and would in fact exacerbate it. In fact, several sections of the Criminal Code already provide avenues of remedy to the offenses targeted in this bill. Instead of politicizing the issue of gender-based violence, this government could enforce the legislation already in place. It must also commit a national action plan to fight violence against women, including greater investment in organizations that provide services to women who are victims of forced marriages or underage marriages. Mr. Speaker, of course, we agree that no woman, regardless of race, should be subject to gender-based violence, includes the practices of forced marriage or underage marriage. This bill may also have serious unintended consequences, including criminalizing the victims of polygamy, criminalization and deportation of children, and separation of families.
I get the impression sometimes here that a lot of these bills that are presented aren't really thought out. You know, a bill is presented, then we get the opinion from the legal profession that says, well, maybe it won't stand up to court challenges, or maybe it's not quite well written and thought out. And I think this one, that falls into that category.
Instead of a sensationalized bill that doesn't get to the root of the problem, the minister should commit to widespread and meaningful consultations with community groups and experts so that the real issue of gender-based violence is addressed in a meaningful and effective manner. The government must also increase investments in organizations that provide services such as safe and affordable housing, counseling, navigating the very complicated and often traumatizing family, criminal, and immigration legal system.
The thing is, what's happening, Mr. Speaker, with this bill is that what I've learned in going through some background information is that the information here is it often duplicates our existing laws. For example, the bill changes the Civil Marriage Act to make free and enlightened consent legal requirements for marriage, but these requirements are already part of the Civil Code of Quebec and common law in other provinces. The bill limits the defense of provocation, ostensibly to exclude honor killings, but, once again, Mr. Speaker, courts have already ruled that the concept of honor and a culturally driven sense of what is an appropriate response do not count as provocation under the criminal code. Canadian criminal law already provides recourse relevant in most cases involving forced marriage, prior to and after the marriage, as well as in cases of traveling with a minor with the intent to force them to marry, including, and I'm just going to list these, Mr. Speaker, because it's important. It's important for my colleagues here to understand that a lot of this information that we're discussing and we're voting on, we have adequate measures in our current legislation. For example, uttering threats, Section 264.1 of the Criminal Code, criminal law, assault. And I'm not going to go list all the different sections. I'll just list what we talk about that we already address: sexual assault, kidnapping, forcible confinement, abduction of a young person, procuring feigned marriage, removal of a child from Canada, extortion, sexual offenses against children and youth, failure to provide necessities of life and abandoning children, abduction of a young person. Moreover, spousal abuse, abuse of a child, and abuse of a position of trust, and so on. So we have to ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, and I'm asking myself, is if in fact we have provisions in our current legislation to address these issues, why are we taking time to do another bill? And I would like to submit, perhaps we're doing this because this government wants to sensationalize certain aspects of our society and play to the base, play to this fear factor that I talked about before. You know, Mr. Speaker, witnesses at the Senate committee hearings pointed out that immigrant women often have significantly less information about the Canadian immigration system and legal system than their sponsoring partners, which allows their sponsors to threaten and manipulate them. But this bill makes no provision for providing women with basic information about immigration rules or with adequate integration services. Families that have suffered from violence and harmful practices need adequate supports and programs, especially since the challenges faced by survivors of forced marriages are unique. But this bill makes no reference to support service. And that's an interesting point, Mr. Speaker. We've seen, for example, the sensationalism about Bill C-51 and this anti-terrorism bill and all the provisions that are going into the bill, but there's really very little to talk about resources. Resources to people on the field, resources to our police, resources to others that keep our society safe. Or in this case, resources that are provided for the safety of women. You know, it's no secret that under this government, women's centers have lost funding, that the organizations which support violence, which work with women who are undergoing violence and spousal abuse, don't have the resources that they had a decade ago. And yet at the same time, we see a bill that supposedly is addressing this situation, but there's nothing on the ground. There's nothing to help those people when they approach a center, if in fact a center exists, if it's still allowed to exist. You know, Mr. Speaker, according to UNICEF, if Canada wanted to ensure the protection of children from human trafficking, it must recognize that Canadian children who become victims of trafficking largely end up that way as a result of a series of failures in the protective system. Many live in low-income families without adequate access to community support services that could prevent the risks of exploitation. Many need educational support and mental health services, but don't receive them. You know, Mr. Speaker, what I found interesting in Denmark, for example, in 2008, the parliament there unanimously passed a law making it a criminal offense to force anyone to marry. But 6 years after the law was enacted, the police have not yet charged a single person. The courts have not convicted anyone under the act. So we have to probably ask ourselves why. Well, what Suzanne Fabricius, head of the National Organization of Women's Shelters for their state, she doesn't think this had any impact on protecting women, and the fact that it might have backfired and driven the problem underground, Mr. Speaker. So I rest my case with that. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thanks very much. I listened to the long list of barbaric practices that the member wished to actually focus the government's attention on, homelessness being one of them, the tragedy that's challenging and terrifying Indigenous and Aboriginal women in this country, the barbaric practice of tolerating poverty and thinking that tax cuts are something going to present new housing to people or jobs to people when in fact our youth unemployment rate in particular is unbelievably cruel, and yet we see no action. And I'm also interested in wondering if there are any other practices that if you make it illegal 2 or 3 times, you think you might eliminate. In other words, if you make murder illegal 3 times, as polygamy is now being made illegal twice, if you impose national standards where provincial standards are already in place and therefore reinforce the law by making a redundant law even more presented and more debated, are there any areas where redundancy is in fact effective?
The Honourable Member for BC Southern Interior.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, but I'd like to, and I agree with the intent of the question and the fact that we have existing laws, and just because we have add a 3rd or 4th law doesn't mean that problem is going to go away. I mean, but I'd like to share with him an experience I had last week. I was driving in my riding, and I saw this hitchhiker with a big backpack on his back and rings in his nose and tattoos, and I thought, I'll give this guy a ride. And I said, by the way, I'm stopping here to have some lunch. Would you like to have lunch? And he said, sure. I said, where are you going? I'm going to Summerland. Oh, that's interesting. And he didn't talk much, but as we were having lunch, he opened up. He said, I've been on the road for 10 years. I'm a homeless person. He said, there are hundreds of us around this country, hundreds of us that are angry at what's going on in the system, that we can't access the system, and that there are people in power that have no idea what's going on. And I think that, to me, just illustrates, in a small way, what's happening in our country today.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to my colleague's speech, and I'd like to hear his opinion, because whether we talk about homelessness or all of the terrible violence that women face, does my colleague see anything in Bill S7, a small paragraph even, that talks about resources for organizations that work on the ground when people look for a helping hand or help to get out of a difficult situation? The Honourable Member for BC Southern Interior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And the answer, of course, is no, and as I mentioned in my speech, this is what we see throughout the Conservatives' legislative measures. They want to change policies, but they don't put the resources in place to do it. They want to send our soldiers to war, but we don't have resources to help them when they come back. They want to help women, but they don't want to have a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, as has been discussed many times in this House. So in my opinion, the best way to help people, first of all, is to look at what's already being done and see what resources are there, and we don't have enough, and add resources. That would be the logical thing to do to deal with a problem that exists.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby, Oshawa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to participate in this debate on Bill S7. It's the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. And this bill reflects the high priority our government places on supporting women and girls' ability to live violence-free lives. As a standing member of the Status of Women Committee, I'm proud of the many actions that the government has taken to address violence against women and girls. This bill is another important example of these efforts. Allow me to provide just a little bit of context. One of the most important actions that we've taken is to increase the funding for the women's program at the Status of Women Canada to record levels. We've invested over $153 million in more than 750 projects since 2007. This includes over $70 million for projects to end all forms of violence against women and girls. In fact, through Status of Women Canada, close to $3 million has been provided in support of projects to eliminate harmful cultural practices using community-based approaches. These projects are building partnerships with cultural community organizations, settlement, legal and law enforcement agencies, and school boards. This has resulted in the development of comprehensive collaborative strategies that address violence against women and girls, committed in the name of so-called honor. For example, a project in Montreal, led by Shield of Athena Family Services, is providing training to liaison workers from cultural communities in order to identify at-risk situations and identify sources of assistance for the victims. We also partnered with the Indo-Canadian Women's Association in Edmonton, Alberta, in a project that mobilized the South Asian and Middle Eastern communities, service providers, faith organizations, teachers, and students to help develop strategies to end this form of gender-based violence. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act represents another very important step we can take as a country to end gender-based violence. It will help ensure that no young girl or woman in Canada becomes a victim of early or forced marriage, polygamy, violence committed in the name of so-called honor, or any other form of barbaric cultural practice. In the most recent speech from the throne, our government highlighted the fact that millions of women and girls worldwide continue to be brutalized by violence, including through the inhumane practices of early and forced marriage. That's why Canada is leading international efforts to address these cultural practices as violations of basic human rights. In fact, the elimination of child early forced marriage remains a key priority for Canada. And at the most recent meeting of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women in New York, just this past March, it was raised again. And we are committed to ensuring this cultural practice doesn't occur on Canadian soil. The measures in this bill, amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code to provide more protection and support for vulnerable individuals, primarily women and girls. They do it in a number of different ways. They would render permanent and temporary residence inadmissible if they practice polygamy in Canada. It would strengthen Canadian marriage laws by establishing the new minimum age for marriage to 16 years of age, and by codifying the existing legal requirements for free and enlightened consent for marriage and for ending an existing marriage prior to entering another. It would criminalize certain conduct related to knowing participation in underage and forced marriage ceremonies, including the act of removing a child from Canada for the purpose of such marriage ceremonies. They would help protect potential victims of underage or forced marriages by creating a new and specific preventive court-ordered peace bond where there are grounds to fear that someone would commit an offense in this area. And finally, they would ensure that the defense of provocation would not apply in so-called honor killings and many spousal homicides. This bill sends a clear message to anyone coming to Canada and those who are already part of Canadian society that these practices are incompatible with Canadian values. Like all other forms of violence against women and girls, they will not be tolerated here. However, it is abundantly important to note that all Canadians need to be part of the solution. No single government or person or community organization acting alone can achieve these goals. We must rededicate ourselves as a society to changing attitudes and changing the conversation by underlining the fact that violence of any kind, including violence against women and girls, is never acceptable or normal behavior. We need to continue to empower girls and women to speak out. We must keep working together to increase the responsiveness of our system to address the needs of victims and survivors. And we must keep taking actions like the measures contained in this bill. And as I said earlier, these practices simply will not be tolerated on Canadian soil. Mr. Speaker, the opposition does refuse to take action. They want more studies and more analysis. But, Mr. Speaker, the time to take action is now. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration spent his summer going from coast to coast to coast, talking to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's the victims of these barbaric practices that are asking him to take action. It's the actual victims that are supporting this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act represents another important step that we can take as a country to help women and girls live violence-free lives. And that's why I'm proud to say that I will be supporting this bill, and I urge all honourable members of this House to do the same. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's already a legal requirement for free and enlightened consent in the Civil Code and the common law in Quebec and in the other provinces. The courts have already recognized that honor is not a valid defense under the criminal code, and there is also adequate recourse for forced marriage under the law. So why are we reproducing these measures in a new bill when we could quite simply apply laws that already exist?
The honourable member for Whitby-Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is being brought forward simply because it needs to be addressed. We're being asked to address it by the communities that are most affected and the people most adversely affected by these situations. The honor killings, the polygamy, the taking children overseas to their home country, their parents' home country, to have them married to someone and brought back here underage, all of these things that are existing and happening. We can now, if we have proper legislation and proper laws to address these things, will allow us to have this society that can protect these young girls, protect women in a situation that the existing laws just do not provide.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very difficult to appreciate in any way this government's lack of attention at dealing with violence against women and girls. When you take a look at what provinces, municipalities, First Nation leaders, many different stakeholders are saying about the 1,200 plus murdered and missing First Nation Aboriginal women and girls, and the Government of Canada, this Conservative government, is the only body in Canada that seems to believe that a public inquiry is not necessary. Having said that, my question, Mr. Speaker, is recognizing, polygamy, forced marriages, early marriages, domestic violence. These are all actions in which all Canadians do not support. There are some mild steps within the legislation, but my question is specifically in regards to the Prime Minister's office and his determination to label legislation. Why is it necessary to label culture as a part of the Act when we know that all societies have different forms of gender violence that occurs? Why incorporating culture? If the government wanted to make an amend and make it better legislation, at least change the title that the Prime Minister's office is suggesting and delete the word culture. Would the member not agree that it is inappropriate to be putting the word culture in the title?
The Honourable Member for Whitby Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's the word that's being used is actually cultural. It's not culture, it's cultural practices. And the specific items within this bill do deal with specific cultural practices that are abhorrent to women and girls.
Order. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a very simple question. In a previous answer, my colleague said that the government has felt obligated to act because of pressure from communities asking for this. However, our criminal code already has answers to all of their questions. Is that not a clear demonstration of the fact that what communities need is support on the ground so that there can be education, support, and information to help deal with situations that are already dealt with under the criminal code?
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable members want to get very specific, there's some things that do not and are not covered in existing law. And this is a very comprehensive thing. It is for specific protection of women and girls. And there are barbaric practices. There's many that aren't even verbalized here today because they are so gross you wouldn't want to discuss them. And if you want to see things like that happening to young girls where they are mutilated and you want this bill to ignore those things, well, it's not happening. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where we're dealing with reality, and we certainly want to address it properly, as we've been asked to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm really, really happy and very honoured to be able to stand up today and to speak in support of Bill S7, the zero tolerance for barbaric cultural practices. Mr. Speaker, I think that for many of us there are very special issues that are dear to our hearts, and issues that when we're able to bring forward legislation that's important and that is helping Canadians, it's especially gratifying. And I can tell you 2 years ago when I was able to stand up and speak in support of S2, a bill that was not widely talked about, a bill that was completely opposed by the opposition parties, a bill that was virtually ignored by mainstream media, but a bill that had amazing and profound impact on Aboriginal women because it gave back matrimonial property rights for the first time. I shouldn't even say gave back. It for the first time gave matrimonial property rights to Aboriginal women. Aboriginal women now have real matrimonial property rights, and it's because of this government, it's because of that piece of legislation, and it's because we took a leadership role on a somewhat complicated and a difficult issue. And we're doing the same thing today, Mr. Speaker, with this bill with S7, whereby, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at an issue and a problem that primarily victimizes girls and women. We're looking at it in terms of what we as a government can do. And certainly as with so many issues that negatively affect our country, at the heart of it is people's hearts and our people's feelings and attitudes towards women, towards marriage, towards certain practices. Ideally, those change first. The hearts and minds of people change first. But as legislators, we can't change people's hearts and minds the way that only they can change their hearts and minds. What we can change is legislation. And we can change laws, and we can give law enforcement tools that they need to help protect the most vulnerable. In this case, we certainly are talking about primarily women and girls. And I think all of us, as I've listened to some of the comments from across from the opposition, I think all of us agree that the following practices are unacceptable. We would describe them as barbaric. They are wrong. They are not acceptable in Canada. They are forced marriages. I think we all agree that is wrong. We all agree that early marrying very, very young girls is also wrong and should be stopped. We agree that in Canada, not only is polygamy wrong, it's illegal. And certainly we all would 100% to the degree, we would agree that honor killings are absolutely wrong. There is no defense of any of these practices. So, Mr. Speaker, then the next thing we need to agree on is what are the best ways that we can stop these practices? What are the best ways we can combat them? What are the best ways that we can support women who find themselves in these situations? But preferably, how can we stop these situations from happening? And that's where S7 comes in. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we've made a number of changes to a number of introducing a number of changes to a number of pieces of legislation that are already in place, and together we believe that they form a good package whereby we can protect women from some of these practices. First of all, we are raising the age of consent for marriage to a minimum of 16, and that's across the country. Now, different provinces do have different minimum ages. Some are extremely young, I think as young as 12 or 14. We want that to be uniform across the country so that there is a minimum age with consent of marriage. So the bill will establish a national minimum age of 16 for marriage to protect our most vulnerable in society, namely our children. The Civil Marriage Act will also be amended to codify the legal requirements for free and enlightened consent to marriage and the requirement for ending an existing marriage prior to entering another. So that will remain consistent. The other step that we're going to be taking, Mr. Speaker, is changes to the Immigration and Refugee Act in regards to polygamy. So in relation to polygamy, this bill proposes amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to specify that a permanent resident or a foreign national is inadmissible on the grounds of practicing polygamy in Canada. The bill would prohibit both temporary and permanent residents from practicing polygamy in Canada and providing for the removal of non-citizens who practice polygamy in Canada without the need for a criminal code conviction or a finding of misrepresentation. So what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? That means if you live outside of Canada, you're not a Canadian citizen or resident, and you practice polygamy and you want to come to Canada and you want to live here permanently or temporarily and you are a polygamist, we will not allow you into Canada. Polygamy is illegal in Canada. We are sending the message loud and clear. Polygamy is illegal. It is not allowed. It is not tolerated in any way, shape, or form. And we are going to ensure that if you are practicing polygamy, you will be removed from the country. So that's step number 2. Step number 3, Mr. Speaker, is addressing the whole issue of people who participate knowingly in forced or early marriages. So this will send also not only a strong signal, but with penalties attached. So this proposed amendment addresses a gap in the current legislation by creating offenses which focus on the active participation in the forced or underage marriage ceremony itself. Well, what does this mean? Essentially, the bill proposes two new offenses for anyone who knowingly celebrates or aids in a marriage ceremony where one or both of the spouse is either under the age of 16 or is marrying against their will. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think we can compare this to violence. I think if anyone knowingly participates or celebrates or encourages violence towards another person, there are penalties for that. And if somebody knowingly encourages, participates, is active in a forced marriage or an early marriage before the age of 16, there will now be an offense for that, and that offense will be created in this new legislation. It will include those who conduct the marriage ceremony and also those, such as family members, who have a full knowledge of the circumstances but still actively participate. These two new offenses will be punishable by a maximum of 5 years imprisonment. Now, we also want to make sure that it's an offense if you try to remove a child from Canada for the purpose of a forced or underage marriage outside of our country. So you can't take a child from Canada and move them to a different country for the purpose of forcing them into marriage. That will also be an offense. Now, there have been disturbing cases of this, and Canada protection officials currently lack the tools needed to intervene and prevent the child's removal from Canada. This bill would change that by making it an offense to remove a child, as I stated. I believe that these will help not only prevent but also deter the removal of children for these harmful practices and punish the perpetrators. Now, I've heard that many victims of forced marriages are reluctant, and I think this makes sense, and it's something that we wanted to address. Many of these victims are very reluctant to come forward, to contact the authorities prior to the marriage because they don't want their parents or their other relatives prosecuted, and I think it's very understandable. We want to make sure that young women are not feeling this pressure. So currently, where there are reasonable grounds to fear that a person, including a family member, will cause personal injury to another person, they can be brought to court and ordered into a peace bond or a court order to keep the peace and to be of good behavior. Other conditions can be imposed, including that the person have no contact with a person who fears for their safety. A person subject to a peace bond could be prosecuted if they breach that order. So Bill S7 really is giving the power to courts to help protect these girls without necessarily laying a criminal offense, but basically saying to the perpetrator, here's a peace bond on you. If you break this law, then there will be a criminal charge. So really it does both. It protects these young women, but it also gives them a sense of a peace and that they know that they're not going to be prosecuting their relatives. I'll just include that this would also mean that the person would have to surrender travel documents, and they'd have to refrain from making arrangements or agreements in relation to the marriage, and they would have to participate in a family violence counseling program. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last part of this bill that I'd like to speak to is removing, it's in relation to the whole honor killing issue. And we definitely know that it is an issue, and it's something that, again, as legislators, we have to look at every way that violence can be inflicted on the most vulnerable, and in this case, primarily women. And honor killings, I think, are just some of the most horrible that, as we look and see women, girls who have been killed because they dated somebody, or they wore the wrong clothing, or they got a tattoo, or they went to a bar. Mr. Speaker, all of those, we see girls who have been killed in Canada in the name of honor. Right now, provocation still is a defense. We want to remove that loophole. We want to remove that as any kind of possible offense. And so we're going to be changing provocation. Provocation is not if somebody dates somebody outside of your faith or your culture. Provocation is not if you go to a bar or you wear earrings or get a tattoo. That is not provocation. So we're absolutely, in no uncertain terms, removing that. And we are making it so that provocation would have to be something that was actually illegal and punishable by law. So, Mr. Speaker, very proud of this piece of legislation. I support it. I look forward to the opposition supporting it with their vote, supporting the spirit and the letter of this legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister what happens in a situation of polygamy, and I'm talking about a man who has several wives, and if he is deported, what happens to his wife or wives and children? Are they deported as well? Or is there a possibility under this legislation for the woman and her children to stay in Canada?
I do thank the member for that question. Mr. Speaker, at all times we want to ensure that victims, women, are not re-victimized. So, Mr. Speaker, there definitely are a number of measures in place as well as supports in place from the government, both federally and at the provincial level, so that we can support these women if they are victims of forced marriages, of a polygamous situation, whereby they are protected. Mr. Speaker, I think we all know we are one of the most generous, pluralistic and kindest societies in all the world. And so we absolutely would provide protection for these women who are victimized by things like polygamy, as my opposition just asked. Thank you again for the question.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
I heard the member say there are provinces in this country where they will marry 12-year-olds. And I have been searching on Google. I have not found a single province that doesn't require you to be 18 years of age. If you're under the age of 18, the minimum is 16, and you require parental consent. Could she please explain which province 12-year-olds are getting married in?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be very happy to find that. I know I have been told that there are some provinces where actually the legal age for marriage is extremely young. It would be 12 or 14. If I am incorrect in that, I will absolutely correct it. But, Mr. Speaker, I would say that then I would ask that member to also get up, because 18 is not. There are absolutely lower ages for marriage. So we can talk about that. I'm happy to.
Questions and comments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister of State for her important intervention in this particular debate. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, that men and women both have such a beautiful inherent dignity, and it has always caused me consternation that dignity could be deprived by certain cultural practices, and even more insultingly under words like honor, when applied to honor killing, for example, Mr. Speaker. And I would like the Minister of State to comment on how this bill and its measures will enhance and call forth the inherent dignity, particularly of women and young women in this country.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the great benefits of being a Canadian, whether a man or a woman, is our freedom of democracy, our freedom of choice, and as to how we live our lives, as to who we marry, when we get married, as to all of the such important parts of our lives. And, Mr. Speaker, it has been so difficult, whether we've seen it in the news, whether we hear stories of young women and women being killed, being brutally murdered, simply because they did not follow somebody else's wish in terms of who they married. They didn't follow somebody else's belief in terms of where they went, how they socialized, how they dressed. Very, very simple things that all of us take for granted living in Canada. But we see women in Canada who have been victimized by this. And definitely the term honor, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, I think is a matter of the heart. And I think we need to see hearts changed. And again, that's something I think all of us are in our local communities, our organizations, all of us together would like to see a change in the hearts of men and women, so that the true belief of respect and dignity comes from that. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we absolutely will carry forward laws and introduce legislation to protect young women from these kinds of victimizations.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable. There are only 5 minutes for the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened carefully to the remarks and the answers that we've been given from the other side. But I can tell you that we are opposed to polygamy, forced marriages, and underage marriages. We feel that this bill, though, is not an answer to the serious problems of women and the abuse that they feel. S7, in fact, may make the problems worse. Experts appeared before the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights, and they explained that this legislation would not resolve the problems. In fact, it would make the problems worse. A number of provisions in the criminal code already deal with the offenses that are in this bill. The government is politicizing the debate. The government could strengthen the existing rules and legislation. It could come up with a national action plan to deal with violence against women. They could provide better funding and resources for women who are in forced marriages and underage marriages. I heard the answer from the other side answer the question as to whether women in a polygamous marriage would be deported if their husband were to be deported. And the answer was, well, we have measures and protections that can be applied, but in fact there is nothing in this bill that protects conditional permanent residents, that is, women whose husbands are deported, or rather are deported. So the government has to tell us the truth. No women should be subject to abuse, such as forced or underage marriages. This bill may have inadvertent serious consequences for women by penalizing the victims of these practices and separating them from their family and children. The legislation does not attack the source of the problem. The minister should commit to undertaking consultations with communities and experts to really deal with sexist practices. And the government should provide additional funding to frontline organizations to ensure affordable, safe housing, assistance to families dealing with traumatic situations involving their situations. But the Conservatives have brought in a number of other measures of this type. In March 2012, they introduced new measures to crack down on marriage fraud, including a requirement for a sponsor spouse to live with their sponsor for 2 years or face deportation or criminal charges. This bill is called the bill to deal with barbaric practices. In fact, the one I just mentioned is a barbaric practice. Now, there were Cuban women who were married, and they were in my riding, but unfortunately their husbands were violent, and they needed to be protected in a shelter so that they could get away from those violent husbands. But by protecting themselves that way, they were deported, and we lost track of them. In fact, they were going to be deported, so they went underground. They were not guilty of any kind of violence, but it was the men who brought them to Canada who were. It is absolutely unfair to make the victims pay the price. I will be continuing my remarks after question period. Thank you.
Question orale, oral questions. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's tax season, and I'd like to take a moment to read just one of the many emails I've been receiving from middle-income constituents about our family tax cut plan. It reads, I'd like to write and express my appreciation and support for the income splitting reforms. I'm a father of 3 young children, and my wife is able to stay at home and raise our children partially due to your government's friendly family tax support income splitting. You and the Conservative Party of Canada can be assured, like many others, that you have our votes this coming election. I got to like that part, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is committed to taking those important tax savings out of the pockets of my constituents. It's outrageous, but I'm committed to not letting that happen. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting hard-working, ordinary, middle-income families, my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex get it. They know only the Conservative Party will stand up for them.
Hear, hear.
A moment ago, I was somewhat premature in calling for oral questions. We are, in fact, on members' statements. The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's growing evidence that wireless technology may be detrimental to our health and that the current Safety Code 6 is outdated. In this regard, I'd like to thank my colleague from Oakville for introducing Bill C-646 requiring health warning labels on wireless devices. This is a logical first step. I'm also pleased to see that our Health Committee is taking the time to study this issue. Unfortunately, instead of applying the precautionary principle, various jurisdictions across North America have been ramming wireless smart meters down our throats. A number of people are sensitive to electromagnetic radiation or have other health concerns and have refused this technology. BC Hydro charges a punitive opt-out fee of $32.40 per month. Several Slocan Valley residents who rejected this technology have gone through the winter with their electricity disconnected. This is completely unacceptable. The very least that the BC government could do would be to adopt the more reasonable Quebec model of a $15 opt-out fee and monthly charge of $5. BC residents deserve better.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, it won't be too long before we see farm fields spring to life with preparations for the coming year's crop, which is why I want to hearken back to a Saturday evening in mid-February when I had the pleasure of attending the annual Hamilton Wentworth Celebration of Rural Excellence. Mr. Speaker, considering that the celebration took place on February 14th, the very same day that the Canadian Federation of Agriculture says was Food Freedom Day in Canada this year, these award-winning farming operations and individuals deserve our recognition and our appreciation. We enjoy a safe, abundant food supply in Canada. That is why I rise to congratulate and thank the DeBleek family of Lyndon, Ontario, for the forward-thinking farming operation, Jossmar Acres. It was awarded the Hamilton Wentworth Farm Family of the Year Award. I also congratulate Kathy McMaster of Troy, Ontario, who was named the Rural Citizen of the Year. My friend Kathy is a tireless advocate for our rural citizens and causes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as we look to the future, congratulations and thanks to Drew Spolstra, who was recognized as a Rural Youth of Excellence by the Wentworth Junior Farmers that same evening. Farmers feed families, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
You're inspired by the most unexpected people in the most unexpected places, and they leave you with an impact so intense that you are changed in the process. Rob and Nancy Campana of Windsor are two such people. Their son, Rocky, passed away in August of 2012 after attempting suicide. Rocky's life was short, but his work in the LGBT community was large. He helped create gay-straight alliances in the schools and ran yearly in Toronto's Pride Parade. He was a volunteer, a fundraiser, and an activist. His parents knew Rocky wanted his organs donated, but they were refused because he was gay. Even after his death, Rocky was an activist. In 2014, I, along with other MPs in this House, presented petitions to allow gay men to donate organs. Rob and Nancy's love and grief made them activists too. They created Rocky's Legacy and began the annual Run for Rocky, a 5K charity run, raising over $130,000 for Gay Straight Alliances and Safe Schools program in Windsor, Essex, to educate parents of LGBTQ youth, teachers and students. This year's Run for Rocky is April the 12th at Dieppe. Please go and donate.
The honourable member for Okanagan and Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I announce the passing of Carl Tim from my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. Mr. Tim was not a household name in my riding, although many would recognize him, and there's a reason for that. Carl Tim spent many decades involved in community service, both as a dedicated Rotarian and as a Shriner. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House know the good work of Rotary International and the Shriners Organization. But this work would not get done without the outstanding efforts of individuals who volunteer and put service above self. Carl Tim was one of those individuals, and I suspect members in the House know of someone similar in their home ridings. Mr. Speaker, out of respect for the memory of Carl Tim, I would like and ask all members to share a round of applause in appreciation of those Canadians who volunteer and serve our Canadian service organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, residents of St. John's East and all of Newfoundland and Labrador are concerned about the high cost and availability of childcare. Our province has the second highest childcare costs in the country. In local media over the past week, parents told their stories about the serious consequences for their young families or them as single parents trying to cope, be part of the workforce, or continue in education. Some couples pay more than their mortgage and sometimes half their income to obtain childcare. Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem when families with two working parents say they just can't afford to have the family size they want or even have children at all. Fortunately, help is on the way. The NDP has a practical plan for a national childcare system, working with the provinces to deliver 1 million childcare spaces over 8 years, costing a maximum of $15 a day. According to the TD Bank, every dollar spent by government will return to the federal and provincial coffers and more besides. Now that's a plan that everyone should get behind. Real progress for families.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work for Fort St. John Rotary Club's president, Gord Sandu, and new club president, Michael Elphinstone, and not to mention past presidents Trevor Boland, Chuck McDowell, Gus McLeod, and Ray Evans. All are dedicated community leaders who are committed to improving the lives of families in need throughout our region. As we all know, that men and women who participate in Rotary are passionate about their local communities and the world at large. Most significant is Rotary International's work to eradicate polio. To date, Rotary has contributed more than $1.3 billion in countless volunteer hours to help fight polio. This is an amazing achievement and something that all Rotary members should be extremely proud of. It is for this reason that I am pleased to stand today to recognize the efforts of all Rotary clubs in my riding, including those in Fort St. John, Dawson Creek, Prince George, Fort Nelson, and Mackenzie.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a government that honours and that stands with our veterans by implementing the new Veterans Charter, its comprehensive review, and response to enhanced benefits and services. In further honour, our Veterans Affairs Minister went to Washington, D.C. with Devil's Brigade members, like our own Ralph Mayville, as they received, in addition to their Canadian Award, Congress's Gold Medal. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, we've lost many from that greatest generation and are losing our living legacy with increasing frequency as each year passes. As a Delta Company member, friend of the Essex and Kent Scottish Regiment, I joined the regiment and others at the recent HoC Fall dinner, where we honoured those who passed in the last year. Marshal de Jager, Art Deschamps, Gordon Freilich, Howard Large, Jim MacArthur, Roy Rogers, Arthur Rossell, and Hank Thiessen. Mr. Speaker, they may now be gone, but they will never be forgotten.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in the House today to pay tribute to Frank Chauvin, a retired police officer and an extraordinary Canadian. Some of his many awards recognize his greatness: the Order of Canada, the Ontario Medal for Good Citizenship, Windsor Police Service's Gordon Preston Memorial Award, U.S. Department Certificate of Appreciation Award. Yet his true greatness was his unlimited capacity for love and charity. From his work with Aboriginal Canadians through Madonna House to his lifelong commitment to the children of Haiti through the Foyer des Filles de Dieu Orphanage and Health Clinic, as well as shipping humanitarian aid around the globe. Last year alone, Mr. Speaker, 369 containers to 17 countries. His faith was always his touchstone and moral compass. He literally saved thousands of lives in both body and spirit. Windsor has prided itself on its citizens' charitable giving. Frank was our most brilliant light in that regard. Our deepest condolences to his wife Lorraine, his 10 children, 22 grandchildren, and 8 grandchildren. He will be missed.
Mr. Speaker, this week, from March 20th to 28th, 2015, will be Semaine de la Francophonie. The past year has been particularly important for Canada as part of the francophonie in a number of ways, as shown by Canada's leadership and major accomplishments in a host of areas, including maternal, newborn, and child health, child early and forced marriage, and the fight against Ebola. In addition, for the first time in the history of Canada, the Francophonie elected Canadian Michaëlle Jean as Secretary General. The appointment of Ms. Jean, announced at the 15th Summit of the Francophonie in Dakar, Senegal, attracted a great deal of attention and shows the positive influence that Canada has in the Francophone world. Mr. Speaker, I invite all of my colleagues to participate in the various activities that will take place during the Semaine de la Francophonie across the country to celebrate our rich Francophone heritage.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Centre for Product Validation is a project worthy of our support. With only 2 such centres in the world, the proposal from Fanshawe College fills a niche with a made-in-Canada solution, where potential products are tested and expert researchers can suggest improvements. This business initiative will further economic growth in London and create jobs. Economic impacts include potential expansion of existing manufacturing in the region, attracting new business and job creation as a result of increased competitiveness. In addition, the centre would provide skilled graduates experienced in industry product testing with access to the workforce. The Canadian Centre for Product Validation would be a most welcome boost to a region devastated by factory closures and the loss of well-paid jobs. Mr. Speaker, the London business community is squarely behind the proposal, and I support Fanshawe College in this most worthy endeavour.
The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents in my riding of Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River are concerned that the NDP leader has still not reimbursed Canadian taxpayers for the $3 million they use for parliamentary offices outside of Ottawa. This is a violation of rules of the House of Commons. Now he's saying that he doesn't see this money coming out of the pockets of 68 NDP members that misspent these funds. Instead, he expects the taxpayers to pay. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the NDP leader to do the right thing and repay taxpayers immediately. The NDP made appropriate use of taxpayers' funds to run party offices, and their March 31st deadline is fast approaching. When will the leader of the NDP take responsibility and pay back the taxpayers of Canada?
Hear her. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate St. Patrick's Home on the occasion of its 150th anniversary. From its very modest beginnings, St. Patrick's Home has played a foundational role in the City of Ottawa, is recognized as a leader in high-quality residential care. Starting in 1865 with just 10 children and 4 seniors cared for by Grace Sisters of the Cross, St. Patrick's Home has always been rooted in a tradition of care and compassion. 150 years later, it has opened a brand new 288-bed facility, an important addition when we consider that by 2017, close to 1 in 5 Canadians will be over the age of 60. Thank you to the thousands of volunteers, donors, fundraisers, and staff who touched the lives of countless residents and families. It is said, Mr. Speaker, that the extent to which a community looks out for each other is the hallmark of a civilized society. And in this regard, St. Patrick's Home exemplifies the very, very best in what Canadians can be.
Here. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, jihadi terrorists have declared war on us. This is a fact, and it is impossible to dispute. Abu Muhammad al-Adnani, a spokesman for ISIL, praised terror attacks in Canada. ISIL has specifically targeted Canada, urging supporters to attack, quote, disbelieving Canadians in any manner, unquote, and vowing that we should not feel secure even in our homes. And yet, despite this clear and obvious declaration of war against Canada, the NDP still don't get it. According to the Canadian press, the member for St. John's East, an NDP defence critic, said that the fact that ISIL has declared war on Canada is, quote, preposterous as a notion. The only thing that is preposterous is the NDP's continued blindness to the threat that ISIL represents. ISIL represents a real threat to Canada. This is why we are not sitting on the sidelines, as the NDP and the Liberals would have us do. We are a proud member of the international coalition fighting ISIL, and that will not change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mere weeks since the Prime Minister attempted to score political points by linking mosques to terrorism, Conservative MPs are taking their cue from his divisive rhetoric and making outrageous and intolerant statements. The member for New Brunswick Southwest said, quote, "It makes no sense to pay whiteys to stay home while we bring in brown people to work in these jobs." The member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound says that Muslim women should, quote, "stay the hell where you came from." The member for Calgary Nose Hill hid behind parliamentary immunity to question the head of one of Canada's leading Muslim Canadian organizations about defamatory statements made by the Prime Minister's spokesman. Mr. Speaker, these members of the Conservative caucus are blunt in their divisive language, and they are reinforcing the very same message we hear from this Prime Minister, a message of division, anger, and intolerance. This is an approach that Canadians will reject by electing an NDP government led by a Prime Minister of principle and dignity and acceptance this October.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise and host today, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate a very important constituent in my riding of Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatine Valley. Mr. Roy Morrison from Truro Heights enlisted in the Air Force at the age of 17. In 1943, he was assigned to the Royal Bomber Command, Squadron Number 90, and flew 43 bombing missions over Germany, all the while as a combat tail gunner under fire. Now, throughout the war, Roy served his country with dignity and respect. And after the war is over, he was only recently awarded the medallions, the medals, which he so rightfully deserved for decades. Roy, congratulations on receiving your medals. Finally, your service to this country and your protection of peace and democracy worldwide will never be forgotten. Congratulations, Roy.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have used every divisive, fear-mongering tactic available to try to convince Canadians their overreaching Bill C-51 is necessary, but Canadians know better. They know this just isn't true. Canadians have even taken to the streets across Canada, saying loudly and clearly that C-51 is an attack on our freedoms and it isn't going to keep us any safer. Why is the minister refusing to listen to the concerns of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the anti-terrorism bill is targeting terrorists, not lawful protesters that are specifically excluded from the bill. And I invite the member, Mr. Speaker, to listen to the witness that will appear in the committee tonight. I understand the committee will hear the daughter of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. I hope the member will understand that Canadians need to be protected against the international jihadi terrorists, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while the minister is asking people to listen, we would ask him to listen to the Canadian Bar Association that has serious concerns about this bill. In fact, they've called it ill-considered. In fact, they go on to say, quote, that this bill brings the entire charter into jeopardy, undermines the rule of law, and goes against the fundamental role of judges as the protectors of Canada's constitutional rights. Why is the minister refusing to listen to expert testimony, ignoring our nation's lawyers, and continuing to ram this dangerous bill through the House?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, despite the hyperbole and the hyperventilating, we're doing no such thing. We are listening to experts. We're listening to many experts, including the Bar Association, but let's be clear. The role of judges here, there's no greater authority than to involve the judges, to preview some of the applications that are made with warrants. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, members of the Bar Association here and around the country would know that judges do this every day in the exercise of their authority. And that's exactly what I would ask the honourable member and members of the Bar Association to revisit.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Canadians are not going to accept a measure that makes something illegal that ought not be. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been blatantly misleading Canadians about Canada's role in Iraq. Now they indicate they'll be extending and expanding Canada's involvement in the Iraq War. In fact, widening Canada's role with bombings in Syria. Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm they will be tabling a motion in the House either today or tomorrow, and will this motion expand Canada's combat efforts into Syria?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm what the Prime Minister said last week, that the government intends to table a motion seeking the concurrence of this House in an extension and expansion of the Canadian security mission against the genocidal terrorist organization ISIL that has declared war on Canada, that is at least partly responsible for inspiring terrorist attacks here on our own soil last year, and which is attempting to engage in ethnic cleansing against religious and ethnic minorities in Iraq and Syria. Mr. Speaker, Canadians believe that we should not sit on the sidelines when it comes to defending our security and international security and opposing genocide, that we have a role to play, and that's exactly what the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces are doing.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Canadians have the right to know if the scope of the military mission in Iraq will be expanded beyond training and support for Kurdish forces, and when that will be done. Our soldiers are already on the front lines and are being shot at by Islamic State militants. And so I repeat the question, can the government confirm that it is preparing to table a motion today or tomorrow, and that this motion will extend Canadian combat operations to Syria? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the government will table a motion soon to extend the security mission against the so-called Islamic State, because it is a threat to world and Canada security. It's a terrorist organization that has threatened Canadians, that is responsible for influencing the terrorist attacks that took place here on Canadian soil last year. And Canadians will not sit on the sidelines of important missions to strengthen Canada's and the world's security. We have the obligation to act, and we will continue to act. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. To the long list of voices speaking out against Bill C-51, we can now add the Government of Quebec, which has denounced the unilateral federal approach and the effect that C-51 will have on the basic rights of Quebecers. The government has a duty to consult the provinces on such fundamental issues. Will the Conservatives accept our request to hear at committee from the Quebec Ministers of Justice, Public Safety and Intergovernmental Affairs? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I've already had the opportunity to meet with my counterpart in the Government of Quebec and to discuss the measures that we are putting forward to protect Canadians against the terrorist threat. We have a balanced bill, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work not only with the provinces, but also with police forces. And that's one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why it's so important to share information. And I will ensure that the federal government will share information with provincial and municipal police forces to protect Canadians against the terrorist threat.
Member for West Melville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 15 months, the annual employment growth rate has fallen to its lowest rate in almost 40 years. Last year, temporary jobs increased by 2.3%, while permanent jobs saw a minuscule increase of just 0.1%. Where are the permanent jobs? And what is the government doing to improve its record in the creation of good jobs? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal Party's only plan for jobs is to increase taxes on Canadians. But businesses that hire and workers who work know that the budget will not balance itself. Now our plan to create jobs has already created 1.2 million net new jobs. 85% of those are full-time jobs, and we are cutting taxes for job creators and for workers. It's already worked. We have the best record in the G7 for job creation, and we will continue to move forward.
Mr. Speaker, the government's record is 15 months of substandard job creation, the longest streak of job mediocrity in 4 decades. The late Jim Flaherty said in his budget plans that building infrastructure is the most cost-effective way to drive jobs and growth. He also said income splitting for the wealthy is too costly and unfair. It does nothing for growth. Will the government listen to Mr. Flaherty, cancel income splitting for the wealthy, and replace that $1.5 billion that they've chopped from Build Canada for municipalities?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, since we came to the government, we have continually cut taxes for Canadians, whether it's cutting the GST, not once but twice, whether it was introducing income splitting for pensioners, and whether it was introducing tax cuts for businesses and job creators. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are cutting taxes for families with kids. Every single family who have children under the age of 18 will benefit, whether it's our income splitting measure, which will help 2 million families, as the PBO officer said, or whether it's our universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, they want to raise taxes, they want to spend money, they want to drive our economy into the ground. We're going to support Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
The million jobs this government brags about were 3 and 4 and 5 years ago. Last year's job numbers were down from the year before, and the year before was also down from the year before that. Now retail is in trouble. Manufacturing just lost 20,000 more jobs. The energy sector is negative. From the G20 globally to Premier Wall in Saskatchewan, Mayor Nenshi in Calgary, the prescription is more investment in infrastructure. Will the government put the money back into Build Canada and drive more jobs and growth right now?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the worst thing we could do for jobs is to follow the Liberal plan to increase taxes, which is the only thing that they've offered. That would make it more difficult for businesses and families, both of whom know that the Liberal leader is completely out to lunch when he says the budget will balance itself. We have balanced the budget here, and we're helping families and small businesses balance their budget by lowering their tax burden. That's why we have 1.2 million net new jobs, 85% full-time, 2/3 in high-wage sectors. We're getting it done for jobs.
I'll ask for a little order at the far end of the chamber. It's increasingly difficult to hear the minister. Order. The
Honourable Member for Alfred Benham. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the Canadian Bar Association who's concerned about the scope of Bill C-51 and the effect it will have on our rights and freedoms. In a letter sent to Conservative ministers, the Government of Quebec has denounced the fact that C-51 will give the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and I quote, such vast powers, including the possibility of committing acts that violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What will the government do to answer these more than legitimate concerns? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows well, the intention of our government is to continue to move forward with the parliamentary process.
Obviously, a very important bill that has far-reaching implication, which is why we are waiting for the process to continue or to conclude with regard to the ongoing testimony from experts who are appearing before this very important parliamentary committee on the bill, and we'll await full input and including the input of the honourable member.
Oh, good. Yes, right there.
Honourable Member for Alfred Benham. This isn't the first time that the Conservatives have turned their backs on the provinces and tried to impose ill-considered and unbalanced bills. We need look no further than the Omnibus Crime Bill C-10, which the Conservative government imposed on the Government of Quebec, despite the fact that C-10 would lead to overpopulated prisons and cost tens of millions of dollars to the provinces. When will the Conservatives stop imposing bad, unwanted legislation on the provinces without consulting them? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, I've had the opportunity to meet with my counterpart, the Minister for Public Safety of Quebec. And, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Quebec like the Government of Canada, recognizes the importance of putting in place effective measures to fight against the terrorist threat. And that is why we have tabled Bill C-51, which contains effective, targeted measures to fight terrorism, Mr. Speaker. And I invite my colleague to follow the committee's work this evening. The sister of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent will appear, and I invite her to listen to her testimony.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear here. Bill C-51 is so problematic that even groups that normally support the Conservatives, like the National Firearms Association, are speaking out against it. When the government has lost even some of its closest allies because they're threatening Canadians' rights and freedoms, it's time for them to reconsider what they're fighting for. What's it going to take for the minister to stop ramming this dangerous bill through Parliament and to get him to stop and listen to Canadians?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the member forget that the jihadi terrorists have declared war on us. He forgot that on October the 20th there was a terrorist attack. Although they won't call it. They don't want to call a cat, Mr. Speaker. It was a terrorist attack that took place on October the 20th in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. So was it in this very place, Mr. Speaker. That's why our first duty is to take responsible and balanced approach to protect the right and freedom of Canadians against the international jihadi terrorist threat. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Squamish.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives came here to change Ottawa, but it seems like Ottawa's actually changed them. There was a time when they had been the first to speak up against legislation that so profoundly threatens our rights and freedoms, but now they're championing it. Canadians have been clear. C-51 needs a full study and amendments, not a rubber stamp by Conservative MPs. Right. Will the minister do the right thing, listen to the voices of thousands of Canadians, and stop this bad bill?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that there is no security, Mr. Speaker, and there is no liberty without security, Mr. Speaker. How come, Mr. Speaker, the NDP would oppose reasonable measures to protect Canadians against terrorists, Mr. Speaker? What about permitting, Mr. Speaker, cutting criminalization of terrorism, Mr. Speaker, or just preventing high-risk traveler to get in an airplane to conduct terrorist attack, Mr. Speaker? This is not Canadian way, Mr. Speaker. We have tabled a responsible bill, and we are eager to hear the witness, like the sister of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, Mr. Speaker. Why don't the NDP listen to?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, okay, so the Minister of Public Works is found guilty for interfering politically in a project to help friends of the Conservative Party, but she hasn't really come clean with Canadians, and a lot of questions remain unanswered. For example, what did happen to that letter from the MP from Thornhill? Was it really lost, or did they deep six it? There's also allegations she interfered in other projects. Whoa. So I'll be bringing this issue to the Ethics Committee. So it's a simple question. Will the Conservatives work with us to get to the bottom of these serious investigations, or will they continue to cover up for this very ethically challenged minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously the minister acted within good faith and within her discretionary authority that was available to her. The main goal, obviously, was to improve accessibility for people with disabilities to a community centre, Mr. Speaker. Now, with respect to the Ethics Committee, I suspect the Ethics Committee might also want to take a look at the inappropriate mailings of the NDP, which have cost taxpayers $2.7 million, Mr. Speaker. We might also want to look at the illegal $350,000 that they accepted in campaign contributions, or the fact that they were charged $40,000 for illegal robocalls. But I suspect the House of Commons, which is soon going to be garnishing their wages, will help us deal with that.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Canadians have the right to know the truth. The Ethics Commissioner's report has not answered all the questions we have about the funding for this community centre in Markham. The Minister apparently received a letter from the then Minister of the Environment asking her to fund the project. But strangely, the letter seems to have disappeared. When correspondence between two ministers disappears, well, that's quite problematic. Can the Minister help us find that letter so that the whole story can be brought to light? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, I always believed that this project to improve accessibility for persons with disabilities at the centre in Markham was a valid project and in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that I have fully cooperated with the investigation over the last 3 years. Honourable Member for St. Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is once again suffering from Conservative mismanagement. Although the new Microsoft Canada Training Centre was announced as creating 400 new jobs in Vancouver, only 20 jobs out of 400 have been reserved for Canadians. The other positions will be filled by recruiting temporary foreign workers. Can the minister explain why he accepts that the Temporary Foreign Worker Program is once again being used against the interests of the Canadian labour force? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our reforms will ensure that Canadian jobs go to Canadians and that the Temporary Foreign Worker Program is used as a last recourse to fill needs where Canadians are not available to fill those jobs. That is why we have limited the percentage of employees that an employer can have from the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, and we've also put in place financial penalties and prison terms for those who break the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Newton, North Delta.
Really, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives promised to ensure that jobs in Canada go to Canadians first, who would have thought that they meant only 5% of the jobs? They're allowing Microsoft to hire foreign workers without any scrutiny, even though Microsoft promised that only 20 of its 400 jobs would go to Canadians. These kind of exemptions make a joke out of the government's reforms. When are the Conservatives going to get serious about overhauling the Temporary Foreign Worker Program?
The Honourable Minister of Superannuation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that former NDP MLA Gregor Robertson was at the announcement welcoming the opening of this centre. It's a training centre, Mr. Speaker, and we should all be proud of the fact that Canada is now attracting investment, is now attracting growth from some of the world's largest technology players. That's because our immigration system is working, Mr. Speaker. That's because our training and education system is working. Canada has a workforce in this sector, as in others, that is second to none in the world, and that's showing in Vancouver and elsewhere.
The Honourable Member for Newton, North Delta.
That absolutely shows that the centre is being used to launder people through that centre, and only 5% of the jobs are going to Canadians. When the Conservatives promised to ensure that jobs in... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, the former Minister for Employment and Social Development announced he was hiring 400 additional public servants to deal with the lengthy delays in EI processing. This was, we were told, a result of, quote, the important work done by his parliamentary secretary. But Canadians who would like to see this report are out of luck, as the government has not made the report public. When will the minister table that report so the Canadians can benefit?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my excellent parliamentary secretary for his work on this and other important files. Over the last 10 years, we've increased the efficiency by 42% in the EI program. 2/3 of claims are now fully or partially automated, and the result is that now the majority of EI claimants receive their pay within 28 days of making their claim, and that number is on the rise. Mr. Speaker, the reality is our goal is to cut taxes, to create more jobs so that EI recipients have the opportunities that are before them to get out into the workforce. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, today there's yet another report showing that Canada's job market has flatlined. The report shows that annualized job growth in Canada has stayed below 1% for 15 months in a row. Outside of a full recession, that's Canada's longest stretch of low growth in jobs in almost 40 years. Canadians are looking for a response from this government. They need action. Why does this government continue to refuse to provide Canadians with a plan for jobs and growth and a budget?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, we have a plan. It's called the low tax plan. And that's precisely why the Liberals can't recognize it. They can't recognize anything called low tax. Their only idea on jobs is to raise taxes on people who create them. That's the equivalent of thinking that a budget will simply balance itself. We have lowered taxes and created 1.2 million net new jobs, 85% of them full-time, 2/3 in high-wage sectors. We'll continue to lower taxes and continue to increase employment.
The honourable member for Kings Hand.
Mr. Speaker, budgets don't write themselves either. It takes a government with a real plan and growth. The report actually shows that in the past year, most of the jobs growth has been in temporary work, not full-time jobs. The evidence is clear. The Bank of Canada, the PBO, TD Bank, and CIBC all agree that Canada's job market is much weaker than our unemployment rate actually suggests. The Bank of Canada has taken action. It lowered rates. When will the Conservatives stop dilly-dallying and stop dithering and actually provide Canada with a budget, with a plan for jobs and growth?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should tell his leader that budgets don't balance themselves. It takes hard work and discipline to do that. On jobs, we have the 3T plan. Trade, training, and tax cuts. And guess what? It's working. 1.2 million net new jobs have resulted from lower taxes, increased trade, and more training for our young people so that they can realize their full potential in our economy.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are walking all over the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. Section 6 indicates that you have the right to full, accurate, and timely information. However, a CRA study has shown that since the service desks, all of them have been shuttered, a business has to call on average 3 times to get an answer. And in one case out of 4, once they finally get to talk to someone, they get the wrong answer. Is that what the minister calls full, accurate, and timely information? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
These results are unacceptable. We agree. When Canadian individuals and businesses contact the Canada Revenue Agency, we expect them to be provided with correct information. We encourage anyone who believes they have received incorrect information from the CRA to make a formal complaint. We expect the CRA to continuously improve the quality and accuracy of the telephone services it is providing. We have implemented several measures to improve the quality of services offered by the Canada Revenue Agency.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
Senior civil servants are warning the Conservatives not to strip environmental requirements from infrastructure projects. Scrapping these criteria would be short-sighted. Green infrastructure saves us billions in the long run by ensuring our communities can adapt to growing extreme weather events and climate change. But Cabinet seems to be considering scrapping it. Will the minister commit to retaining green infrastructure criteria in the upcoming federal budget?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, that's already in the Building Canada plan. A wide area of wastewater, waste management and disaster mitigations projects are eligible under the new Building Canada Fund and the gas tax fund. Green infrastructure is also a specific category under the new Building Canada Fund. It's up to the provinces and municipalities to prioritize the projects they want. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. He didn't answer my question. The Prime Minister reneged on Canada's signature and withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol. Over the past 10 years, the government has gutted our environmental legislation, and now senior officials are sounding the alarm because infrastructure projects are apparently not subject to green criteria. Can the minister say clearly that these green criteria will be retained? The Honourable Minister. Well, we were very happy to introduce the largest infrastructure program in Canada's history. This is the largest program of its kind. The Liberals would not have done that, and we will certainly continue to work hard to do these things. And of course, green projects are welcome. Another example of the government's environmental mismanagement. Internal documents show that $24 million of taxpayers' money has been wasted on advertising to promote the Keystone Pipeline. Not only is this $24 million of Canadians' money for the government's oil patch friends, but it didn't work. The Conservatives are ready to do anything to help their friends in the oil industry. Why not let the companies do their own advertising? Why subsidize them, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to help our resource development. We are involved in our world markets, and we are a leader in energy development. We'll make no apology for using resource development as part of our economy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, internal documents show that Conservatives blew $24 million on U.S. ads to promote the Keystone XL pipeline. But subway ads and online pop-ups can't mask their poor environmental record. In fact, a survey showed that nobody even knew what the ads were all about. That's $24 million of our tax dollars to advertise for some of the richest companies in Canada. But it seems the Conservative government will do anything to help their rich oil buddies. So why can't the oil companies do their own advertising? Why the subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's our job to raise awareness in key international markets, to demonstrate that Canada is a world-class, environmentally responsible energy partner, particularly with the United States. When the NDP goes to Washington, they attack Canadian workers. They call the oil sands a disease. They oppose projects that have been approved by independent regulatory review. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the NDP have no leg to stand on when it comes to defending Canada's natural resources. We will.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough.
One question. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government continues to stand up for hardworking Canadians. We proposed in a speech from the throne that consumers should only have to pay for television channels they actually want to watch. Last week we fulfilled that commitment, and Canadians will finally be able to buy only the channels that they actually want. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage please tell the House more about this good news for all Canadian families?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for that great question. And our government has said all along that Canadians should not have to pay for channels that they don't want just in order to get the ones that they do. And as we stated in our speech from the throne, we promised to provide consumers with more choice in channels, and we have, in fact, delivered. This will not only give more choice to consumers, but this will also help Canadian families make the best decisions on how to spend their hard-earned dollars. This is a win-win, Mr. Speaker, and we're very proud on this side of the House to have delivered this wonderful news.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Okoltua. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian public was horrified to learn that young athletes were victimized by a coach with the national ski team. To date, 11 victims have come forward about events that took place over 8 years. This is extremely troubling. Can the minister inform the House of any measures that have been taken to protect our young athletes, and tell us if her department is investigating Alpine Canada? The Honourable Minister of Sport.
For those participating in Canada's sports system are a priority for the government, and also government is working with national sports organizations, Canadian Olympic Committee, Paralympic Committee to make sure athletes are safe when they participate in sports. But this matter is before the courts, that's why we cannot comment on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Treasury Board President, when he visited Northern Ontario, said that the government would not be investing in the Ring of Fire project because the economic conditions weren't right. This is not a reasonable explanation. Why does the government not promote development opportunities rather than bash them. Northern Ontario deserves respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be involved in the Ring of Fire project with my counterparts at the provincial level last week. I discussed regional infrastructure projects that would increase access for Aboriginal communities, among other things. We continue to work closely with the province of Ontario on infrastructure projects to support extraction projects and access for communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the President of the Treasury Board was in Northern Ontario last week to lecture Northern businesses about why he doesn't think the Conservatives should do anything to unlock the potential of the Ring of Fire. Northern Ontarians and First Nation communities already fed up with the delays were not amused. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce called the minister's comments perplexing and underlined that Conservative delays are holding up thousands of jobs for Northern Ontarians. Does the Natural Resources Minister agree with this colleague that Northern Ontarians should take a hike?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
It's the NDP members in Northern Ontario that Northern Ontarians want to take a hike, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear about that. We remain committed to supporting the province in their development of the Ring of Fire. Most recently, I was joined by my provincial counterpart at the world's largest mining conference in Toronto to announce a regional community corridor study in the Ring of Fire. This is a major step forward for First Nations and for the region. Sadly, the NDP vote against this, and in fact, any measures that support or reflect the values or priorities of Northern Ontarians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Autanchal. Last Friday was the International Day of the Francophonie, but here in Canada we didn't have much to celebrate, unfortunately. After all, in the past year, the government appointed a unilingual Anglophone Minister of Foreign Affairs and cut programming in French and regional news at Radio-Canada. And that's just a tiny example of their mismanagement. It's shameful. What is the government waiting for? Why doesn't it take steps to stop the reduction of French rather than contributing to it? The Honourable Minister. Well, we were pleased to celebrate the International Day of the Francophonie on March 20th because we know that Canada, along with New Brunswick and Quebec, has been able to have the first Canadian elected as the head of this organization. Madame Jean will be working to help strengthen human rights and support the Francophonie in the 21st century, and we are proud of that record.
Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I was in Bruce Grey Owen Sound to listen to residents about their hopes, concerns, and priorities. What I heard over and over again was shock and embarrassment about their Conservative MP telling Muslim women to stay the blank where you came from. At the Owen Sound Muslim Centre, community leaders told us that they have never felt more afraid. Will the Prime Minister denounce this blatantly racist statement?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the member has recognized that his comments were inappropriate and has apologized. The fact is that immigration has built this great country, and under this government, Canada has enjoyed the highest sustained levels of immigration in Canadian history. Mr. Speaker, the government's position is clear, that we believe covering your face during a citizenship ceremony at the very time that you're being welcomed into the Canadian family is contrary to the Canadian values of openness and equality. Mr. Speaker, this majority of Canadians, including new Canadians, agree with our position.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, there's a worrying pattern forming. Canadians are also outraged when the Conservative member for New Brunswick Southwest publicly railed about the government paying whiteys to stay home while companies bring in brown people as temporary foreign workers. These ugly and racist comments were completely unacceptable, but the Prime Minister's refusal to publicly condemn them is an abdication of his responsibility to set an example for this country. Why won't the Prime Minister personally denounce these racist comments?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, those members have recognized their comments are inappropriate and have apologized for their comments. Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the most welcoming countries in the world, and its Prime Minister has stated that Canada's diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Under our Conservative government, we have the highest levels of sustained immigration ever, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the most diverse caucus in parliamentary history, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we are learning now that the problems with pyrrhotite are no longer limited to the Mauricie region. Experts have confirmed that there are cases in Mont-Laurier, in North Montreal, and in various places around Quebec. So it is no longer just a local problem. The government says it has tightened up standards, but we still haven't seen those standards. And families that have to repair their foundations are all facing big bills. So why are the Conservatives stubbornly refusing to provide any financial assistance to the victims? The Honourable Minister.
President.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows quite well, the problem with pyrrhotite comes under provincial jurisdiction. The Quebec government needs to come up with a provincial program to provide assistance for those that are affected by the problems with pyrrhotite. So people should get in touch with the appropriate agency. The Honourable Member for Quebec. For 7 years now, people in Quebec City have been waiting for a new armory, but they're going to have to wait longer because we know now that the repairs and rebuilding won't be done in time for 2017, for the 150th of the celebration. And there are a lot of events that are going to go on. This government is improvising. Quebec deserves better. Why has the government waited so long to start rebuilding the Quebec City Armory? The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. We are preparing to rebuild the armory. The process has taken some time, but we are taking the necessary steps.
Mr. Speaker, jihadi terrorists have declared war on us. They have specifically targeted Canada and have urged their supporters to attack, quote, disbelieving Canadians in any manner, end quote. There's no greater responsibility, Mr. Speaker, for any government than the protection of its citizens, especially from those who would do us harm or our families. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update the House on the government's plan to further confront and degrade the terrorist group ISIL?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, of course ISIL has declared war on Canada. No reasonable person or political party would dispute this, which takes us to the position of the NDP. They have said that the fact that ISIL has declared war on Canada is preposterous, Mr. Speaker. Well, the only thing preposterous here is the NDP continuing to deny the obvious truth, that ISIL is a serious threat that requires a serious response. This is why we won't sit on the sidelines and why we will soon table a motion to extend and expand Canada's mission against these terrorists.
Honourable Member for
Threats at Correctional Services Canada endanger the safety and security of the women and men who work inside the walls of our penitentiaries. The recent announcement to close the Shepady Healing Centre in Dorchester, New Brunswick, a fully accredited psychiatric hospital, continues this trend and puts Canadians at greater risk. The hospital gave the staff the tools they needed to manage some of Canada's most difficult and dangerous psychiatric cases. Why is the minister being irresponsible and closing this important psychiatric facility, which is important to the safety of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are maintaining psychiatric services at the Shepady Centre. Not only are we maintaining them, we are improving them. From now on, every inmate requiring help will receive that help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is part of our mental health strategy. But let's be clear. Inmates with mental health should be in hospitals and not in penitentiaries. And that's why we are going to continue to work with provinces on this.
On South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are poking the Newfoundland and Labrador bear over shrimp quotas and failing to put coastal communities first. Last year, inshore harvesters lost 26% of their quota compared to only 5% for the offshore fleet. And despite concerns about declining shrimp stock, we're hearing there might not be quota cuts. But the science doesn't add up, Mr. Speaker. We don't even know what that science is, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservative government commit now to the principle of adjacency? Those closest to the resource must benefit from the resource.
The Honourable Prime Secretary, Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me say, as someone with hearing loss, I always appreciate questions from this member. However, there appears to be no correlation between the volume of the question and the quality of the question. With respect to this question, when it comes to fish harvesting decisions, we always look for the right balance between maximizing economic opportunities for fishermen and ensuring sustainable fisheries. Our management decisions are always based on science, and we share this science with both inshore and offshore industry to ensure that they have an opportunity to comment. And we're waiting for that input.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Tonight we'll vote on the Respect for Communities Act, which gives residents and community leaders and law enforcement officials a say when safe drug injection sites want to open in their areas. Unfortunately, the Liberals have voted against giving communities this say, while the Liberal leader wants to open more injection sites across the country. Mr. Speaker, we all know that drug injection houses allow the use of dangerous and addictive drugs. We also know that drugs promote family breakup. They tear families apart, they spur criminal behavior, they ruin lives. I'd like to hear from the Minister of Health, please, an update on what's happening with the latest developments on this important legislation.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this important question, and she's right in saying that these dangerous and addictive drugs do tear families apart, they promote criminal behavior, and they destroy communities. The Liberals' leaders' pledge to blindly open drug injection houses in neighbourhoods is not only disturbing, Mr. Speaker, it's risky to the health of Canadians. As Minister of Health, I will make sure that communities have a say when injection sites want to open. And we will, of course, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, continue to support treatment and recovery programs that work to get those who are addicted to drugs off drugs and help them lead a recovery and a drug-free life.
The Honourable Member for Barclay Nicolet Becancourt. Mr. Speaker, last week the member for Beauce said that he was fed up with the National Assembly's unanimous declarations. The member, who is also a minister, clearly showed disrespect toward the Quebec National Assembly. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether his minister was speaking on behalf of the Conservative government? And if so, is the new policy of the federal government to tell the Quebec government to take a hike? If not, will he reprimand his minister for his lack of judgment and apologize to the National Assembly? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased as the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs to rise. We work with respect for all jurisdictional responsibilities. Reciprocity is important, and we work well with our partners in the Quebec government on all issues, and that is our objective. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in February alone, 14,000 Albertans lost their jobs. Then last week, another 1,000 job losses were announced in the energy sector. Now, last year, the Prime Minister emphatically stated that it would be crazy to impose carbon emission standards given the fragility in the energy sector. But then he surprisingly told Peter Mansbridge that he was musing about a carbon levy. When will Canadians hear more details about the Prime Minister's proposed multi-billion-dollar job-killing carbon tax, levy, tech fund, or whatever else he decides to call it?
The Honourable Minister of the Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this side of the House we've been very clear on the carbon tax. We will not introduce the NDP or the Liberal carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Since coming into office in 2006, the government has spent nearly $750 million on government advertising. Now, some of it admittedly is quite helpful, such as informing Canadians of new programs, assuming that those programs actually exist, or health and safety risks. But others are pure shilling for the government's agenda and partisan objectives. Does the government that brought us the Accountability Act not believe in protecting taxpayers from using public dollars advancing partisan ends?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure his constituents appreciate his sarcasm, but the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that we have an obligation to ensure that citizens are aware of government programs that may affect them in their everyday lives, and we will continue to advertise these excellent government programs, which are in fact increasing job opportunities, increasing infrastructure, doing the right things for Canadians. We're proud of that, and we will advertise the details to the Canadian citizens.
The Honourable Member for Hunsek. Mr. Speaker, German Chancellor Angela Merkel called on the German people with respect to the Pegida group to not be involved in these protests because these people are filled with prejudice and even hate. On Saturday, there will be the protest by Pegida Quebec in the North African district of Montreal. This is the first section of the movement in North America. Will the Prime Minister, like his counterpart in Germany, invite people not to take part in that protest?
Monsieur le Président,
Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously here in Canada we have important values and principles, and equality between men and women is certainly among those. Anyone is welcome to take part in protest, but we want them to follow the rules.
I'd like to draw to the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Wade McLaughlin, Premier of Prince Edward Island. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 111.1 sub 1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Joe Friday to the position of Public Service Integrity Commissioner. I request that the nomination be referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 38.6, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 23 petitions.
23 times.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present two separate petitions today signed by a number of citizens of Canada. They want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. And they also are asking that we redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have petitions signed by another 100 members of my community in Parkdale High Park on the issue of rail safety. They note the alarming number of tank cars rolling through our neighbourhoods, but also that the budget for rail safety has been cut by the government by more than 20%. They want safer, tougher standards for tank cars. They want to restore the budget to oversee safety management systems. They want the industry to explore ways to reduce the volatility of Bakken crude, including partial refinement at source, and they want both the railways and the shippers to carry sufficient insurance to cover the costs of an accident, spill, or derailment through densely populated neighbourhoods like ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
On the House of Commons to ensure that our nation's obligation to care for our veterans and their families is upheld by strengthening the new Veterans Charter to reflect this commitment, ensure that veterans have access to veteran services by reopening 9 closed regional Veterans Affairs offices, review the fairness of lump sum payouts to veterans made upon the new Veterans Charter, and ensure that military personnel and veterans have timely and adequate access to mental health services on an as-need basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of dozens of Canadians who are calling on the Government of Canada to enact a policy to reduce the risk for anaphylactic passengers using Canadian airlines.
The
honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions I'd like to present on behalf of my constituents. The first one calls on the government to take immediate steps to increase investment to mental health offered to members of the Canadian Forces and the RCMP. The second urges respect for small family farmers to preserve, save, and exchange their seeds. Thank you.
The honourable member. The
honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I have a petition from young representatives of peace and development who I met with a few weeks back and who are very concerned with the possibility for small farmers in the south to preserve and use their seed. They are urging the government, the federal government, to take action internationally to protect the rights of small farmers.
Petitions. The honourable member for Beauce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to 36.1, I have the honour to present 4 petitions in this House, duly signed. They urge the Canadian government to protect the rights of small farmers in southern countries so that they can preserve, use, and exchange freely their seeds, thereby enabling them to deal with and fight poverty in those countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join other members of this House presenting a petition on cuts to our postal service that have been going around all across Canada, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners are calling on this government to eliminate the home delivery for millions of urban customers and slashing rural hours for unfairly impact seniors and people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, my constituents from Surrey North would also like to voice their concerns in regards to the postal cuts that have been happening across this country.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, today a table of petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by many constituents of Winnipeg North, actually asking or calling upon the government to adopt international aid policies that would in fact support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and deals, Mr. Speaker, in good part with the importance of the Global South in order to preserve and use freely the ability to exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to rise today and present 2 petitions. The first is a petition about inaction by our federal government to address climate change and the impact of climate change on the day-to-day lives of Canadians. The federal government withdrew from Kyoto, they cancelled the home retrofit program and helped cut emissions and families' energy bills. And they failed to deliver the public transit strategy. We need to get cars off the road. The petitioners feel the NDP is the only party with a plan to protect the environment and grow the economy. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is once again on behalf of constituents in my riding, Newton North Delta, and surrounding areas. These petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to create a ministry for people with disability and mental health issues. The petitioners feel they are very limited after-hour and weekend programs offered to those with disabilities and mental health issues. Like the petitioners, I want to see real leadership on mental health. We need to work with communities to fight stigma and foster recovery. ensure better access to treatment, and reduce the disparities in supports and services across the country. New Democrats recognise the importance of ensuring that Canadians who are living with mental illness have access to the supports they need.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from residents in my riding who are very concerned about retirement security and the fact that fewer than 40% of all employees are actually covered by a workplace pension plan. They believe, as we on this side of the House believe, that every Canadian deserves a safe, secure, fully portable and predictable pension, and therefore the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to work with the provincial and territorial governments to increase pension benefits under the Canada and Quebec pension plans and implement a fully funded plan to phase in increases without delay.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition on behalf of members of my community calling on the Government of Canada to secure a 10-year visa deal with China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by dozens of citizens from BC and Ontario. The petition calls on the federal government to support investments in modern agriculture, including plant biotechnology, as a way to combat food shortages around the world. The petition notes, with rapid population growth, the world will require double the current amount of food production in just 50 years. The petitioners note that safe, modern plant breeding techniques would provide groundbreaking research jobs for Canadian scientists. Canada can continue to be a world leader in science innovation. I urge the federal government to carefully consider this petition. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of the riding of Trinity Spadina and other ridings in the downtown core of Toronto. The petition deals with the tripartite agreement which regulates jet use, airplane use on the Toronto waterfront. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to refrain from reopening and amending the tripartite agreement governing the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport and the Toronto Port Authority to allow jet aircraft. This is an issue that runs counter to a $1.5 billion investment to make the Toronto waterfront more beautiful. These petitioners are asking the federal government not to allow jets. It would destroy that investment and would unbalance the extraordinary beauty of Toronto's waterfront and industrialize it unnecessarily.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q 1015, 1016, and 1019. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q 950 to 952, 954 to 957, 959, 960, 965 to 970, 975 to 977, 983 to 986, 991, 992, 994, 995, 997, 1000, 1003, 1004, 1006 to 1012, 1017, Q 1018, as well as Q 120 to 1020 to 1030 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Halifax, and I'll hear her now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak about the urgent situation in the Arctic. Just last week, the National Snow and Ice Data Centre reported the Arctic Ocean's winter ice reached its annual maximum extent. Not only has this occurred earlier than normal, but it's hit an all-time low since satellite recording began in 1979. I'm asking today for an emergency debate on this issue, as we no longer have time to waste. The reasons are plentiful and warrant immediate action from parliamentarians. La forte tendance à l'augmentation.
The trend to increased warming in the Arctic is causing great damage to ecosystems. It will have a major impact on the life and means of subsistence of those who live in the Arctic. Melting sea ice is going to have an effect on the weather of all Arctic water regions of Canada and the world.
Extreme weather, including flooding, heat waves, and drought. It's important to note that less Arctic ice means that the uncovered Arctic waters will warm exponentially faster from the sun's rays, melting more ice and raising water levels to disastrous results. La hausse des températures.
The increased temperatures in the Arctic are a major concern for those who live in the north. Mammals have had to change their feeding habits and their migratory movement. This has had a major effect on northern communities whose survival depends on hunting.
Also depend on frozen ground for land transport of food and the necessities of life for much of the year. If we ignore the warming trend now, the impacts will be far-reaching and irreversible. An emergency plan is needed for all aspects of northern life, but Canada doesn't have one. We are facing an environmental crisis that goes beyond a warning of the impact on our northern communities. The situation is dire and has consequences for our entire planet. We cannot ignore the facts anymore. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I have requested an emergency debate on this issue, and since I first raised it in 2012, things have deteriorated even further. The NDP has tried to bring this issue forward at committee for urgent study, but to no avail. We are facing an emergency situation. We are witnessing unprecedented threats to the lives and livelihoods of our northern peoples, to our coastal communities, to our economy, our security, and our way of life. This matter cannot be ignored any further and deserves to be signalled out as an emergency. We need to have a thoughtful discussion in the House and devise a plan for the future. We must include Canadians in the conversation, as this will not only impact us but future generations. There is no time to waste. Our country needs a plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for raising this matter, and while it is obvious it's of great concern to the member, I don't know that it meets the test in the standing orders for an emergency debate. I
am now ready to render my decision on the point of order raised by the House Leader for the Official Opposition concerning events in the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security on February 26, 2015.
The House Leader of the Official Opposition for raising this matter, as well as the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and the member for Winnipeg North for their comments. The House Leader for the Official Opposition described the sequence of events at issue in the following manner. The member for Northumberland, Quinte West, having moved the previous question during debate on a sub-amendment to the motion regarding the schedule of meetings for the study of Bill C-51, Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, the chair of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security ruled it out of order. His ruling was then appealed and overturned by a vote of the committee, effectively allowing a procedurally inadmissible motion to pass and ending debate on the matter. He considered this manner of proceeding to be unacceptable, one in which parliamentary rules, practices, and precedents were ignored. The Government House Leader, for his part, summarized events somewhat differently. He claimed that it was in response to a filibuster that the member for Northumberland, Quinte West, asked the chair to put the question to a vote, citing persistence in repetition and irrelevance on the part of certain members of the committee. Furthermore, he noted that the members were within their right to overturn the chair's ruling pursuant to the rules of the House. He argued that the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security must remain the committee's exclusive concern unless and until it reports this matter to the House, given that committees are masters of their own proceedings and that speakers have resisted adjudicating committee matters in the absence of a report from the committee.
It is not unusual for issues related to committee proceedings to be raised in the House when, for whatever reason, members feel that they have no other recourse. Needless to say, versions of events often differ significantly.
In the present circumstance, the chair is concerned by the suggestion that the proceedings that took place in committee on February 26th threatened to undermine the work of the committee, and that the committee was unable to find its way to a mutually acceptable solution, even with both sides stating that they wish to proceed with committee consideration of Bill C-51. Committees enjoy considerable flexibility and fluidity in their proceedings. It is one of the great advantages that they have in the organization of their work. In fact, it is one of the hallmarks of the committee system, since it not only facilitates and fosters greater cooperation amongst committee members, but it also enables committee members to find their own solutions to the issues they face. Yet this latitude was certainly never intended as a means to thwart existing rules and practices willfully. On June 3, 2003, the then Deputy Speaker stated at page 6775 of the debates, quote, "I have said that committees are granted much liberty by the House, But along with the right to conduct their proceedings in a way that facilitates their deliberations, committees have a concomitant responsibility to see that the necessary rules and procedures are followed and the rights of members in the Canadian public are respected, unquote. Just as importantly, it has always been understood that bringing deliberations in committee to a procedural standstill is also not desirable.
The work of committees is an essential part of the legislative process. Its integrity depends on members remembering that the rules governing its proceedings matter. The rules adopted by the House exist for the benefit and protection of all members as they carry out their parliamentary functions, both in the House and in committee.
It's perhaps useful in the circumstances to remind the House of the underlying principle, as stated on page 250 of O'Brien and Vosk, that, quote, parliamentary procedure is intended to ensure that there is a balance between the government's need to get its business through the House and the opposition's responsibility to debate that business without completely immobilizing the proceedings of the House, unquote.
Faced with such a situation arising in committee, how is the Speaker to adjudicate? As has been noted, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, states at page 1046 that, and I quote, the Speaker is reluctant to intervene in a committee's internal affairs unless the committee has previously reported on the matter to the House, unquote.
This is so because of the freedom committees have to determine their own approaches to carrying out their work. For this reason, committees are commonly referred to as being masters of their proceedings. This is why it is said that matters originating in committee which require the attention of the House must be brought forward by way of a report from the committee itself. This is not merely a technicality. Rather, it is an indication of the breadth and importance of the powers delegated to the committees by the House.
The approach taken by the Chair in cases brought to its attention has long been founded on respect for the authority of committees to manage their own affairs, even in times of difficulty. This requires the Chair to refrain from intervening until invited to do so formally by way of a report from the committee itself on a given matter. Speakers have consistently and successively upheld this separation of authorities.
10th, 2010, Speaker Milliken stated at page 3678 of debates, quote, indeed, on numerous occasions, speakers have restated the cardinal rule that committees are masters of their own proceedings, and any alleged irregularities occurring in committees can be taken up in the House only following a report from the committee itself. There have been very few exceptions to this rule, unquote. On March 13th, 2012, as Speaker, I had cause to state at page 6199 of debates, quote, in the absence of a report from that committee, I do not know what the Speaker can do about what is alleged to have happened. However, if such a report does end up coming to the House, then the Speaker will consider it then, unquote. Again, on June 5th, 2012, at page 8860 of debates, I stated, quote, when events transpire at committee, it is up to the committee to deal with anything that may have breached protocol or the rules of the committee, at the committee. If there is a report presented to the House, it will be something that the Speaker can then weigh in on, unquote. This is not to suggest that the Chair is left without any discretion to intervene in committee matters, but rather it acknowledges that such intervention is exceedingly rare and justifiable only in highly exceptional procedural as opposed to political circumstances. For example, in a ruling delivered on June 20th, 1994, debates pages 5582 to 5584, Speaker Perron intervened in a committee matter involving two bills that had been reported to the House when the fundamental right of the House to establish the membership of a committee was not respected by a committee that had exceeded its powers. On July 24th, 1969, Speaker Lamoureux stated at page 4183 of debates, quote, what honourable members would like the Chair to do is to substitute his judgment for the judgment of certain honourable members. Can I do this in accordance with the traditions of Canada, where the Speaker is not the master of the House? The Speaker is a servant of the House. Honourable members may want me to be the master of the House today, but tomorrow, when perhaps in other circumstances I might claim this privilege, they might have a different opinion. It would make me a hero, I suppose, if I were to adopt the attitude that I could judge political situations such as this and substitute my judgment for that of certain honourable members, but I do not believe that 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 this is the role of a speaker under our system, unquote. Compte tenu de l'usage.
In keeping with the overwhelming body of practice in adjudicating disputes of this kind, the Chair cannot find sufficient grounds in this case to supplant the committee's authority by reaching into committee proceedings on this matter before the committee has seen fit to report it to the House.
Thus, until such time as the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security decides to report this matter to the House, the management of its proceedings remains within its exclusive purview. Before concluding, I would, however, be remiss if I did not point out that the standing orders as they exist today provide avenues to deal with difficulties in reaching agreements between the parties in circumstances such as those brought before the House in this case.
I thank all honourable members for their attention in this matter.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, Senate. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S7, Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord has 5 minutes remaining. And so we're back to debate on Bill S7. After 10 years of Conservative rule, well, we've been led down a path that we should not be following, and here once again we see the Conservatives trying to play politics, this time on the backs of women who are the victims of violence. When it comes to conditional permanent residency, the problem we have is that it gives too much power to the sponsor and sets aside the rights of the women who are spouses of these sponsors, women who are forced to remain in cohabitation with the sponsor for 2 years. And I've seen in my riding 2 women who were in situations where they were victims of psychological violence. They had to flee from their homes under the menace of being deported by the sponsors who threatened those women by saying, if you leave, I'm going to make sure that you're deported. So there's too much power in the hands of the sponsors here. And we see this same idea here. This is a tool of repression instead of a tool of support. When the Social Development Minister said earlier that, in any case, women who are involved in a polygamous marriage would be protected if the polygamist in question was found guilty before a court. Well, what she said was the opposite of the truth, because it's very clear that the bill does not contain any provision allowing a conditional permanent resident to remain in Canada if their polygamist partner is deported. So there's something that we say in the Navy, women and children first. And this government is doing exactly the opposite. They're putting vulnerable people in an even more vulnerable situation. Another example of this is concerning forced marriages. This bill would criminalize everyone who participates in a forced marriage. Yes, a forced marriage is a crime. It's something that is intolerable, but at the same time, criminalizing everyone participating in the marriage, well, that's something they tried in Denmark, and the result of that was that since 2008, since that bill was passed, there has been no charges laid. Why? Because the young people who are being forced into the marriage, when it involves aunts, brothers, cousins, all the family, well, we would be asking that young person to denounce her entire family and to make those people become criminals. Imagine the weight that we're putting on the shoulders of these children. It's unbelievable. And at the same time, in parallel, this bill offers no support for those who are the victims of polygamy or for the young people who are forced into marriage. There's no support here. This despite the fact that everyone who participated in the debate at the Senate committee called for such measures, so that there's not just a criminal approach here, but also an approach that allows for support and prevention to work upstream of the problem, so that when people come to our communities, that they are more aware of the way things work in Canada, to ensure that these young women know what their rights are. And I'll go back to the two women who were victims in my riding. They have the right to not be the victims of violence from their sponsors. But these rights, well, nobody explained those rights to them. And so they had the impression that if the sponsor abused them psychologically, well, the sponsor could have them deported to their originating country, and that they would have no recourse. And we need to find solutions to these issues. And the bill, unfortunately, doesn't answer any of these questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member.
Peg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in going over Bill S7, there are a number of initiatives that are within, in which one could ultimately argue that there is some value in terms of passing in dealing with the issue of polygamy, forced marriages, early marriage, in particular the setting of a national minimum age of 16, some issues related to domestic violence. And my question to the member is, does he see any value in any aspect of the legislation in which the New Democratic Party could support? Having said that, from a Liberal Party's perspective, we have a great deal of issue with the title of the bill, where they are making reference to cultural. So it's zero tolerance for barbaric cultural practices, believing that the cultural, at the very least, needs to be deleted from the short title of the bill. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment on both aspects.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank the member for his questions. Yes, at the NDP, at the issue of marriage under 16 years, we agree that that should be made illegal. And in terms of the title, yes, I was shocked by this title, because there are people who are living in polygamous marriages in a third of all countries around the world. So that means that we're treating a third of the world as barbaric, basically. I don't think that the right terms are being used here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've asked a number of questions today to members and even to Conservative ministers, and the answers are often very vague. For example, when I asked a question as to why we're putting measures in a new bill when these are measures that are already covered by other existing laws, or in terms of what the bill says will happen to the wives and children of those who are deported for polygamy, well, the answers that we always get are vague. So does my colleague believe that it's maybe because this bill was cobbled together very quickly, and that the goal of the bill is simply to please the Conservative base? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague. I think she's reading my mind. This is a bad bill which will probably create more problems than it fixes. Earlier, the Minister of State for Social Development answered my colleague's question concerning what would happen to women involved in a polygamous marriage if the spouse, if the husband was deported from Canada. What would happen to the women and children? And the minister can claim that they will be protected, that they have recourse, but in the bill, unfortunately, there's nothing to that effect. And I think that the minister is just playing with smoke and mirrors.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with great attention to my colleague's words, my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord, and I'm wondering if it's just an impression that I get, or there's really a modus vivendi in terms of bills from this government. When you look at C-51, for example, there trying to make Canadians believe that Canadian police forces and CSIS have no means right now to fight terrorism. And here with Bill S7, they seem to be saying that potential victims, and we hope that they are never victims, don't have any recourse right now. And yet the criminal code is very clear. There's already recourse for pretty much all of these solutions. So is this a partisan political bill, or is this truly a bill that is designed to help those who need it most? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, if you want to help people, you have to offer support and real solutions. Unfortunately, with this bill, there's nothing to that end. There's absolutely nothing in the bill that works upstream of problems, and my colleague is right. In the criminal code, there are dozens and dozens of provisions and laws that deal with the issues discussed in this bill and that allow us to charge those who are abusive. The criminal code offers, among other things, at section 264 concerning abuse, 265 sexual abuse, section 271, 273, etc., etc. There are 50 articles that I could name right now that apply, for example, to forced marriage or situations where forced marriage is dealt with. There are already all kinds of provisions in the criminal code to deal with this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to speak to S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, regarding Canada's commitment to preventing and responding to early and forced marriage, polygamy, or other types of barbaric cultural practices both at home and abroad. Our government does not shy away from tough conversations about the importance of women's full and equal participation in all aspects of social, economic, and political life. The promotion and protection of women's human rights are central to Canada's domestic, foreign, and international policy. And I'm proud to say that our government has made ending child, early, and forced marriage a domestic and international policy priority. For example, in October 2013, our government announced $5 million in new money to address the causes and consequences of early and forced marriage around the world. These funds were used for programs in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, Somalia, and Zimbabwe. More recently, in July 2014, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that Canada is contributing $20 million over 2 years to UNICEF toward ending child, early, and forced marriage. The UNICEF project aims to accelerate the movement to end child marriage in Bangladesh, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Ghana, Yemen, and Zambia by supporting efforts in these countries to strengthen both programming and political support to end the practice. Our government's commitment is not limited to funding. For instance, Canada has spearheaded the initiative to establish the International Day of the Girl and co-leading with Zambia a United Nations General Assembly resolution on child, early, and forced marriage. Additionally, Canada leads the annual resolution on violence against women at the Human Rights Council, as we are a strong supporter of the 6 UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security. All of this goes to say that our government continues to work domestically and internationally on promoting and protecting the rights of all women and children. Equality of men and women under the law is a fundamental Canadian value that shapes Canadian policy and actions both in the international and domestic arenas. Free and healthy societies require the full participation of women. Sadly, in many countries around the world, millions of women and girls continue to be prevented from full participation by violence and intimidation, including through the inhumane practices of early and forced marriage. The strength of our country is centered on the fact that Canadians of very different origins live and work together, side by side. One of the key elements to this success, prosperity, and social harmony of our country is that we are united Canadian citizens, not by our common origins, but rather by a pledge of mutual responsibility and shared commitment to values and traditions rooted in our society. At the same time, harmful cultural practices which go against Canadian values and are in violation of Canada's international human rights commitments will never be tolerated in Canada. Our government is well aware of cases of Canadian children being taken abroad for an earlier forced marriage and has concerns that girls who are from countries where the practice of female genital mutilation is common may be at risk. Canada is committed to protecting and defending those who are vulnerable to these practices, both domestically and internationally. Our government has demonstrated its leadership in this area by introducing this bill and also by continuing to work with our international partners and community members to find ways to end such harmful practices which are tragically occurring each and every day around the world. I would like to speak now about how Bill S7 will protect women and girls here in Canada. The provisions in Bill S7 would strengthen Canadian marriage laws by establishing a new national minimum age for marriage at 16 years, as well as codifying both the existing legal requirements for a free and enlightened consent for marriage. Setting the minimum age to marry across Canada at 16 is consistent with current practices in like-minded countries such as the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. Provincial and territorial legislation will still impose requirements for marriages between the ages of 16 to 18 or 19, depending on the age of majority. Requirements such as parental consent or a court order provide added safeguards to permit mature minors between the ages of 16 and 18 to marry in exceptional circumstances. However, given that many forced marriages are perpetrated by parents, parental consent to the marriage of a minor may be insufficient to protect against forced marriage, where it is the parents who are forcing the marriage upon an unwilling child. As a result, the Minister of Justice has engaged his provincial and territorial counterparts in a discussion to enhance provincial and territorial legislative measures that would protect young children against forced marriage by imposing judicial consent in any marriages involving a minor. Bill S7 also proposes to amend the criminal code to create the offences of knowingly celebrating, aiding, or actively participating in a marriage ceremony involving a person under the age of 16 or a forced marriage. These new offences specifically address the social harm caused by the public endorsement of an unwanted or harmful legal bond within which sexual violence is expected to occur. These offences will apply to individuals who engage in conduct specifically intended to facilitate the marriage ceremony, such as acting as a legal witness, knowing that one of the parties is under the age of 16, or marrying against their will. These proposed new offences would be punishable by a maximum of 5 years' imprisonment. The proposed amendments will also criminalize taking steps to remove a child from Canada for the purpose of an underage or forced marriage. This is done by adding the new offences in relation to underage and forced marriage to the existing offence of removing a child from Canada to commit female genital mutilation or sexual offences. This offence is punishable by a maximum of 5 years' imprisonment, and Bill S7 maintains this penalty. Countries such as Australia and Norway have similar criminal measures, which Canada has looked to in the development of this bill. Other proposed amendments would create a new peace bond that would give courts the power to impose conditions on an individual where there are reasonable grounds to fear that a forced marriage or marriage under the age of 16 would otherwise occur, or if they will take a child out of Canada with the intent that they be subjected to an earlier forced marriage ceremony abroad. Such a peace bond would be used to prevent an underage or forced marriage by requiring an individual to surrender travel documents. These marriages that would prevent someone from being taken abroad for the purposes of earlier forced marriage are similar to forced marriage civil protection orders in the United Kingdom. Additionally, the bill proposes to amend the criminal code to address concerns that the defence of provocation has been raised in several so-called honour killings in cases here in Canada. Unfortunately, we have seen these cases too often on our soil, and one victim is one victim too many. The defence of provocation currently allows a person found to have committed murder, which carries a mandatory sentence of life, to seek a conviction of manslaughter instead with no minimum sentence unless a firearm is used, by arguing that the victim's conduct provoked them to lose self-control and kill. Currently, any conduct by the victim, including insults and other forms of offensive behavior that are lawful, can potentially qualify as provocation if it is found to be sufficient to cause an ordinary person to lose self-control, the accused was not expecting it, and the killing was sudden. The proposed amendment limit the defense of provocation so that lawful conduct by the victim that might be perceived by the accused as an insult or offend that person or their sense of family honor or reputation cannot excuse murder. Only conduct by the victim that amounts to a relatively serious criminal offense, that is, an offense under the Criminal Code punishable by at least 5 years in prison, could be argued to be provocation for the purposes of the defense. The provocation defense has either been abolished or restricted in almost every common law jurisdiction like Canada, most Australian states, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Finally, this bill proposes amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to increase the Government of Canada's ability to prevent polygamy from occurring in Canada. This bill would make amendments to the RPA so that a polygamous permanent resident or foreign national who is or will be physically present in Canada with any of their spouses would be considered to be practicing polygamy in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have discussed some of the very important aspects of this bill to highlight that Canada is taking concrete action in ensuring that early and forced marriage and similar barbaric cultural practices never occur in Canada, as was promised in the October 2013 throne speech. This bill also sends a strong message that Canada condemns such practices, not only domestically but internationally. I hope that the government will get the support, Mr. Speaker, of all honourable members in protecting victims, specifically women and girls. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. Alors, la députée de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives really like to try to turn the tables. She talked about the defense of provocation and the elimination of it. And obviously, it is a good idea to want to eliminate or at least punish crimes of honor. But in fact, the courts have found that the concept of cultural honor was not actually a defense of provocation. So, except for the propaganda aspect of this, the government's looking to the next election. Well, what is the point here? Because the courts have already determined that cultural honor does not constitute a defense. The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is such an important issue. It's one that we are taking a stand on as a government. Part of taking a stand is making sure that your laws are in line with the values that we hold dear here in Canada, and to protect those most vulnerable. And in this case, we're dealing specifically with women and girls. With respect to the provocation, we are increasing the threshold because it should no longer be a subjective matter. It should not be one that can even be argued as a defense in a court of law when such a case is brought before it. And that is the point of this legislation. Our government is ensuring that wearing a short skirt or dating someone who your family doesn't agree with is not, even in the minds of the perpetrator, considered justifiable, because provocation is not specifically limited, as we intend to do with this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, the Liberal Party is comfortable in terms of supporting certain values within the legislation that is being talked about. We recognize that there is, in particular, issues dealing with polygamy, forced marriages, the whole idea of early marriages, 16 being that national minimum that the government has set here. It also deals with some issues in a small way, but in an important fashion, in regards to domestic violence. The issue that we've taken up with the government, and we will B-moving amendment, from what I understand, is in regards to the short title. And it's the short title that many people are feeling somewhat offended by, where it says zero tolerance for barbaric cultural practices. You take nothing away from the legislation from deleting the word cultural. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it is quite offensive for many people who share the same values that we all have inside this chamber towards the attitudes that the member has talked about. So my question to the member is, would she not agree that just dropping the word cultural out of the short title does nothing to minimize the effectiveness of the legislation that that the government's putting forward, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, would then make it even that much better in terms of a piece of legislation?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. As far as the title is concerned, this is very important that we take a stand here as Canadians to stand up for Canadian values. I think it also very important that we make very clear what it is we're standing up against. Hence, we will not tolerate cultural traditions in Canada that deprive individuals of their human rights. The reason for that term in the title is that there are countries where some of these practices are not illegal, or where they are illegal, those laws are not enforced. So we want to make it very clear where Canada stands on these issues for the protection of women and girls who are very vulnerable with respect to these issues. We want to make it clear to new Canadians coming here that in Canada, this is not what we expect or accept. And that is why those words are in the title. Our government believes that subjugating a woman is wrong. Period.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to please request you to let me know when I have about a minute remaining in my time. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition of this bill. I was on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee when we completed our report detailing how to better protect women in our immigration system. Frankly, Bill S7 that was created after that study, I even hate saying the name, the short title of it, but I'm going to say it for our sake for here, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. It doesn't do anything to actually protect women from violence, as it actually claims to do. And it was interesting to hear from the minister's speech that she actually potentially thought that it was protecting women when it really isn't doing that. Most of the practices the bill hopes to curb, including polygamy and honor killings, are already illegal in this country. So Bill S7 isn't doing anything new other than it's focusing on criminalizing other behavior. When the Citizenship and Immigration Committee was hearing testimony for our report, experts agreed that women who are experiencing violence need supports like housing, counseling, and assistance in navigating the complex family, criminal, immigration, and legal systems. And the experts also agreed that the women who are coming into this country should be provided information about our systems in this country before they even come into the country or at the border when they arrive at the airport in languages that they could understand to ensure that women are protected and are educated and made aware of the support systems that we do have available in Canada. We were saddened, Mr. Speaker, to hear testimony about how conditional permanent residency status had contributed to people being in trapped, abusive relationships. How? Because the immigration status of the woman is tied to her partner. And that means that if she were to report violence in her relationship, or if she were to leave that relationship, then she would fail her conditional permanent residency status, and she would end up being deported from this country, which means that she could be going back to a country or a situation that is not ideal or is not safe, or where she could be persecuted or stigmatized for leaving a conjugal relationship or for leaving a marriage. And there's many cultures around the world, or many countries around the world, where women are stigmatized, including Canada, Mr. Speaker, where women are stigmatized for seeking a divorce or for leaving an abusive relationship. In their report about Bill S7, the South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario asserts, and I quote, "This bill appears to extend a trend in this government's track record to strip permanent residents and deport more and more racialized people from Canada, regardless of how long they've been here, end quote. Salco's report also continues to assert that, and I quote again, in preparation for this legislative and procedural change, they have failed to consult experts in this field about what creates further barriers to accessing safety for women experiencing violence, end quote. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that our government's Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration compiled expert testimony on protecting women in our immigration system, and most of these recommendations that came out, the report didn't even include all of the good recommendations that came from experts. But even the ones that were presented by the committee, we spent days and weeks studying this topic, and the recommendations that did come out in the report are still not addressed in this bill that the government has brought forward through the other chamber. So let's talk about what Bill S7 actually does. It makes being in a polygamous relationship grounds for finding a permanent resident inadmissible in this country. Polygamy has been illegal in Canada since 1892. So what is it really accomplishing? Nothing new. And immigration law and policy already contains provisions addressing polygamous unions, so nothing new is being introduced here. I know that the government has asserted that there are hundreds of polygamists already living in Canada today. So if that is the fact, then why is our government not actually enforcing our existing laws? Because they want to get rid of polygamy in this country, then why aren't they ensuring that the laws that already exist since, let me make sure I get the year right, 1892, why are they not ensuring that those laws are actually enforced? Moving on to the topic of honor killing. Murder is murder is murder. And it's illegal in this country. And so this bill would preclude a defendant in a murder trial from arguing an insult to family honor provoked his or her action. Canada's courts are sufficiently equipped, Mr. Speaker, to sentence somebody for murder. And that is what we have seen happen in this country when somebody tried to claim honor killing. That we've seen our courts actually uphold our laws and sentence the perpetrators of these murders and treat them as murderers and sentence them to jail time. So I don't understand why this government is pretending like they're creating a new law here when really nothing is changing once again. Mr. Speaker, the bill also criminalizes forced marriages. Citing data from the South Asian Legal Clinic, that's SALCO again, their study on forced marriage. However, Bill S7 ignores SALCO's recommendation, which is to protect families and provide adequate supports to vulnerable women. SALCO's experts specifically warned against criminalization, as this is more destructive than actually helpful. Mr. Speaker, I am 100% against anybody being forced into a marriage, but we have to ensure that we are protecting the women who are actually in these situations where they've already been forced and ensure that they're being given the supports to leave in a safe way to ensure that they are secure and safe in their own safety and in the community that they are living in. Mr. Speaker, I want to read you a couple of quotes from, I hope I'm saying this right, the Schleifer Clinic in a report that they issued. It says, and I quote, "If passed, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, introduced on November 5, 2014, will serve as another example of institutional barriers to marginalized communities reporting violence and having access to support. It will serve as another example of how our government is failing to listen to survivors and targeting racialized communities for exclusion and deportation from Canada." They continue to say that the Schleifer Clinic has grave concerns about the Act, which would result in the exclusion, deportation, and criminalization of families or of women themselves, which only serves to further harm women experiencing violence. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that from experts on the ground that this bill is not really helping women. It's not protecting women. It's not supporting women. It's actually going to end up doing the opposite. Now, I know earlier when the first time I read the short title, I told you I didn't want to say it and I don't like it. It's because it's actually very xenophobic, and it reinforces prejudice against certain cultural groups by targeting racial minorities for practices that are, in fact, found in Canadian society at large today. I want to read you a quote now. I keep on coming back to experts because they're the ones who are working on the ground and doing the research on the ground. And here's a quote from A.V. Yao Go, who is the clinic director from the Metro Toronto Chinese and Southeast Asian Legal Clinic. She says, and I quote, "From the very naming of this bill to the various legislative amendments it seeks to amend, Bill S7 invokes racist stereotypes and fuels xenophobia towards certain racialized communities." A quote from Deepa Mattu, the staff lawyer and acting executive director of the South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario. And here's the quote. "Giving it a shock factor name will not eliminate the issue. Instead, it will force perpetrators to take this underground, ensuring the victims and potential victims are isolated from resources. This causes a greater risk to their safety, not to mention their emotional and mental well-being." Another example of another expert telling us how this short title of this bill is xenophobic and is actually going to be, and this bill as a whole is going to be more harmful for women in our country. I'm not sure what our Conservative member across the way is yelling here, Mr. Speaker. I can't really understand because his microphone's not on, but I'll continue with my remarks here. Mr. Speaker, while I agree that no woman, regardless of her race, citizenship, status, or religion, should be subjected to gender-based violence, including the practices of forced marriage or underage marriage, I do not support making more women more vulnerable in this country. Mr. Speaker, I can go on for many more minutes, and I notice you've given me the 1 minute notice, so I'd like to actually end my remarks with saying that this bill has not had proper or adequate consultation, and as you notice, I have many more sheets to go in my prepared remarks, but I want to read you. I'm going to go back to the experts because there was a report or a media release that was sent out by 13 expert organization groups, and I don't have time to name them all. And I want to read a small blurb from their introduction. And here it goes. "The announcements in the tabled bill perpetuate myths about practices of polygamy and forced marriages while misguiding Canadians to believe that violence against women is a cultural issue and happens in only certain communities. The government has blatantly targeted marginalized and racialized communities through the racist framework used in the intent, wording, and announcement of this bill. This inflammatory language and the perpetuation of racist myths is itself an obstacle to understanding the harmful effects of these proposed legislative amendments. As organizations dedicated to advancing the rights of all women, we are painfully aware of the challenges faced by all women in Canada from all walks of life and backgrounds to find a safe and secure home. In that regard, I'm just finishing that last sentence here. Immigrant and racialized women face additional challenges because of their race and or their precarious immigration status. Contrary to what the government has stated, the proposed legislative changes will not result in greater protection for women victims of domestic violence, but will have the opposite effect." Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last time this bill was debated, the members of the official opposition kept saying that the bill would marginalise victims. But the truth is that actual victims of these barbaric practices support the bill. How does the opposition stick to the rhetoric when actual victims are coming up in support of this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. In Canada, growing up, I am a victim of domestic violence. I am a survivor of domestic violence, and this barbaric practice happened in Canada by Canadians, not by any foreigner, Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, this barbaric practice, there's many people who are survivors of violence perpetuated against women anywhere, not just domestic violence, but violence perpetuated towards women all across this country, and that is the root problem. And those systemic problems of women who continue to have to face racism, sexism, and all types of discrimination and violence, that needs to stop, and the systemic barriers that this government continues to support are the problems, and those are the problems that need to go away, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Every society has some form of gender violence that exists, that's very real and it's very tangible. When we take a look at Bill S7, And I was listening to the Speaker's comments in regards to the number of stakeholders that have taken offence to it. Even the Liberal Party has been fairly clear in regards to the use of the word culture. One would think that the Prime Minister's office has a special group of individuals that sit around a table to try to create these names, and they throw in these adjectives. Here we have zero tolerance for barbaric cultural practices. And there is no doubt it is exceptionally offensive to many people that the word cultural would be being incorporated into the legislation in terms of the short title. And it seems to me, in listening to the member, that that's what is most offensive more than anything else. It seems that there might be some value in certain parts of the legislation. My question to the member is that if the government were to amend the word cultural out of the legislation, does she see any value whatsoever in supporting it?
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would support the entire short title being deleted and omitted completely, because that, I think, is the best way to actually fix this title. I actually want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, within the Conservative team even, there's Senator Andrzejczyk who actually said that, I'm reading from a media article here, that in the title, if you wanted barbaric cultural practices, which probably wasn't going to be my choice, but if you wanted that, I wish you had added something like violence in there. Because that is what the root problem is. And I laud Senator Andrzejczyk for realizing that the root problem here is violence against women. And it's prevalent in all societies. And I've worked with Senator Andrzejczyk on many issues with respect to sexual and reproductive health rights, and I thank her for the work that she's doing. And maybe the rest of the Conservative team should actually listen to, fine, they don't want to listen to experts. Let them at least listen to members in their own caucus and team.
Questions et commentaires. La députée.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague speak about the important issues and what I thought, and I wonder if she agrees with me, with the idea that what we really need are resources, human resources, financial resources, because what's clear is that we need to ensure that we can work properly on this issue. Now, I know that she has a riding like mine, where she realizes that by investing in resources, in organizations, in police forces, in different stakeholders who are on the front lines doing the work, that's where we can have an impact on our society, and that is what will enable us to deal with problems where we don't always know which way to start. I'd like her to comment on whether she thinks that we should be investing in the community, and I'll give her the floor to do so.
Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Quebec for her question. And she's exactly right, Mr. Speaker. Instead of a sensationalized bill that doesn't actually get to the root of the problem, the minister should actually commit to widespread and meaningful consultations with community groups and experts so that the real issue, once again, of gender-based violence is addressed in a meaningful and effective manner. The government should actually increase their investments in organizations that provide services such as safe and affordable housing, counseling, and supports in navigating our very complex systems of services that are available. And immigrating to a new country can be very traumatizing for a young woman if this is the first time she's ever leaving her home country, and ensuring that she has every support that she needs in a manner that she can actually comprehend and digest is very important. And I do really from the bottom of my heart wish that this government would actually take some interest in investing in resources and the agencies who are providing these much needed services with mostly volunteers and, very, very meek budgets.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Desnathy, Miss Nippy Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. I would like to take this opportunity to address the comments that have been made in this and other places suggesting that the reform to the defense of provocation is unnecessary in light of 3 cases where it's unsuccessfully raised in so-called honor killings. The defense of provocation, sometimes known as the heat of passion defense, applies only to the charge of murder and comes into play only if murder is actually proven. It does not give the rise to a complete acquittal, but rather produces a verdict of manslaughter instead of murder. The defense offers significant benefits to an accused. A conviction for second-degree murder carries a mandatory sentence of life in prison and strict parole and jailability rules, whereas a manslaughter conviction carries no mandatory minimum sentence except if a firearm is used. And it allows a murderer to avoid the stigma associated with that label. The defense will be successful where the murder was committed in response to a wrongful act or insult from the victim that would be sufficient to deprive an ordinary person of the power of self-control, and where the accused acted suddenly before there was time for his passion to cool. The killing must be a spontaneous reaction to an unexpected provocation. Most honor killings are believed to be premeditated. If the Crown can prove premeditation resulting in a conviction for first-degree murder, the defense of provocation will not succeed. However, some killings that may be characterized as honor killings can be spontaneous reactions to something unexpectedly or done by the victim. In cases where the Crown prosecutor has proven that the killing was intentional but not premeditated, the provocation defense is available. The defense of provocation has been raised in at least 3 cases that could be characterized as honor killings. These are R versus Nahar back in 2004, R versus Humaid in 2006, and R versus Siddiqui in 2013. All of these cases, reported cases, were appealed to the appropriate courts of appeal. In the case of Nahar, to the British Columbia Court of Appeal, and the other 2 to the Ontario Court of Appeal. It is true that each of these cases, the defense has provocation failed. However, this cannot be taken to have such consequences that some have suggested, namely, that the defense is now barred in honor-killing context, and that, therefore, there is no reason to amend the law. As a general matter, even assuming that the courts of appeal determined conclusively that provocation defense is unavailable in these circumstances, the relevant legal issues have arisen in only 2 provinces, British Columbia and Ontario. Rulings from one provincial court of appeal are not binding in any other province. Without a ruling on the relevant legal issues from the Supreme Court of Canada, it is simply incorrect to say that legal questions have definitely resolved in Canada. When we come to a substance of what was actually decided by these courts of appeal, a careful reading of these cases shows that the courts did not, as a matter of law, rule out the possibility of the defense operating in situations of honor killings. The defense continues to be available to be raised in cases where family honor played a role in the killing. For instance, it would be available to an accused who, upon finding his teenage daughter in her bedroom with a boy from school, becomes enraged at this breach of the family's honor code. If he intentionally kills her in the heat of the moment, in response to her verbal insults against his cultural traditions and beliefs, he could benefit from potentially successful defense of provocation. In the 2 cases, it was the defense that submitted evidence to the cultural background of the accused in order to demonstrate how wrongful act or insult from the victim would give the provocation significance and gravity to an ordinary person from the same culture as the accused. For instance, in Nahar, the accused claimed that he killed his wife in the heat of passion following disrespectful comments from her about men and behavior such as smoking, drinking, and socializing with men. He introduced evidence that the victim's behavior was completely at odds with acceptable behavior of wives in his culture. The British Columbia Court of Appeal actually found this cultural context to be relevant to understanding how the ordinary person of the same background as the accused would be provoked by the behavior of the victim. This may come as a surprise to those who have tried to suggest that all 3 cases definitely rule the provocation is an honor-killing context. This provocation claim failed for different reasons. First, the trial judge had grounds to find that the alleged provocation by the victim was not unexpected to the accused, but rather had been going on for several months. In this regard, the killing was not on the sudden following an unexpected provocation. Second, the nature of provocation by the victim was not to be such as a cause to an ordinary person to lose their self-control, even assuming the ordinary person was from the accused cultural community. In the Humade case, the accused alleged that he was provoked by a comment his wife made that he interpreted to be an admission of sexual infidelity. The accused led expert opinion evidence that in the accused's cultural tradition, infidelity by a female member of a family was considered a very serious violation of the family's honor and worthy of harsh punishment by the male members of the family. The Court of Appeal expressed strong view that the application of cultural values that the contrary to gender equality to the defense of provocation was inappropriate. But this was not the reason that the defense failed. One reason the defense failed was that the accused did not introduce any evidence that he personally shared the views that his community was said to have. It also failed because the Crown had proven premeditation, which is consistent with the provocation defense. The views of the court on the question of cultural values were not matters that were necessary to decide the appeal, or so they are not binding on lower courts. Finally, in the Sadaki, the accused raised the defense of provocation in the killing of his sister and her fiancé by alleging that his sister had refused to seek their father's approval for the proposed wedding and that she and her fiancé insulted him in the moments before the murders. The Crown tendered expert evidence of the phenomenon of honor killings within the traditional culture of the community of origin of the accused. The jury found that the accused guilty of first-degree murder. The appeal was about whether the Crown's use of expert evidence was appropriate, which the Court of Appeal held that it was. That is the only legal proposition that this case stands for. In sum, despite some helpful discussions of gender equality in these cases, none of the rulings established as a matter of law that the defense is excluded in honor killings cases. It remains available to be argued by any person accused of murder. The provocation claims failed in these three cases because of the facts and evidence presented, and not because of any principle of law. Taken together, these cases reflect outcomes that all Canadians would hope for. But it's purely wishful thinking to say that these cases legally close the door on provocation defense in honor killings context. Moreover, there's a long history of provocation defenses being raised and sometimes accepted to excuse spousal murders in Canada in circumstances that closely resemble the Nahar and Humade cases. The principal defense is that the feelings of dishonor and shame are experienced at the family or community level in the cases of honor killings, and that personal or private level in these cases of spousal killings. What is the same is that men kill women when they feel they have lost control over them. It is high time we amend this defense so that it's no longer mitigate killings in response to lawful insult. No person has the right to control another, and where they fail to get what they want or should not have their murder of that other person mitigated through 500-year-old defense that originated in a culture that treated women as property of their husbands. This reform is about reaffirming the value of gender equality in Canada and making it clear that homicidal violence against all women in reaction to lawful conduct will no longer provide an excuse for murder. Bill S7 proposes to address this long-standing problem in our criminal law by limiting the defense so that it could only be raised where the provoking conduct by the victim amounts to an offense punishable by 5 years in prison or more. Mr. Speaker, no one should be able to use the defense that they violently harmed another because they were provoked. The Zero Tolerance on Barbaric Cultural Practice Act sends a clear message to those coming to Canada that forced marriage, honor-based violence, or any other form of harmful cultural practices are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, the other week, I had the opportunity to put a number of concerns on the record in regards to S7, but in general, some of the things in which it hopes to achieve, we do believe is positive, Mr. Speaker, somewhat small in their nature in terms of steps forward. But having said that, I've raised a great deal of concern about the title of the bill. And my question to the member is that when he reflects on the short title of the bill, can he explain to the House to what degree is the short title of the bill something that could be used in a court of law, or can it in fact be used? And if it cannot be used, why does the government feel so passionate that it has to be as is without amendment?
The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practice Act sends a clear message to those coming to Canada that forced marriage, honor-based violence, and any other form of harmful cultural practices are unacceptable and will not be tolerated in our Canadian society. The Government of Canada will continue to ensure it's protecting and the harmful barbaric cultural practices that continue to protect Canadians vulnerable to these abuses. That's why we're having the strong context of this open topic or title of the bill, is to show Canadians that this type of behavior is unacceptable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a subject that is very delicate and complex, and nobody here is for barbaric practices. Nobody is here to find excuses for murders or violence against women. But the question that I want to ask is, how is it that systematically the Conservatives use controversial things like this for political purposes, for division, to create fear, when we already have sufficient laws to prevent forced marriages or for things like murder? So I think here this is smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of populism in this, and it's not necessary.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the colleague for his question. But one thing I want to be very clear is that a murder is a murder. And in Canada, any type of legal defense which promotes this type of cultural barriers is unacceptable. And we have to depend and have to protect the rights of those individuals that come to Canada or reside in Canada by protecting them in the utmost importance. And coming from an RCMP background and seeing what individuals are capable of doing is unacceptable. Having to go to a crime scene and investigate a murder where cultural barriers are being utilized or being as a law or as a criminal defense is unacceptable. So that's why our government is looking at making changes to this, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, as a Conservative government, we are here to defend Canadians' rights.
Comments. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the honourable member could address the issue of underage marriages between young Canadians in their teens and the laws that don't currently exist, but which this act now, this bill now addresses. I know that I've received a number of letters and inquiries from my constituents who are surprised to hear that the laws across Canada by province are not consistent on this matter. And I'm wondering if he could tell us a bit about what other countries have done to remedy this situation and what this bill does in particular on that issue.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'd like to point out that the countries such as Austria, Australia, Finland, Germany, Italy, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom have 16 as the minimum age below, which no one can marry even without parental consent. This is consistent with the proposal in this bill. Several like-minded countries have set 18 as the age of marriage without additional consent from parents and courts, but have no minimum age of marriage. Example, Belgium, France, Iceland, Ireland, and Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, and most of the United States, this is similar to the current law in Canada. Mr. Speaker, setting a national minimum age of 16 years for marriage is consistent with the federal legislation that applies only with regard to the province of Quebec, Section 6 of the Federal Law, Civil Law Harmonization Act, Number 1. It is also consistent with what happens now in Canada. Mr. Speaker, where there are few marriages are contracted between individuals under 16, but some limited expectations are made for mature minors, 16 and 17 years of age, under certain circumstances, for example, where one is pregnant.
I think we've run out of time there in the time allowed for questions and comments. And before we get on to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for HoC for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Quebec for Housing,
Troisième, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe in respect to seniors. Resuming debates,
the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to firmly oppose Bill S7, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, or called the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. The NDP and myself would particularly like to highlight our opposition to polygamy, forced marriage, and early marriage. These three practices are inadmissible, and they go against the rights and freedoms that we have in Canada. However, the solution proposed by the Conservatives is not well adapted and will not achieve the desired effects. First, it's important to say that this bill is incomplete. It's unfinished. The new requirements that the Conservatives are calling new requirements are in fact already exist in current law. Why waste our time? More specifically, free and enlightened consent is already in the Civil Code of Quebec and also in the common law used in the other provinces. And in the Criminal Code of Canada, there are a number of recourses that are well adapted to fight all of these kinds of marriage. These forms of recourse can be used before and after marriage, so there are a number of opportunities for victims to find justice. It's important, however, that victims be aware of this recourse, and that's what we should be putting our energy into. Now, there are also a number of gaps in this bill, gaps that are dangerous for the victims of early and forced marriage. There's a total absence of solutions that would allow immigrant women to be made aware of their rights. These women have almost no tool to defend themselves. The Conservatives are either ignoring this or they're refusing to put in place a policy that would make it easier for the most vulnerable to use the law to protect themselves. How can someone protect themselves without knowing what our laws are? It's impossible, and that's why the NDP calls for raising awareness and finding solutions to deal with this inequality in Canada. Another important point that the Conservatives have unfortunately forgotten is the creation of services and support programs for the victims of forced marriages or polygamy. Nowhere in this bill is this issue, which is absolutely essential, discussed. Another problem is the lack of support and education in terms of mental health, which would be important for protecting children who are victims of human trafficking. These situations affect, unfortunately, a large number of children in our country. How can the Conservatives help these children if there's no program for them? It goes without saying that the Conservatives haven't done their homework on this bill. The NDP is encouraging the government to consult with stakeholders, to meet with frontline workers and specialists, so that we can truly find solutions to the problems of forced and early marriage. And this is something that we see often in Conservative bills. It's very alarming. It's this lack of consultation, and it's something we're very concerned about. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill is not only incomplete, but it's, in fact, alarming. And it's problematic for two main reasons. First of all, it would strengthen the stigmatization of immigrant populations in Canada. And we can see this in the title, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. So this bill is based on racist prejudice and will just feed xenophobia in Canada. The NDP fights every day against this type of simplified vision of things that would seek to exclude immigrant populations. Policies based on fear of others are not policies that the NDP can support. And this bill, which claims to protect the victims of forced and early marriage and of polygamous marriage, will, in fact, put them at greater risk of danger. Immigrant women would be discouraged to denounce their situation because of the fear of being deported from the country. Nothing in this bill would allow conditional permanent residents to stay in Canada if their polygamous partner is deported. So this is a paradox in this bill because it makes victims even more vulnerable. And even worse, by preventing family reunification, this bill separates children from their mother. Children are once again the first victims of ill-considered legal decisions. What's more, minors will be faced with the possibility of criminalization if they participate in a forced or early marriage. This would dissuade victims from denouncing the situation because of the risk of a criminal record for them and their family.
Solutions to this issue in a culturally appropriate manner. One main focus would be to alter immigration policy in a direction that enables women to be independent. The NDP is in favor of immigration implementing support services and amending their processing times to allow wives and children of men who are to be deported to reside in Canada. This would reduce limitations on their ability to escape unhealthy relationships and at the expense of their residency. This can also better serve as a solution than the CPR introduced by the Conservatives in October 2012, which further increases the vulnerability of women, their abuse, isolation, and the degree of manipulation they are subject to in the general state of the issue and by the CPR. The NDP supports the notion of preventing and responsibly addressing the issue as opposed to criminalizing and further marginalizing citizens by implementing programs and experts in the field. The way to address this issue can be seen through our National Action Plan, which addresses violence against women by examining the root of the issue of violence against women and offering support as opposed to further limitations.
We need to put in place a policy that attacks the source of the problem and not apply a superficial sensationalist policy as the Conservative government is calling for. And that's why the NDP is proposing to offer prevention services and support services to victims. The NDP and myself want to support and finance initiatives like the SALCO, the South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario, which intends to promote further preventative measures. This organization offers training programs to police officers and to social workers. This is a concrete way to deal with this situation. We need a strategy that is adapted to each situation and not an evasive and useless response like the one proposed by the government. Instead of attacking the problem of forced early marriage or polygamy with a bill that would criminalize victims, the NDP has thought of of concrete and well-founded solutions. It calls for putting in place a national action plan to fight violence against women that would meet the specific needs of each community. It's also essential, according to the NDP, to put in place culturally appropriate training for public servants to prevent forced marriage. We need to make sure that state staff are prepared to protect victims. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, this bill once again shows the Conservatives' tendency to present legislative measures that are both inappropriate and dangerous. They are unable to help the most vulnerable among us, and they're playing with fire by linking immigration illegality and insecurity. This issue of sex-based violence must be fought effectively, and only the NDP has understood that this needs to be done properly. And I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by talking about a situation in my riding. I know that I just have a couple of minutes left, but in 2013, I met with a certain Madame Hernandez, who was a victim of spousal violence, who was in the middle of an immigration process, and so who was not yet a resident of Canada. And because she complained of spousal violence, she was threatened with deportation, and it took us several weeks and a lot of hard work and a number of, with the help of the media and a number of other community groups, we were able to ensure that Madame Hernandez could remain in Canada. And so the situation for women in these situations are very vulnerable. It's very dangerous for them, and the lives of women and children should not be hanging by a thread in situations like this, where there's uncertainty of whether or not they can stay in Canada or will be deported from Canada. That's why I oppose this bill, and I think that all Canadians are on our side, and I hope that all members of Parliament will vote against this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess, in short, I'd have to disagree, or would have to agree to disagree on a couple of the points that the member has brought forward. I want to, and I have been focusing a lot of attention in regards to the name and title of the bill. It's making the suggestion that we do need to see the title or the name of the bill be amended to better reflect what Canadians would find more acceptable. The question that I have for the member is that there is a number of areas in which the legislation does attempt to improve upon the system, albeit in a very small fashion. My question to the member is she aware of, outside of the short title, of some of the stakeholder groups that have been hammering or coming or being brought to her attention that are in opposition of the legislation outside of the short title? And if so, if she can just give a specific as to what part of the legislation that they are offended by.
Député de Notre Dame.
Member for Notre Dame, Lagasse-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I would have liked to speak to that, but of course we are under a time allocation motion, so we don't have time to talk about all the issues. We've got an organization, All Black Sisters, and a representative that talked about criminalization and said that the problem is when we worked with victims who are often young women and girls, she says that they feel that they don't want to incriminate their families and have them go to jail. And she felt that they would not cooperate and they don't want to deal with police officers. So it's this whole legal aspect, the criminalizing of these situations. And this is what we are hearing from those who work on the front lines. So we have the emphasis on criminalizing the situations rather than preventing the harm. We need to prevent the problems. We need to help women take advantage of the rights they already have and to deal with the legal situations. I deal with women in my riding in West Montreal, and we need to help them gain access to the rights they already have. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives specialize in magical thinking. This bill is yet another example of a bill that purports to deal with the problem, but without really having any concrete methods for doing that, and without comparing what is done elsewhere. Denmark, I believe it was in 2008, brought in legislation to outlaw forced marriages. But in fact, to this point, there have been no arrests under that legislation. There's an organization in Denmark at the national level, and has said that women, because of legislation, have gone underground. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-Lachine. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I don't know the Danish organization he referred to, but as I mentioned in my remarks, when we criminalize these situations, women feel more isolated. They are afraid of the consequences when there are possible criminal charges involved. A frontline worker told us that, and this was from the Child Services Network, who said that criminalizing forced marriages will just isolate the spouses who are victims of the situation, and anyone who complains about these situations will be accused of being part of a barbaric culture. So the bill would isolate women without giving them tools to get out of the situation that they're in. So this is not a bill that will help these women.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very pleased to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. In the speech from the throne in October 2013, our government promised that we would ensure no young girl or woman in Canada becomes a victim of any cruel practice that violates basic human rights. Such practices are not acceptable on Canadian soil. And Bill S7 sends this as a clear message to all Canadians and those that are coming to Canada. Bill S7 delivers on that promise. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act demonstrates that Canada's openness and generosity does not extend to early and forced marriage, polygamy, and other types of barbaric cultural practices. Canada will not tolerate violence against women or girls, including spousal abuse and violence in the name of so-called honor. Those found guilty of these crimes will be severely punished under Canada's criminal law. This bill will establish a national minimum age of 16 for marriage in the Civil Marriage Act. Currently, a minimum of 16 for marriage exists only in federal legislation pertaining to Quebec. It has never been legislated for the rest of Canada, and as a result, the common law applies, which is usually interpreted as a minimum age of 14 for boys and 12 for girls. This bill would now set 16 as the minimum age for marriages across Canada, consistent with current practices in countries such as United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. The Civil Marriage Act will also be amended to codify the legal requirements for free and enlightened consent to marriage. Currently, these requirements are legislated in Quebec, the legal requirement for free and enlightened consent to marriage and the requirement for ending an existing marriage prior to entering another. Consent is the most critical aspect of a lawful marriage. this amendment makes it clear that no Canadian should ever be forced to marry against their will. Amendments to the Criminal Code are proposed to provide protection against early or forced marriage, prevent victims from being removed from Canada, and also effectively punish perpetrators for violating Canadian laws. The proposed amendments in Bill S7 are very important because they create offenses that specifically address the social harm caused by the public sanctions of these harmful practices. More so, the bill proposes two new offenses that would extend criminal liability to anyone who knowingly celebrates, aids, or participates in a marriage ceremony where one or both of the spouses is either under age of 16 or is marrying against their will. This would cover both those who conduct the marriage ceremony and those, such as family members, who have full knowledge that a marriage is forced or involves a child under 16 and actively aid the marriage ceremony to take place. This would include, for example, transporting an unwilling bride to the ceremony or acting as a legal witness. It is important to note that a person cannot be prosecuted for merely being at the scene of a crime and witnessing it. A person would need to have engaged in some conduct specifically directed towards helping an early or forced marriage to occur. The bill also proposes to make it an offense to remove a child from Canada for the purposes of a forced or underage marriage outside the country. This government is aware of the very disturbing stories of Canadian children being taken abroad for a forced or early marriage. They are told that they are going overseas to relatives' wedding, only to discover upon arrival that the wedding ceremony is in fact their own. Child protection officials who believe that the child will be removed from Canada for a forced or underage marriage lack the requisite legal tools to intervene and to prevent the child's removal from Canada. This bill would change that by adding new offenses related to an underage or forced marriage ceremony to the list of offenses in the provision that makes it a crime to remove a child from Canada. The Criminal Code amendments provide a foundation for the very important prevention measures in Bill S7 to protect vulnerable Canadians and residents from early and forced marriages. The bill proposes to introduce specific forced or underage marriage peace bonds. Peace bonds, which are preventive court orders, currently exist in the Criminal Code and are available in circumstances where a person fears on reasonable grounds that other person will cause them personal injury or will commit certain types of offenses. Amendments will provide courts with the power to impose conditions on an individual when there are reasonable grounds to fear that a forced marriage or a marriage under the age of 16 will otherwise occur. For example, in order under the new peace bond provisions could prevent a victim from being taken out of Canada and require a surrender of a passport. We have heard that many victims of forced marriages are reluctant to contact the authorities prior to the marriage because they do not want their parents or other relatives prosecuted. These peace bonds are an important option available to victims of forced marriages who might be reluctant to contact the authorities prior to marriage because they do not want their parents or other relatives prosecuted. These peace bonds also reinforce the clear message that the forced and underage marriages will not be tolerated in Canada. Another important measure in Bill S7 proposes to amend the Criminal Code to limit the defense of provocation, so it will not be available in so-called honor-based killings or many spousal homicide cases. The defense of provocation can currently be raised by a person who is found to have committed murder on the basis that a wrongful act or insult by the victim was sufficient to deprive an ordinary person of the power of self-control, causing them to act suddenly before there was time for their passions to cool. If successful, even though the person is found to have committed murder, they are instead convicted of manslaughter. This bill proposes to restrict the application of the defense of provocation so that it would no longer be available to those who intentionally kill another person in response to the conduct that was legal. It will only be available where the victim's conduct amounted to a relatively serious criminal offense. It is an important amendment because, as a society, we need to send a clear signal that the murder should not be excused because the killer was insulted, embarrassed, or suffered other emotional upset. The strongest penalties should be imposed for murder committed because a person was unable to control the actions and decisions of another person. Finally, Bill S7 addresses polygamy and reinforces the message that it is a practice that is an affront to Canadian values. Amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act would specify that a permanent resident or a foreign national is inadmissible on the grounds of practicing polygamy in Canada. It would allow for the removal of non-citizens who practice polygamy in Canada without the need of criminal code conviction. I'm very proud that this government is sending a strong message to Canadian society and to the world that Canada will not tolerate barbaric cultural practices. And I hope all the members of this House will join me in supporting Bill S7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may just ask the member the same question I'd asked a former member of his in regards to the legislation. As the member is no doubt aware, we've been talking a lot about the short title. If the short title, from his perspective, can it actually be used in the court of law as an argument for or against any of the measures that are being taken place? And if the answer to that is no, then why would the government not be open to receiving an amendment that would make the legislation less offensive to many of the different stakeholders and Canadians that are quite concerned in terms of, in particular, the use of the word cultural in the short title?
Honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. And I'm actually surprised that we spent so much time and focus on the title, not on the substance of the bill. You know, the bill is at the second reading, and it will go to the committee. There will be an opportunity for further discussion and a debate. And I would suggest that we should actually focus on what the bill is about. And it is about practices that I think wherever you sit in this House, you have to consider them barbaric. They are. Honor killing. What does it mean, honor killing? Honor killing. You're going to kill your daughter because she did something that's considered unacceptable on cultural or religious grounds. You know what? These practices that against women, violence against women, against girls, domestic violence, they're all barbaric practices. They're not allowed in this country. This country accepts people, Mr. Speaker, from all corners of the world. And those people should know, and they are informed, that some of the practices or some of the actions that are legal in the country they come from are not legal here.
Order. So our time on the 5 minutes is starting to wane on here. Questions and comments? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, obviously all the members of the NDP are going to vote against Bill S7. It is a problematic bill because instead of seeking to bring a solution to the problems of forced marriages and all the attendant issues, they are taking a punitive approach whereas we already have all the legislative tools in the criminal code to be able to charge people who abuse their spouse or kidnap them. So what I would like to understand is whether my colleague can tell me what this bill is going to bring tangibly. What is this going to add? Because the courts are already well equipped to deal with this issue. But we hear for the testimony from Canadian agencies and international stakeholders who say that instead of solving this problem, it is going to push many women, it's going to force them to remain hidden and to simply to suffer their situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I don't really understand the logic here. How is this bill going to drive women underground? I don't understand it. It contains preventive measures to help women to deal with barbaric, terrible practices. Is it ideal? Probably not. You know what? Nothing is perfect in life. Therefore, it probably can be perfected, can be made better, but it's aimed to help people that come to this country. Mr. Speaker, I do go and meet with organizations in my riding that provide settlement services that help women that come from different countries and help them to understand that in this country, they have rights, that in this country, they are protected, that restrictions that they may have faced in the country that they came from do not exist here. This is something that's going on the ground. It's financed by CIC. It's financed by Status of Women. This is going on. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. But this has to continue. We have to inform those people that come here to start a new life in this country. They have to be informed of our regulations and of their power.
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased also to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill C-7. This bill contains measures to better protect women and girls in our country. With this bill, our government is fulfilling a commitment made in the speech from the throne in October 2013. That commitment is to ensure that early and forced marriage and other harmful cultural practices, such as polygamous marriages and so-called honor-based violence, do not take place on Canadian soil. We see these activities as absolutely incompatible with Canadian values. Today, I would like to speak to the bill's proposed amendment to the provocation defense. There have been a number of misconceptions expressed during debate on this bill, which I would like to address. A person who is found to have committed murder can raise the defense of provocation. They can raise as a defense that they killed the victim in the, quote, heat of passion, close quote, brought on by, quote, a wrongful act or insult, close quote, from the victim. The provocation, they can claim, would be sufficient to cause an ordinary person to lose self-control. Much has been made of the fact that the defense has failed where it has been raised in the context of honor killings. While this may be the case to date, there is nothing preventing a court from accepting it in the future, and we would like to make sure that does not happen. The defense has already been raised in at least 3 honor killing prosecutions in Canada. The alleged provoking conduct in these cases was real or perceived marital infidelity, and other conduct by the victim that the offender perceived as disrespectful or defiant toward them or their families. The particular 3 claims I mentioned failed due to the inadequacy of the supporting evidence in these cases. The proposed amendment in Bill S-7 would modernize the defense. Under the bill, the defense of provocation would only be available to an accused found guilty of murder where the conduct of the victim that provoked the accused to kill amounted to a criminal offense with a maximum sentence of at least 5 years, in other words, a serious offense. The reform would limit the defense so that it no longer excuses murder where the provoking conduct of the victim was lawful. In the Senate debates on this bill, some suggested that the defense of provocation is a long-standing and sound principle of criminal law that is operating in conformity with Canadian values and should not be changed. It was also suggested that the proposed reform would limit the defense too much. So the question for us as legislators is whether modern Canadian values do, in fact, support showing compassion and leniency to those who kill in response to something they find insulting or offensive. I believe they do not. It is a different matter if the provoking behavior is objectively serious and unacceptable, such as criminal conduct. The defense would still be permitted where the provocation was a physical assault or a threat, or some other serious form of criminality. Now, I think it is very important to understand the history of the provocation defense. We should also look at countries which share our common law tradition and their experiences with this defense. Historically, the defense of provocation emerged in the common law around the 16th century. Initially, it was limited to certain categories of conduct, all related to men, defending their honor, such as a spontaneous fight or an arranged duel. This also included what a man might do in finding another man committing adultery with his wife. In the early common law, remember that a man's wife was his legal property. The initial provocation defense reflected this social and legal reality of the day, namely that adultery was, quote, the highest invasion of property, close quote, this from the Mogridge support in case in 1707. Therefore, a man who killed in response to adultery was considered less blameworthy. So it may surprise some to learn that in the history of our own common law tradition, the provocation defense was the original honor defense. But at some point in its history, the honor-related basis for provocation was replaced with the idea that the law should make some allowance for, quote, human frailty, where a person is provoked beyond the ability to exercise self-control. The specific categories of provoking conduct were eliminated, and the provocation defense was made available more generally and broadly. The defense would succeed where a person killed after having lost self-control as a result of any kind of wrongful act or insult by the victim, so long as an ordinary person could also have been provoked to lose their self-control in the same circumstances, even though not necessarily to the point of killing. This is the form of the provocation defense that was incorporated into Canadian law in the 1800s, and it remains unchanged today. However, the use of this defense in the cases of so-called honor killings flies in the face of freedom of expression, a cornerstone of a free and democratic society. In order to protect freedom of expression, there is no room to make allowances for intentional killings on the basis of insult or offense. Allowing the provocation defense to be invoked in response to mere insults or offensive conduct is inconsistent with core Canadian values of freedom of expression, liberty, and gender equality. Both internationally and domestically, the provocation defense has been the subject of similar criticisms from a range of quarters in recent years. The Supreme Court of Canada has referred to these criticisms in some of its rulings. stating that only Parliament can address these concerns. Many point out that the historical origins of the defence still operate to excuse male proprietary or possessory claims over women. This is clearly at odds with our modern values of gender equality and personal autonomy and freedom. In the past decade, the legislatures of most jurisdictions with a similar common law history to ours have acted to address some of these concerns. New Zealand and several Australian states have entirely abolished the defence. Most other Australian states have restricted the defence in some measure, as has the United Kingdom. Just last year, the Australian state of New South Wales reformed its provocation defence, including by limiting its scope to provoking conduct that would be a relatively serious criminal offence. This is the same approach proposed in Bill C-7. Another question that was asked in the Senate was whether the proposed amendment would have the unintended consequence of taking a viable defence away from battered women who kill their abusers. But this is another misperception. In Canada, the provocation defence is rarely raised in these circumstances, and could still be raised if the woman was treated with criminal activity such as assault or threats. So, Mr. Speaker, there are two primary objectives in this bill. The first, to prevent the defence from being raised in the future before it is ever accepted by a court or a jury. And the second is to modernize the defence more generally so that it can no longer be used to excuse spousal homicides based on lawful conduct. The time has come for Canada to bring our law of provocation out of the 17th century and align it with our modern values. Our women and girls deserve nothing less, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that all members will support this proposal and all of Bill S-7.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She closed her speech by referring to limiting the provocation defense with a view to banning honor crimes. You know, Mr. Speaker, this provocation defense is a problem. It's the source of a number of problems, and I would like my colleague to tell me why they are limiting this defense in this bill. Why don't they just abolish this possibility of using this provocation defense?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've chosen not to do that. We believe that in the case of the provocation defense, that where a individual, a Canadian, is threatened, has been criminally assaulted, and they take measures to protect themselves, that this is a reasonable course of action in those cases. And the member will remember that the government passed an act, whose name I can't find now, but it was to give lawful protection, lawful sanction to people who are threatened, for example, by a home invasion, where they may be beaten or tied up, and somehow they find a way to overpower their attackers, perhaps causing the death of the attacker. And any reasonable society feels that there is that kind of provocation. Sometimes, when it's met with force, has to be found lawful. But in the case of simply an insult or something that another person finds offensive, that is not a legitimate use of the defense, and that's why we're moving to change that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd just like to say that I don't believe there is any such thing as an honour killing. I think all killings are criminal. and we need to look at them through that lens. But, Mr. Speaker, when I had the opportunity to speak to this bill when it was last before the House, I was able to tell the House a little bit about my visit to England last summer, where I participated in the Girls' Summit that was hosted by Prime Minister David Cameron. And there were women from all around the world, there were men from all around the world who were there to discuss the very issues that we are discussing today. Great Britain has realized that it has its own challenge with early enforced marriage, and they were particularly dealing with that issue. But while I was there, I listened to Malala's father, who spoke very eloquently about the issues relating to girls. And I wrote his quote down, and I just wonder if my colleague might have some thoughts that she could share with the House. He said, and I quote, "We should work on tomorrow's fathers. Why should I be a different father to my daughter than I am to my son?" End of quote. And I wonder if my colleague has any thoughts on how we can work with a new generation of young men, here particularly in Canada, and impress on them the value of girls.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I thank my colleague not just for her question, but for the tremendous work she's doing, a lot of it under the radar, to really support measures that foster and that affirm the equality of all, regardless of gender. And this is such an important message, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, there are still in many, many places of the world this idea that girls have no value, that they are simply chattels to be used and abused as males in the society feel is appropriate. And Canadians, we're so fortunate to live in a society where that kind of discrimination is completely rejected. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we brought forward this bill so that we, as circumstances come to our attention, as society grapples with some of these things, such as honor killing and forced marriages, that we have the tools to stop it in its tracks and protect Canadian society as a place where women are treated with dignity, respect, and the equality that we believe in so passionately, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to clarify some issues around this bill, because it is very sensitive and the government is trying to stoke confusion. I would like to reaffirm my opposition to polygamy, forced marriage, and early marriage. During my life, I have met with women who are victims of these practices, and I can't condemn these violences and these terrible things harshly enough. They are practices against which I have fought all my life. As a Member of Parliament, I would be happy to support a bill that brought additional protection to victims in order to prevent these crimes. But Bill S7 is not that bill. It confirms a trend that we see with this government that we've seen for some time. In March 2012, the Conservatives presented new legislative measures calling for, within a marriage, that the sponsored spouse live with their sponsor for 2 years. These measures provide for deportation or criminal charges being laid if this condition is not fulfilled by the person being sponsored. This provision was harshly criticized, and rightfully so. Sponsored women who are victims of spousal violence have no other choice but to undergo this treatment, or they will be deported. So the Conservatives are not very compassionate. In April 2014, the member from Mississauga South tabled motion M505 for the so-called purpose of cracking down on forced marriage by proxy. I was extremely opposed to this motion at the time, and for the same reasons, I will be opposing Bill S7. With these measures, the government is simply fueling confusion and xenophobic conflation. Documents that associate cultural practices and violence against women shows the government's will to exploit this trend for electioneering purposes. All you have to do is look at the title of this bill, Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices. And we can see that it shamefully associates violence against women with certain cultural communities. This is a shameful racist process, and it also considers that violence against women is associated solely with cultural minorities. The government is targeting racial minorities by conveying offensive stereotypes instead of putting in place constructive measures to prevent violence against women. This bill is not only shameful, but like the documents I mentioned, it will be ineffective. It will not fix the problems that it claims to tackle, because the criminal code, that is sections 273.3 and 292, already offer legal recourse against the violations created by this document. Worse, like in the preceding examples, this bill makes this question a political one, an issue of sexual violence, but the criminalization that it proposes will only worsen the problem.
In fact, the fight against violence against women has to be fought on the front lines, and to do this effectively, we have to collaborate with all available partners, including those in the cultural communities, particularly in order to develop and put a preventive approach into place. The mere title of this bill is a major obstacle to establishing such partnerships with these people that the government is describing as barbaric. Beyond the issue of the title of the bill, other components of the bill represent dangers to women's security and to the fight against violence against women. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Act will be amended by Bill S7 to fight against polygamy, or so it claims. Inadmissibility and other deportation measures will result in negative effects for women. And the testimony of Ms. Avi Yao Go, who is the director of a clinic in Metro Toronto Chinese and Southeast Asian Legal Clinic, appeared before the Senate committee and said that the bill provides for the deportation of the country people who practice polygamy, including the very women that the government claims they will be protecting. In the end, as also in terms of forced marriages, there is prison time provided for people who try to prevent testimony from, or potential testimony. The government should have preferred a more constructive measure put forward by my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard in her motion M503 on forced marriages. In this motion, the government was asked to increase funding for organizations working with potential or real victims. The necessary resources should be given to frontline entities who are doing remarkable work. The government must not be content to just punish. It has to give the means to these organizations who do the work to protect victims and prevent these crimes. We are also proposing to carry out a consultation process among women, communities, organizations, and experts in order to have an overall picture of what the real situation is and find the best ways to correct it. It is, in effect, striking to see that the government refuses to cooperate with the people involved on the front lines or to take the necessary measures to really quantify this phenomenon. And finally, we propose to follow the example of other countries who have studied this issue before us and who have put measures into place. The United Kingdom has put forward a method that allows victims to choose between civil and criminal law when they take the case to court. Giving that victim that power gives them the necessary confidence to get help without necessarily finding themselves in prison. In Denmark, in 2008, Denmark put forward similar criminal offenses similar to those provided for in Bill S7. In 7 years, no one's been charged and convicted under those new provisions. So that demonstrates that the logic of criminalizing these actions under S7 will not encourage people to come forward and inform. So the primary objective is not to fight against violence against women. So we must stop talk this in this stigmatizing way and take proactive steps that follow in the steps of motion M503, tabled by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a number of thoughts that come to mind in regards to the government's approach to this legislation. One of the issues is that member after member from the Conservative Party will stand up and they'll talk about how appalled they are in regards to the whole issue of violence against women, domestic abuse, and so forth. And I could talk at great length in terms of other areas in which we could be investing much more of our time here in the House. For example, members of opposition parties have been calling for the public inquiry in regards to the murdered and missing First Nation, Aboriginal women and girls for a long period of time now, joined by mayors to premiers to many different stakeholders from coast to coast on this particular issue. But yet when we take a look at the legislation, the government has obviously put a very high priority, yet it seems to take very, very small steps in 2 or 3 areas. The part that seems to be most controversial is the name itself. And I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts on if the government were to accept an amendment to change the naming of the legislation, would the NDP be more open to supporting the legislation?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Albert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and also the fact that he reminds that the NDP is urging this government to carry out and organize an investigation on missing and murdered Indigenous women. So indeed, violence against women, whatever form it takes, has to be dealt with through a bill or a motion that ensures that we will truly help these women victims. We are not here to criminalize them or to add to the fact that already they are victims. So certainly this bill, S7, has no place here, and I urge all members of the House here to vote against it.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an expression in French that it's better to prevent than to help cure something. And there's one in English, something like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So the government says that they're a good administrator, but if we look at this bill merely on the administrative front, it seems to me that it would be better to have preventive measures rather than punitive measures. So I wonder what my colleague thinks of that, just purely from the administrative perspective. The Honourable Member for Saint-Albert. Thank you. I thank my colleague for her very relevant question. And of course, on a purely administrative note, we know that all of what positive effects might be possible. We know that it's always best to prevent problems, and it's always best to provide education and give people the information they need. So I think that if we live in a so-called evolved society and a civilized society, the time has more than come to provide all of this information, and we should be absolutely taking prevention as the most important point.
That's the Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act.
Order. 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 We're in a period of questions and comments. I think the member is about to launch into his speech, which is coming up, but question est commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I really wanted to say concerning my colleague's speech is to talk about the importance of not falling into a trap of extremes. I think it's always important. And this is what Canada's image in the world is to be balanced and fair. And we don't deal usually in extremities. We don't go to one end or the other of the extremes. So this bill, just even in the way it's being presented, we can see to what degree the bill is trying to influence people, not by the contents of the bill, but through prejudices, trying to frighten them. And that's where I really invite all members of this House to be very careful and to ensure that they don't fall into this trap. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert, a very short answer, please. Yes, I thank my colleague for her comment. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like, in conclusion, to tell you what Claude de Vistros said. He said that someone who is barbaric is a person who believes in this and is a person who wants to divide humanity between barbarism and civilization.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Timiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. This bill strengthens Canada's commitment to preventing and responding to early and forced marriage and other barbaric cultural practices, both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, I am pleased to see that our government is taking action and protecting young women and girls. Last year, the committee undertook a study strengthening the protection of women in our immigration system, and I am pleased to see that some of the recommendations and comments from the witnesses were taken into account when creating this bill. I'm proud to say that Canada has made ending child, early, and forced marriages a priority. In October 2013, Canada announced $5 million in new money to address the causes and consequences of early and forced marriages around the world. These funds were used for programs in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, Somalia, and Zimbabwe. More recently, in July 2014, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that Canada is contributing $20 million over 2 years to UNICEF toward ending child, early, and forced marriage. The UNICEF project aims to accelerate the movement to end child marriage in Bangladesh, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Ghana, Yemen, and Zambia by supporting efforts in these countries to strengthen both programming and political support to end the practice. Canada has also played an important role in bringing world attention and action to this issue of child, early, and forced marriage through actions such as spearheading the initiative to establish the International Day of the Girl Child and co-leading with Zambia a United General Assembly resolution on child, early, and forced marriage. These barbaric practices predominantly affect women and girls and impair their rights and their ability to fully participate in society. Equality of men and women under the law is a fundamental Canadian value that shapes Canadian policy and actions both in the international and domestic areas. Free and healthy societies require the full participation of women. Sadly, in many countries around the world, millions of women and girls continue to be prevented from full participation by violence, including through inhumane practices of early and forced marriage. It is both the reality and the strength of our country that Canadians of very different origins live and work side by side together. These new Canadians work hard to learn our languages, our values, and our traditions, and in turn are welcome as equal members of the Canadian family. The languages, cultures, and traditions of new Canadians add to the diversity of Canada, which enriches our lives. At the same time, harmful cultural practices which go against Canadian values and are in violation of Canada's international human rights commitments will not be tolerated in Canada. Our government is aware of the causes of the cases of Canadian children being taken abroad for early forced marriage. Canada is committed to protecting and defending those who are vulnerable to these practices both domestically and internationally. This summer, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration participated in several consultations on these issues across the country. Participants told the Minister that early and forced marriages are still a harsh reality in Canada. Our Conservative government has demonstrated its leadership in this area by introducing this bill, and also continuing to work with our international partners and community members to find ways to end such harmful practices, which tragically are happening each and every day around the world. Bill S7 will strengthen Canadian marriage laws by establishing new national minimum age for marriage of 16 years. Currently, only in Quebec is the minimum age of marriage 16 years. This is because specific federal laws apply only in Quebec, but in other parts of Canada, the common law applies. This bill will now set 16 as a minimum age for marriage across Canada. Some may query why this bill has not raised the minimum age to marry to 18. The approach in this bill seeks to balance the protections for children against flexibility to reflect the choices of mature minors between the ages of 16 and 18 who make a commitment to one another, such as those who have a child together. It also aligns with the approaches taken in other like-minded countries. Bill S7 also contains measures that would amend the criminal code to criminalize certain conduct related to underage and forced marriage ceremonies by knowingly officiating or knowingly and actively participating at an underage or forced marriage. For example, these offenses may apply to individuals who engage in conduct specifically intended to facilitate the marriage ceremony, such as acting as a legal witness, knowing that one of the parties is under the age of 16, or marrying against their will. These proposed new offenses would be punishable by a maximum of 5 years imprisonment. Proposed amendments will also criminalize removing a minor from Canada for forced or underage marriage. This is done by adding the new offenses in relation to underage and forced marriage in the existing offense of removing a child from Canada to commit female genital mutilation or sexual offenses. This offense is punishable by a maximum of 5 years imprisonment, and Bill S7 maintains this penalty. Countries such as Australia and Norway have similar criminal measures which Canada has looked to in the development of this bill. Other proposed amendments in the bill are prevention measures that would provide courts with the authority to issue peace bonds and conditions on an individual where there are reasonable grounds to believe that a forced marriage or underage marriage will otherwise occur. As part of the conditions that would be available, a court would order a defendant to avoid making any plans or arrangements for a marriage, whether inside or outside Canada, to surrender travel documents or participate in a family violence counseling program. The creation of specific forced or underage marriage peace bonds to prevent someone from being taken abroad for the purpose of early or forced marriage are similar to forced marriage civil protection orders in the United Kingdom. In addition, Bill S7 will amend the criminal code to ensure the defense of provocation won't apply in so-called honor killings and many spousal homicides. Currently, any conduct by the victim, including insults or other forms of offensive behavior, are lawful, can potentially qualify as provocation if it is found to sufficient to cause an ordinary person to lose self-control. The accused was not expecting it, and the killing was sudden. The proposed amendment would limit the defense of provocation so that a lawful conduct by the victim might be perceived by the accused as an insult or offend that person in their sense of family honor or reputation. Cannot excuse murder only conducted by the victim that amounts to a relatively serious criminal offense, i.e. an offense under the Criminal Code punishable by at least 5 years imprisonment, could be argued to be provocation for the purpose of defense. The provocation defense has either been abolished or restricted in almost every common law jurisdiction like Canada, such as most Australian states, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Finally, to better prevent polygamy from occurring on Canadian soil, Bill S7 will create a new ground of inadmissibility for practicing polygamy in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. A criminal conviction or finding of misrepresentation is currently required before polygamists can be found inadmissible. This bill would make amendments to the IRPA so that a polygamist permanent resident or foreign national who is or will be physically present in Canada with any of their spouses would be considered to be practicing polygamy in Canada. The permanent resident or foreign national could be found inadmissible on that basis alone without requiring evidence that the person misrepresented their situation or has a criminal conviction. I have discussed some of the very important aspects of this bill, which sends a strong message that Canada condemns barbaric cultural practices not only domestically but internationally as well. Canada has and will continue to be seen as an independent leader on these important international rights. Mr. Speaker, while the opposition refused to even call these practices barbaric, it is clear that our government is actually taking action to prevent these barbaric practices from occurring on Canadian soil. I hope that all honourable members of this House will support this important piece of legislation that will protect victims, predominantly women and girls, from such intolerable and inhumane practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I have to admit that it was kind of strange. The short title of this bill, which refers to barbaric cultural practices, there's something racist about that title. And we have to ask, why are the Conservatives trying, it's probably for vote getting, but why are they using this kind of short title and this type of bill? Obviously, we could be discussing other barbaric practices like torture or using information obtained through torture. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. What does he think about torture? Is that a barbaric practice?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I don't understand why the NDP really don't get it. This is very simple. For the purposes of this initiative, the term barbaric cultural practices encompasses forms of gender-based family violence, early forced and polygamous marriage, female genital mutilation, honor-based violence. There's nothing racist about that, Mr. Speaker. This is very simple, and I don't understand why the NDP are against the measures we're putting in place to stem these practices.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe I can provide some clarity for the member. There's the content of the legislation itself. In the content of the legislation, it deals with polygamy, it deals with forced marriages, it deals with early marriage by setting a minimum age. It deals, at least in part, with some domestic violence issues. Then you have the short title, which has offended a great number of people for a wide variety of reasons. and it's not understood why, as to the Prime Minister's office has determined that you have to incorporate the word culture into the short title. It doesn't ultimately have any bearing on the legislation when the courts of Canada deal with it. They don't look at the short title of a bill and say we have to use that as a part of our interpretation in a disposition. But the government seems to want to make a political statement. What is the connotations of that political statement in the eyes of many, especially stakeholders and others, including myself, is that there is a racial component to it. Why incorporate the word culture? I'm not interested in what the Prime Minister's office, because I've heard a lot in terms of the rebuttal coming from the Prime Minister's office. I'm interested in the member's own personal opinion on that issue.
Member for Nipissing, Timiskaming.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, in the title, culture does not refer to any one individual culture. In fact, many of the issues are concerned about are clearly present in a number of different cultures. A number of people who have been accused of these horrible and barbaric practices tell the court how they treat women or how they treat their daughters as part of their culture. So it is important to point out exactly what this is. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this question has come from a member, a party whose leader, who doesn't want to call these practices barbaric. We say exactly what this is. These are barbaric cultural practices, and they have no place in Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill S7, which has a rather strange title. I'll read it to you. This is the bill we're studying today, debating today in the House. It's called the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. I've heard a number of my colleagues refer to the title, and the reason we're talking about it is because clearly the government wanted to raise this rather extreme subject matter, and it's full of generalizations. We've seen this from the Prime Minister and a number of Conservative members. They talk of a culture. This is an attack on cultural communities that are already victims of a lot of generalizations. It's clear that the Conservatives' intention here is to create a culture of fear. And they aim to do that through debate here in the House. They do this to justify the military intervention in Iraq, but they're also targeting cultural communities here in Canada. And as a person from one of those cultural communities, I feel that this is a divide and conquer tactic. They go back to their writings, they do radio interviews, they tell women to go back where they came from if they don't want to do things the way we do them here. Unfortunately, that's what happened with the chair of the Transport Committee, which I sit on. So the reason we're talking about this today is that we have Bill S7 before us. Now, let's be clear. The NDP is against forced marriages, early marriages, and polygamy. I think those issues are clear. Despite the rhetoric from the other side, we all agree on that, and Canadians agree on that too. But the level of this debate is regrettable, and the way this issue has been put on the table. When you listen to the Conservatives, you can kind of sense what their main goal is. But unfortunately, there are a lot of bills, and I've been sitting on the Justice Committee for a while, so I've seen this. The Conservatives seem to want to criminalize everything. That's their watchword, law and order, make everything a criminal offense, throw more and more people in prison, we'll build mega jails, and that's how we're going to solve all society's problems. Unfortunately, that seems to be their approach. It's a good description of the conservative approach because that's their preferred way of tackling issues. When you talk about forced marriage, you're talking about women and children, people who are the most likely to be victimized, but they're also going to be victims of this conservative bill. That's why I oppose this bill. When the government comes along with its sledgehammer and says we're going to throw people in jail without necessarily studying the facts, listening to stakeholders, and so on, they have no data, no numbers. There are no statistics on forced marriage in Canada. So a generalization is made. They say this is happening and we're against it. But let's look in concrete terms at what's going on. We have to look elsewhere. As reasonable lawmakers, we should look at what other countries are doing. For example, in Denmark, that's one of the examples that was given today. We could refer to what they do in Denmark. There's similar legislation in 2008, I believe, in Denmark, if I'm not mistaken. And that legislation had no real effect. So a change was made, but it was purely symbolic because there was no real problem. I'm not saying that forced marriage is not a problem. Of course, it's a problem, and we're against it. But this way of dealing it is excessive and ineffective. I'm not trying to defend the practice. I'm just saying think of the victims. When you have a solution, which is to deport people, jail them, and more specifically with reference to polygamy, even the women and children become victims if this generalized approach is taken. So if a man has a number of wives, sometimes the wives aren't even all aware. So ultimately they become victims too. They're going to suffer the consequences of criminalizing that polygamous marriage. So my concern is that we're going to have to take those women or children, young girls. What's going to happen to them? What's going to happen to the wives? Because the wives are already victims in a polygamous marriage. So there are already provisions in the criminal code. As everyone knows, we don't accept polygamy in Canada, and that's perfectly normal. But what about forced marriages? The reason why we oppose the government's approach is because in the NDP we have a different strategy. We like to focus on prevention. It's not enough to just criminalize everything and pay no attention to what happens to the victims, to the women and the children. We would prefer to focus on prevention. That's why I'm very proud of my colleague's motion, M563. It's a motion that was put forward by our immigration critic, and I'll read it, Mr. Speaker. I think it justifies all the steps that we would like to take. Forced marriages are part and parcel of violence against women, and the House should condemn this practice, increase funding for victims support groups, consult women and communities and organizations and experts to get a good handle on the situation and come up with effective ways of combating it. Women who are victims of forced marriages should be allowed to stay in Canada as permanent residents, even if their partners are deported. We should invest in programs for immigrant women, programs that are designed to reach out to women in their communities with their cultures, and do outreach with Canada Border Services Agency, with citizenship and immigration officials, restore funding for status of women, implement the NDP's national strategy on violence against women. The reason I'm so proud of this motion put forward by my colleague, the immigration critic, is that it explains clearly and rather fully our vision. Unlike the Conservatives, we don't want to have this knee-jerk cookie-cutter reaction, which is to criminalize everything. We would like to talk about things that can be done other than coercion and imprisonment, incarceration. You need to invest more. You need to get the information out there. It's not short titles like this one, Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices. That doesn't further the debate. That doesn't do anything to raise awareness, better educate people. No, it just leads to, it shuts people's minds down. It's very closed-minded. It's totally unacceptable. Now, the practices are unacceptable too, but the response should not be equally unacceptable. It would be sad to proceed this way. When I hear the Prime Minister and members and even ministers on the conservative bench talk about people this way, about people who are members of our society, members of our cultural communities, they feel attacked. They feel like they're under attack from this government. And the Conservative government is clearly going after cultural communities for partisan purposes, for electioneering purposes, to get votes. And that's why I can't support this bill. I oppose this bill at second reading, and I think the government has to do more consultation with experts, has to rethink this. They have to understand the consequences of proceeding in this manner, the consequences for the people they claim to want to protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard with interest the comments of my colleague. I think the member opposite does not quite understand that we're not, in fact, targeting one culture or one cultural community, but the idea that there are those who use their culture as an excuse when practices these barbaric acts. And, you know, we come to Canada to participate in a shared value, and these barbaric practices certainly are not our shared value. In fact, let me quote a human rights lawyer, Tamia Ayeryosh, which had this to say about the bill. When we describe a crime as a barbaric, we're simply calling it what it is. No one should identify with it except the ones who have committed such a crime. It is not directed at any certain community. And my question is, why won't the opposition stand up for these victims and take action? And since this is an important piece of legislation, you know, you should not be playing a political game at this time and stand up for people's lives.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
His question. As I mentioned, and I hope he listened to what I had to say, because our concern is the victim. We want to make sure that they are protected, and that's what one of the problems that we have with this bill. We're not doing anything in order to talk about prevention. We're actually, you know, the government is actually cutting funds pour la condition féminine.
For status of women. So, on the one hand, the solutions are simplistic. It's just criminalizing things without dealing with the root causes of problems. And when you talk about the Conservatives' cuts to social programs, that has a direct impact. And cultural communities tell me that they're being cut off.
That are actually there to help immigrants get involved, get integrated. And that's where the government is cutting. They're cutting funds to these organizations. And that's what we see the problem that arise from that. So our concern is actually the victims, the women and the kids who are affected by that. And what we see from the government's action is that they're actually making it worse for them. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question come on side. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pick up on the member's comments in regards to the NDP motion that he made reference to in terms of deportations where a spouse that has been subject of abuse would actually be able to stay in Canada. The question that I have for the member is if he reflects on the NDP policy, and I was to ask him the question in regards to temporary visas where there's a deportation that's involved, or refugee claimants where there's deportation that's involved. Is it the NDP position then that those two, that if they claim domestic violence, that they would be allowed to stay in Canada also?
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
And I think I have a quote here from the clinic director of Metro Toronto Chinese and Southeast Asian Legal Clinic, and it's actually pretty clear. So that's why I'll read the quote. Attacking the issue of domestic violence through the lens of immigration and criminal law is wrong-headed. The bill seeks to deport people who are engaged in polygamy, and that would include the very women that the government claims it's trying to protect. The denial of permanent and or temporary residence status to people involved in polygamous relationship will not have the desired effect protecting women. It will simply bar women in such relationships from coming to Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the constituents of Fleetwood Port Kells to speak in this House in support of Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act. If the measures in this bill are implemented, they will amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code in order to add further protections for vulnerable individuals, in particular women and girls. Unfortunately, gender-based violence is a sad reality for women and girls across this country, whether they are Canadian-born or newcomers to Canada. In too many cases, that violence comes in the form of abusive cultural practices that have no place in this country. I'm speaking on practices such as polygamy, underage marriage, forced marriage, and so-called honor killings. These abusive practices have damaging and wide-ranging consequences for their victims, and they also harm victims, children, and homes and communities. Indeed, they severely affect all those involved, from influencing whether or not individuals can successfully immigrate to Canada, for breaking down opportunities for integration and economic success. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government made a strong commitment in the recent speech from the throne to prevent and counter violence against women and girls within the borders of this country. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act is a concrete example of this commitment. Its proposed measures are worthy of the support of all parliamentarians because they clearly would help ensure that barbaric cultural practices do not occur on Canadian soil. Bill S7 sends a clear message to newcomers to Canada as well as to those who are already part of Canadian society that such practices are unacceptable here. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration participated in many roundtables and consultations across Canada. Participants told the Minister that early and forced marriage, so-called honor killings, polygamy still occur in Canada. These practices that occur across all cultures and ethnicities will not be tolerated in Canada, and our immigration system will not be used as a vehicle to perpetuate these acts. This bill reinforces the message that these practices are completely incompatible with Canadian values and will not be tolerated. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, one of these practices is polygamy, which, although illegal in Canada, is an accepted practice in a number of other countries around the world. In 2011 ruling that upheld the constitutionality of Canada's polygamy law, the Honorable Chief Justice Bowman of the BC Supreme Court found that there were physical, psychological, and social harms associated with the practice of polygamous marriages. He found that women in polygamous relationships face higher rate of domestic violence and abuse, including sexual abuse, that children in polygamous families face higher infant mortality, tend to suffer more emotional, behavioral, and physical problems, as well as lower educational achievement that polygamous families face, higher levels of conflict, emotional stress and tension, and that polygamy institutionalizes gender inequality. For these reasons and more, we must enact measures that increases our ability to prevent polygamy from occurring on Canadian soil. Bill S7 would do so by enhancing existing immigration tools to render both temporary and permanent residents inadmissible for practicing polygamy in Canada. Of course, Mr. Speaker, polygamy is not the only cultural practice that contradicts Canadian values and causes harm to its victims. That is why Bill S7 contains measures to help counter early and forced marriages. These measures include setting a national minimum age of 16 years old for marriage. Currently, there is no national minimum age for marriage in Canada. Federal law, which applies only in Quebec, sets the minimum age at 16 years old. In other parts of Canada, the common law applies. So there is some uncertainty about the common law minimum age, but it is generally considered to be 12 for girls and 14 for boys. Although in practice, very few marriages in Canada involve people under the age of 16, setting a national minimum age of 16 years old for marriage would make it clear that underage marriage is unacceptable in Canada and will not be tolerated here. Other proposed amendments to the Civil Marriage Act in Bill S7 include codifying the requirement that those getting married must give their free and enlightened consent to marry each other, and the requirement for the dissolution of any previous marriage. In addition, Bill S7 also contains measures that would amend the criminal code to help prevent forced or underage marriage, and would create a new peace bond that could be used to prevent an underage of forced marriage. For example, by requiring the surrender of a passport, as well as preventing a child from being taken out of Canada. Also notable, Mr. Speaker, are the measures in this bill that address so-called honor killings, which are usually premeditated and committed with some degree of approval from family or community members. However, in some cases, they may also be alleged to be spontaneous killings in response to behavior by the victim that is perceived to be disrespectful, insulting, or harmful to the family's reputation. In Canadian law, an individual facing murder charges can raise the defense of provocation. If this defense is successful, it can result in a reduced sentence. The defense of provocation has been raised so far unsuccessfully in several so-called honor-killing cases in Canada. Accused murderers have claimed that real or perceived marital infidelity, disrespectful, defiance, or insulting behavior on the part of the victims towards their spouse, sibling, or parent provoked the killing. This provision may or may not have yet been successful, but Mr. Speaker, what happens if it is successful one day? We must not take the chance. No one should be able to use the defense that they violently harmed another because they were provoked. It is simply contrary to Canadian values for lawful behavior by a person to, no matter how it may be perceived as insulting, to excuse their murderer. That is why measures in Bill S7 would amend the criminal code so that such legal conduct by a victim can never be considered as provocation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all my honourable colleagues would agree that we must stand up for all victims of violence and abuse and take necessary action to prevent these practices from happening on Canadian soil. That is exactly what we would be doing by ensuring this bill's passage into law. And that is exactly why I hope everyone in this House will join me in supporting the passage of this bill. I hope all honourable members of this House look past politics and vote in favour for this bill. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I listened to my colleague's speech, and it's very sad, Mr. Speaker, because all the Conservative speeches sound like speeches that propose a remedy for someone who is already in good health, and they try to cure people who are not ailing, whereas in reality, this bill seeks to fix a problem, or rather it seeks to address a section in the criminal code that already prevents spousal abuse. It talks about threats, but what is troubling is that it comes back again and again to the the defense of provocation, and this has somewhat racist connotations because it assumes that this type of abuse is committed by cultural minorities. So I would like to know from my colleague is that why, since this provocation of defense has never been successful, then why is it not simply being abolished from the criminal code?
Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Let me be very clear here. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, it demonstrates that Canada's openness and generosity does not extend to early and forced marriages, polygamy, or other types of barbaric cultural practices. Canadians, as I said in my speech, will not tolerate any type of violence against women and girls, including spousal abuse, violence in the name of so-called honor or other violence. Those found guilty of these crimes must be severely punished under Canada's criminal laws. The purpose of this proposed legislation is to stand up for the victims of violence and abuse and to send a very clear and a very strong message to those in Canada and those wishing to come to Canada that such practices will not be tolerated on Canadian soil. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, other Conservative speakers have talked about since 2013 Throne speech that this is really meeting their goals and objective. And I would suggest to you that they've somewhat set the bar relatively low. It is a very serious issue in regards to violence and abuse with women and girls. And when we take a look at this legislation, does it make a difference? There are some aspects of it, I've made reference to it all afternoon, that will make some difference. It is a step forward. But, Mr. Speaker, it's nowhere near what it is that the Conservatives are trumpeting from the rooftops in terms of what it is actually doing. And there is a great number of Canadians that are offended by the decision from the Prime Minister's office to name the short title, in particular to incorporate the cultural aspect in the short title. My last question, because we are under time allocation, is to the member. Given the importance of the issue, why does she believe the government's incorporated such a provocative short title, which will not be utilized in terms of a court of law? It's more of a political statement coming from the Prime Minister's office. Why does she feel that cultural has to be incorporated in it when it offends so many Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear here again that our government had announced its commitment to take these steps in the 2013 speech from the throne. This was followed up in the 2015 series of roundtable consultations led by our Minister of Immigration on violence against women in the context of immigration. And we think that Bill S7 is also consistent with the aims of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration on the issue of protecting women in our immigration system. And these actions contained in this bill build on existing federal initiatives that are aimed at ensuring that immigrant women and girls in vulnerable situations, they have access to support and services that meet their unique needs. The Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practice Act sends a clear message to those coming to Canada that forced marriages and honor-based violence or any other forms of harmful cultural practices are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. This bill, therefore, deserves the full support of all the members from both sides of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. Comme il est 18.
It being 6:15, pursuant to the order adopted on March 12, 2015, it is my duty to put an end to the deliberations and put forthwith all the questions required to dispose of the proceedings. The question is as follows.
Mr. Alexander, seconded by Mrs. Wong, moved that Bill S7, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the... Oh. There's only two? I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, I think you'll find consent to see the clock at 6:30.
Does the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed and so ordered. À l'ordre, la Chambre procédera maintenant.
Order. And now, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C2. The question is as follows.
Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
question is as follows. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk. Move that Bill C2, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fan.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Cadpit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St.
Mr.
Margaret.
Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampton Center Hastings.
Mr. Crampert Edward Hastings.
Mr. Dozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Alan Tobic McAvoy.
Alan Tobic McAvoy.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky
Mr.
Country.
Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Marne.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Marne.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mrs. Baïsen.
Mrs. Baïsen.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Les pour 143, les contre 108, 108.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is, this House do now adjourn?
Order. À l'ordre. Order. Could I ask members to take their conversations outside the chamber? We're moving into adjournment proceedings, and I would like to be able to hear the member.
The honourable member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, Raif Badawi is a Saudi... Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, there's too much noise. I'm sorry.
Again, will members please take their conversations outside the chamber? I cannot, please, as soon as possible, or even quicker.
We'll try again. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, Raif Badawi is a Saudi Arabian. In 2008, together with Suad al-Shamani, a Saudi women's rights activist, he created the site Free Saudi Liberals. It's an activist site in favor of religious freedom and discussion among internet users. In 2008, he was arrested, interrogated, and then released, but he was accused of having created a website that insulted Islam and was forced to leave the country. He went back to Saudi Arabia in 2009, and despite the fact that the complaint against him appeared to have been abandoned, he was forbidden from leaving the country and his bank account was frozen. In 2011, his website was once again accused of violating religious values, and once again he was arrested and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment and 1,000 lashes for insulting religious values and for blasphemy. He received 50 lashes the first time, but the further sessions were rescheduled and postponed. I met Mr. Badawi's wife with other parliamentarians, and she called on us to do something, given the urgency of the situation. We know that the physical and psychological state of her husband has gravely deteriorated, so something needs to be done. A number of countries have reacted to this inhumane situation. The Swedish Foreign Affairs Minister, for example, described lashing with a whip as a middle-aged practice, and the Swedish government has not renewed its military cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia. That agreement expires in May. Since Mr. Badawi's wife, Ms. Haidar, has been living in Quebec with her 3 children since October 31st, 2013, the Quebec Premier, Mr. Couillard, made it known to Saudi officials in Canada that we want Mr. Badawi to come here to Canada. And the Minister of Quebec, the Quebec Minister of International Affairs, my colleague, the member for Acadie, Ms. Christine Saint-Pierre, described Mr. Badawi's fate as inhumane and called on the Conservative government to do something, given his family situation, even though he's not a Canadian citizen. The fact remains that the federal government has recognized Mrs. Badawi and her children as refugees here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, in Sherbrooke, residents have held a number of vigils in solidarity with Raif Badawi and his family. In Quebec City, there was a vigil, and the elected officials in Montreal unanimously called on the Government of Canada to intervene. The Prime Minister is the first to stand up and talk about barbaric practices. In fact, today we had to discuss a bill called Zero Tolerance of Barbaric Cultural Practices. So if he likes talking about barbarism, since the Premier of Quebec has called for Mr. Badawi to come to Canada, will the Prime Minister get personally involved in this file? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member opposite is well aware, the Minister and our government have taken a very strong stand on this issue. we consider the punishment of Mr. Badali to be in violation of human dignity and of his personal rights. We will continue to call for clemency in his case, and will continue to promote human rights around the world as part of our government's policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, it appears the government doesn't have much to say about this. Well, what are the facts? Mr. Badawi has done nothing bad, nothing wrong. All he did was create a blog to defend religious freedom in Saudi Arabia. His family are political refugees. They have political asylum here in Canada, so he does have a serious connection with Quebec and Canada. So what's the Prime Minister waiting for? Why isn't the Prime Minister calling for his release? The Prime Minister loves to chat with Saudi princes. Why wouldn't he raise the case of Mr. Badawi? I would call on my colleague to see to it that his leader, his Prime Minister, take the necessary steps so that we don't have to wait until we have to wait 10 years for him to serve a sentence. Why should we wait that long for him to be brought to Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For again her question, I thought I was clear the first time that the members should be aware that the Minister and our government have taken a strong stand on this issue. We consider the punishment of Mr. Badali to be in violation of his human dignity and his personal rights. And we continue to call internationally for clemency in his case, and we will continue to promote human rights around the world as part of our government's policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Député de Québec.
The honourable member for Quebec City. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today because, as you know, I asked a very clear question a few weeks ago about the anti-homelessness strategy, the homelessness partnering strategy. As you know, that's a federal program to combat homelessness in every city, in Quebec City and others. I think it's more important to me in Quebec City, but this problem affects Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and every city. Why do we see homeless people in the streets? Why don't we see more of them? Well, probably because there are organizations out there on the ground that help people find shelter and try to prevent people from falling into homelessness. And if they do, to help them get back on their feet, to check in on them, to follow up on them and make sure that they don't fall through the cracks. That makes all the difference. Prevention is key. Prevention is very important in Quebec City because you have to understand that there are about 36 organizations that work on homelessness in Quebec City. And of those 36 organizations, 26 benefit from the federal homelessness partnering strategy. Those 26 organizations who get funding through the homelessness partnering strategy, or HPS, they all work on prevention. They all offer services that I would say are not, strictly speaking, housing. Because we know the Conservatives are all obsessed with housing, putting roofs over people's heads. But that's not all there is to the problem. There are health problems, mental health issues, psychological problems. So there needs to be support for that, too. There needs to be support. The resources have to be available for all those other issues. And that's what's important. What the Conservative government has announced is that they're going to cut all that funding that's geared toward prevention. They take a generalized approach. They're not doing what stakeholders recommend. The Conservatives don't understand the reality in Quebec. They don't understand our approach, which is a broad-based approach. And if we fail to take that approach, people will wind up back in the streets. They will not have been saved by the system. I have a lot of examples, tons of examples, people who I meet with regularly. They do outstanding work. The Maison L'Aubivière, it's a very important organization. It has a trust fund. That trust fund enables them to continue to operate and make sure that people don't fall back into homelessness. All their services are affected. There's also the Salvation Army. Those people provide services. There's also the YWCA. They will suffer from cuts if our approach is not taken. So when I think about the homeless, I think the federal government has to play a concrete role. Prevention rather than cure. It goes a lot farther. So I would invite and encourage the government to understand this, to understand the situation in Quebec City and the people out there on the ground. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Quebec City has some questions about our homelessness partnering strategy, questions that show she doesn't fully understand the policy that we're implementing. She asks why we're not going with approaches that work. Well, that's precisely, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing. We've made Housing First the cornerstone of our homelessness partnering strategy because it does work. Housing First is a proven, evidence-based approach. Housing First aims to stabilize the lives of homeless people for the long term, first by moving them into permanent housing, and then by providing them additional support for the underlying problems like addiction and mental illness. Now, last year, the Mental Health Commission of Canada released the results of the largest study of its kind, At Home Project. The study found strong evidence that the Housing First approach is effective in reducing chronic homelessness while alleviating the pressure on other shelter, health, and judicial services. Our former approach to homelessness was not reducing the size of the homelessness population, so it was time for us to try something new. So we did. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member also asks why we're imposing this one-size-fits-all solution. But this is hardly the case. The Homelessness Partnering Strategy, or HPS, allows communities to assess their own needs and to develop projects to meet those needs. The federal government entrusts a community body, often a municipal government, with the responsibility of selecting and managing HPS projects within their own area. All requests for funding must go through that body. Now, in Quebec, the Homeless Partnership Strategy is delivered through the partnership with the Quebec government and community partners that are responsible for identifying priorities, launching calls for proposals, and selecting projects that recommend for HPS funding. Local organizations, Mr. Speaker, know best when it comes to deciding which projects will best serve the needs of their own communities. That's why we've given them the authority to make their own spending decisions. Local organizations retain the flexibility to invest in other approaches to reduce homelessness at a local level, such as shelters or transitional housing. It means they may continue to dedicate a portion of their funding to non-Housing First projects, just as they did before. Mr. Speaker, Housing First is being introduced gradually across the country over the next 2 years. It's the true focus and a new approach that will be a shift for some communities, but it's an approach that works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec City. Mr. Speaker, we've called on the government repeatedly to maintain the generalized nature of the HPS. The NDP recognizes the excellent results of the program, but feels that the Housing First approach is not enough because it doesn't deal with all the types of needs. That's the subtlety here that has to be understood, which my colleague would do well to understand. A diversified approach is needed to deal with homelessness, and prevention is crucial. I talked about positions affected. I'm thinking of Maison Richelieu. There are 3 residences that depend on funding under the HPS. And I have to say that these organizations provide transitional housing for people aged 16 to 35. So a number of positions are being affected in these organizations. People who offer psychosocial support and evaluation and so on. They will all be affected by this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're well aware that organizations that help the homeless are concerned about this transition to the Housing First approach. I want to reassure the honourable member from Quebec that these organizations do have time to adjust. Our two governments are currently discussing how we can effectively coordinate our approaches. We want to coordinate them in a way that respects the priorities of each level of government. Discussions regarding the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Homelessness Partnering Strategy 2014 to 2019 are nearing their conclusion. The two governments agreed to a one-year transition period beginning April 1st, 2014. This ensured that certain organizations in Quebec continue to receive funding and will avoid any gap in client services. We will continue to ensure the effective delivery of homelessness programs and services in Quebec and, in fact, right across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We desperately need a plan to deal with Canada's aging population. There needs to be practical and effective planning for the nearly 10 million people who will be seniors in the next 25 years. The Canadian Medical Association is calling for a comprehensive senior strategy because it understands the social determinants of health and future needs. Being able to house yourself properly and feed yourself adequately makes you a healthier person, Mr. Speaker. Fewer visits to the emergency room, fewer and shorter hospital stays, and less medication prescribed. In short, living in a dignified situation promotes health and reduces health costs for all of us in the long run. When this government enacts measures that increase the number of seniors living in poverty, it creates an increased burden on the health care and support system. It is the downloading of what is a federal responsibility to the provinces, communities, and families. There is absolutely no excuse to leave one Canadian senior living in poverty, Mr. Speaker, and furthermore, the achievable alternative just makes good fiscal sense. And we have the responsibility to do something about senior poverty. We can't afford not to. As I already said, the number of seniors in Canada is projected to increase from 4.2 million in 2005 to 9.8 million in 2036. With so many more seniors retiring in the years to come, we need to put measures in place right now to avoid dramatic increases in the rate of senior poverty in future. A study released by Laval University in September shows that the change imposed by the Conservatives that raises the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67 years adversely affects those who can least afford it. It will increase the percentage of seniors who live in poverty from 6% now to 17%. The study goes on to point out that any revenues the government would realize with the delayed retirement age could be achieved by alternate reforms without having such large impacts on seniors at the lowest income range. This government is clearly not preparing for the increased number of seniors in Canada's future, let alone ensuring that no Canadian senior today need live in poverty. In addition to the research done by Laval University, we have just recently heard from researchers at the University of British Columbia who have demonstrated that a universal pharmacare plan, something that every developed country in the world with a Medicare plan already has, and Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphatically point out such a plan would actually save billions of dollars. Such a plan would benefit every Canadian, especially those living in poverty, and it certainly would ensure that no Canadian senior need live in poverty as well. A national pharmacare plan should be part of an effective strategy on aging, as should a national housing strategy that allows seniors to stay in their own homes as long as possible, and a truly universal, affordable, and accessible health care system that addresses the particular needs of an aging population. This government's solution to seniors' poverty and seniors' access to resources is to offer tax breaks to those who don't need them and to trumpet ineffective strategies like the pooled registered pension plan. And we've heard all about how much revenue the government will lose with tax-free savings accounts and other luxuries of a very small proportion of Canadians, or who a very small will be able to receive. Interestingly, when they were first elected, the Conservatives increased the GIS. They've forgotten all about this. New Democrats have a plan that will work, and when we're government, we will implement it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canada is facing major demographic changes. Our population is aging, our birth rate is declining, boomers are retiring in large numbers, and people are living longer and healthier lives. And by 2036, nearly 1 in 4 Canadians will be over the age of 65, compared with 1 in 7 today. Now, just 40 years ago, there were 7 working-age Canadians for every person over the age of 65. Today, there are only 4. And in less than 20 years, there will be only 2. This has far-reaching repercussions on the sustainability of some of our benefits and programs. That's why the government is determined to ensure that programs like old age security continue to be there for Canadians, not just now, but continue to be there for them in the future. In 2012, changes were introduced to eligibility to ensure the program's future sustainability. The eligibility age to receive OAS benefit and the guaranteed income supplement will gradually increase from 65 to 67 beginning in 2023 and will be fully implemented by 2029. This provides a significant transition period, allowing Canadians adequate time to adjust their retirement income plans to minimize the impact of these changes. In the meantime, to help Canadians plan for financial security, Service Canada has updated the Canadian Retirement Income Calculator. Now, this online tool provides Canadians with important information on retirement income from a variety of sources, including old age security and the Canada Pension Plan. We've also made changes to income security programs to provide Canadians with more choice and flexibility in regards to life, work, and retirement. In addition, Canada's public pensioners have played a major role in reducing the incidence of poverty among seniors. The low-income rate for seniors has fallen from 21.4% in 1980 to 5.2% in 2011. I say again, 21% in 1980 to 5.2% in 2011. This is one of the lowest rates in the industrial world. Together, the OAS pension and the GIS ensure a minimum income for seniors. Last year, the OAS program provided nearly $42 billion in benefits to more than 5 million Canadians, including 1.7 million low-income pensioners. In recent years, we increased the GIS with an investment of $300 million a year. This is the largest increase for the lowest-income seniors in more than 25 years. The Government of Canada is committed to doing everything we can to ensure that seniors in Canada enjoy the highest quality of life possible. We've cut taxes for seniors and removed hundreds of thousands of seniors from the tax rolls completely through topping up the GIS and introducing pension income splitting. We offer the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, which assists unemployed older workers in upgrading their skills and gaining valuable experience to help them stay in the workforce. And the Government of Canada has taken other actions to benefit seniors, such as addressing the affordable housing for low-income Canadians. And in our last budget, the government reaffirmed its commitment to provide more than $1.25 billion over 5 years to renew an investment in affordable housing. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we've introduced funding for the New Horizon Seniors Program for nearly $5 million per year, in addition to the $45 million invested in annually, and this $5 million will be added on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we all know about their unfair and ineffective plans. Conservatives think that creating the environment for every Canadian senior to retire with dignity costs too much. Why can't we just admit the truth, Mr. Speaker? OAS, GIS, and CPP are entirely sustainable, and they can be relied upon to carry us forward. Doubling the CPP would go a long way to addressing the needs of all Canadians for retirement security without lining the pockets of the banks in service and administration fees. A universal pharmacare program would save the government money in the long run. All of these measures constitute the tools we have at our fingertips to ensure that no Canadian senior need live in poverty. Instead, the Conservatives have raised the age of eligibility for OAS by 2 years and virtually guaranteed an increase in the number of future seniors living in poverty. Why are the Conservatives ignoring the facts and leaving Canadian seniors without hope?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our country is recognized as having one of the best retirement income systems in the world. Last year, The Old Age Security Program provided nearly $42 billion in benefits to more than 5 million Canadians, including 1.7 million low-income pensioners. And in recent years, we've increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement with an investment of $300 million per year. That's the highest percentage increase to the lowest income seniors in more than a quarter of a century. Canada's public pensions have played a major role in reducing the incidence of poverty among seniors. The low income rate for seniors, as I mentioned in my previous remarks, has fallen from 21.4% in 1980 to 5.2% in 2011, one of the lowest rates in the industrial world. Our government is committed to continually improving the programs we have for seniors, the benefits and services we provide to our seniors. Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done for seniors across this country. We hope the NDP would support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. La motion porte.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.